for Super. The Dragons teach us that if we want to climb high, we must do it against the wind.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to another day of APAC Overwatch League action. I'm Ilios, joined by Avril, and we will be your chauffeurs guiding you through the evening as we have 3 matches for you today. Kicking things off, it's going to be a classic matchup, a battle of the Zhous as Guangzhou Charge take on the Hangzhou Spark.
It's the Showdown once again, one of the favorite rivalries of the entire region here. In fact, we got a full day full of them, right? Because we got Showdown, we've got the El Clasico, we've got the Orange Chicken Bowl after that. And notice I didn't say the APAC El Clasico, it's just the El Clasico of the entire Overwatch League. But starting up here, I mean, we saw the actual win records below as well. Guangzhou on a 1-5 record. Hangzhou the opposite, a 5-1. Reflected here in the standings, where Hangzhou Spark also taking their way into the Kickoff Clash tournament means they get the extra point, puts them on 6. Guangzhou Charge all the way down the bottom. They only won the single match during the qualifiers. It was versus the LA Valiant, which means they got a hell of a run to go through if they want to have any hope of catching up. Technically speaking, not mathematically eliminated, but they would have to go through with, I believe, a perfect qualifier here, 6-0. So they can't lose anything.
No, they cannot, and I mean, what a weird, bizarre scenario we find ourselves in where the LA Valiant is ranked above the Chengdu Hunters. I think for Hunters fans, that is going to feel like a stab in the heart, especially after what happened yesterday. But enough about that. Let's focus in on the match at hand. Guangzhou Charge. They've shown flashes of brilliance. They have been competitive. They pushed some of our better teams all the way into 5 maps. They've had some competitive looks, but they have not been able to get a win since that first matchup versus the Valiant, the first matchup that we saw from the Valiant.
Yeah.
And things got a little bit wonky and wild in that series, if memory does serve. But here's our starting 5. Developed Choice A1, Rio, Unique, and Faraway.
And don't expect too much to change from here as well in terms of the lineup here. Really is just Klong on the bench here who could be coming into play Sigma. In fact, I expect it. With the recent departures on the Charge, they don't have Eileen anymore. They don't have Molly anymore. We just saw Molly pick up his first play of the match over on the LA Valiant as well. So Charge now down to just 6. Lean roster. We'll have to keep him mean as well. Let's take a look at the Hangzhou Spark on the other end. Much bigger roster in comparison. But it's not all about the numbers here. Same kind of 5 starters that we've seen across the entire season so far. So no sign of any sort of double hit scan here or double flex here. We've seen a lot of Sojin gameplay so far. I'm expecting that Shai will be the one picking that up. Tank choice is obviously going to be very interesting as far as how Spark want to manage their 3 tank play. Still haven't seen Liga play at all during his entire duration on this team. Burnout leading the way here on the off tanks. Likely to be looking towards the Sigma himself.
Yeah, we'll see how they fare. I mean, Hangzhou Spark, really hot start last time in the kickoff clash, trying to get things going. They looked like, they were competing for the #1 spot in the region, and then just fell a bit shy of the mark in the end in the tournament itself. So they're going to be looking to kick things off with a bang. Alfie, in particular, this guy has been taking, everybody's attention by storm. Very much has all eyes on him in that consideration for Rookie of the Year. He wants to definitely earn his place back into that conversation, because right now it's kind of drifting over towards some of the other players who have been popping off consistently. We'll see what he can get done as we do begin things on Ilios, and we'll move into King's Row next for Hybrid.
10 matches, the history between these 2 teams, and the record stands Ilios at a perfectly even 5-5. So, tiebreaker time. Who's going to pick up number 6? Who's going to lead the charge? Who's going to lead the way? To drop the charge in there. Maybe it could be them. They're looking for a comeback. They're 1-5 so far, and they need to win every single game. Last minute of these teams in week 4, 3-0 for the Hangzhou Spark. So, most recent win, definitely Spark's win. In fact, of the last 5 meetings, Spark have won 3, Charge have won 2. Let's go ahead and take a look up the opening compositions here as well. Ball on both ends. Haven't seen the Bernard ball for. That's a new one.
Okay, a bit of a change up. We'll see what it's got for us. See how it does look for now. He's just sitting tucked in behind the wall. Shy moving forward with the Widowmaker. Going to try to be scouting out, identify where it develops at, but for now, playing very much out of sight lines. Doesn't want to go down early on. Shots now starting to fly in. They identify where Shy is at, and you can see Rio just comes charging through, trying to get on top of him, but Shy slippery enough to just go ahead and slink away. Now Rio well into the back lines. Be eating that Discord orb, rolls through, grabs a health pack, just trying to stay ever elusive while the point is unlocked. Contest is there for just a moment, but it does end up getting locked down first and foremost by the side of the Guangzhou charge. So if they take it, they start ticking up. Hangzhou now looking to wrest it out of their hands.
And unique on the brick there as well. That's the only sort of difference between the two compositions. So see if that allows Farway and the rest of this charge to get a little bit more aggressive, as with Rio on flanks doing ball things, right? Brig kind of becomes your default pseudo tank on the team. Not quite available for the spike, but they are also running that kind of favored double flex support, which I do like to see quite a decent amount. So we'll see where the ultimates come on through. So far, it's Develop leading the way with Alpha Yi and also Choice of One.
Shy was nearly taken down just moments earlier, does narrowly manage to survive as Rio continues to wreak havoc in the back lines. Doesn't really find too many eliminations, and Alfie those at the pulse bomb, and while he manages to find Faraway, Choice One does exactly the same. Gets Irony, but now the DPS join them in the grave. Super Rich trying to survive, but has no HP. Choice One just boosts up on top of the stones, manages to get that elimination, and this is going to be the charge holding the point. 50% already accrued, and Bernard, he's got to get the hell out of here.
And it comes to bear as well that Develop's been doing quite a decent amount of damage, especially compared to Shy. I mean, you can see it in the Widowmaker ult charge alone. Shy's only just crested over 50%. That's an Infrasight pop now from Develop. Mine's available for Rio here as well, and that's going to be a nice pickup on the Shy. 5 versus 4. Spark trailing further behind.
And Alfie dead as well, so the DPS duo right now not finding much ground to stand on. Develop really far forward position. I think he's better about it. Wants to go for that shot, try to just put Shy straight back into the respawn room, but knows that it's a little too overzealous.
I mean, this is Develop's best hero, right? I mean, so far throughout the season in Kickoff Clash, bit of criticism towards Develop in terms of what he's been doing in terms of output. However, Widowmaker was not part of that questioning. Widowmaker has been so solid for Develop so far, and we'll give them the 99% now. Final fight territory for the charge if they can get this one over. Mines have been used.
Yep, ult's coming online. Bernard dropping his mines in. Alfie, low on HP, not quite sure exactly where he's at as Rio gets in on top of Shy, tries to roll through, crash against him, cannot make it happen. That's going to be the transcendent spot from Irony, but Develop gets a headshot onto Shy and Faraway. He nearly has a trance of his own, so we'll have that in an extended fight. A bit of damage goes out towards him, but Bernard is going to end up falling. From beyond the grave, the mines will claim Choice A1. Faraway does end up dying moments before he can get the ult. Irony trading. Manages to make that a bit of a martyrdom there, a bit of revenge, getting the headshot across on Develop after he got his head taken off. Now with Unique dead, it seems like Hangzhou Spark will be able to occupy the point. They get the flip. It's not over yet, but it's still very much dire straits for the pink squad.
It's really important that Irony got the trade kill as well, because if not, then Develop staying alive for the charge gives them equal numbers to work with. 3 versus 3. Some ultimates online for the support side as well. Charge could have probably have stayed in. Quick kill from Alpha E onto Rio. That'll just give Spark a little bit of an opportunity to catch up in terms of both percentage points and some of the other ultimates that they're lacking as well. Shy has defensive control. Sight lines on the Widowmaker. Infrasight available as well, should be popped sometime in the next 5 to 10 seconds here. He needs to get one over Develops. Currently, Shy still sitting on the Goose Egg. 0 final blows.
Yeah, I mean, he finally just now gets his Infrasight up, pops it. I mean, Develop is just 18% away from his second. You can tell that Shy has not been finding much value at all with the Widowmaker, something that is not a sentence that I really would think that I was going to say too often. Let's pop up, gets a chest shot there on the Choice A1, but it's not the elimination that he's looking for.
We're only on
slow
50%
going,
here.
but they do have a little bit of time to play with here, but every second that goes on, it becomes a bit more dangerous for them. The rally now going to be rolling for Unique, trying to escort from forward. Rio falling low, now has the minefield available to try to clear out some space on the point and Develop. Lands his headshot, this time onto Alpha Yi. Shy as well, down below half HP.
Oh, jeez.
Bomb goes forward. Develop finds another one. Super Rich driven out into the open. Ends up falling down. Irony's in the back lines. Gets cleaned up, and Develop is absolutely destroying right now. 100 to 68%. The first round of Ruins goes the way of the charge.
Yeah, there's 14 total final blows for the Guangzhou charge. Develop has 7 of them, so technically speaking, we've only seen the 1 round so far, so we're not going to celebrate it too hard, but just in that 1 round, it was a confirmation of a deadlift coming through from Develop, and still catch up with where Shy was on the opposite end. A very slow start. Nothing, in fact, to show for it. Still, 0 on the board. No final blows for a Widowmaker player, especially one that is Shy, one of the, I guess, best hit scans that we saw in this region last year. I mean, we expect a lot more from Shy indeed. So let's take a look at how Develop got a couple of kills towards the end there. Boom. And then number 2.
Just shifting around and... Oh, man. It was even before. I thought he was trying to move away from the pulse bomb there from Choice A1, but now he just had already shifted forward and Develop gets that kill. Follows up for a very nice close-range battle there into Shy to get the headshot. Now we open the gates. We storm our way over towards Well. Ash Echo, compared to the Tracer Echo here, is Develop going to be shifting off that long-range hit scan.
No Tracer for the Spark, though. It could be a little bit of an issue. So flank control needs to be important. Yeah, Develop basically has free range to fight on those flanks, and Shy's going to be caught between trying to shoot down Choice A1 and defending himself against Develop. And also the engages from Rio. So both these ball players need to see where they will be landing. More difficult for Bernard to get successful dives when he doesn't have a Tracer partner.
LG Discord tagged up. Healing will come through. Far away, going to be taken down. Shy finding that elimination. It's a quick flip this time for the side of the Spark. Not wasting any time getting onto the point. Couple sticky bombs here on the Rio as they want to get the kill, and the beam will just about do it. Alfie finding that pick off. Some nice little staggers here. It's making it even worse for them to try to recontest. It's Developed out in no man's land. It's trying to stay elusive, trying to get away, but Alfie will hound him down, and it's further staggers. The Spark pick up. It's more time bought, more percentage on the point.
It's a bit of a different look as well. I mean, we saw some Developed Tracer last year. When I say some, it was that one showing on, I believe it was Busan, that he did play for during the Dragons period. Choice of One is normally the Tracer player for the Guangzhou Charge, right? So it is a bit of a change-up for the squad now. As, I mean, yeah, this is the DPS lineup. Again, 6 players. The only other player available for the Charge is going to be Krong, who's currently on their bench. So 43 and counting for the Spark, and an opening frag looking pretty good.
Alpha E looking a lot more comfortable here in the skies with the Echo. Comes up with yet another pickoff onto Rio. Pressures them out of the side room. Now turns his sights over to Choice A1. In the meantime, Bernard moving forward, got on top of Faraway. And the Zenyatta disappears. Sticky bombs up close and personal. Maybe a little over-aggressive there from the side of Alpha E, and they cannot confirm the kill. I thought maybe with Bernard rolling forward, they'd be able to take down Unique. They cannot. So they do get a little bit of a window of opening now to try to assault the point, and that's what they're going to do. Rio goes charging forward. Develop now, lurking around. Pulse bomb in hand, looking for a target to stick it to. See Shy for just a moment as he jumps over across the opposite way. Rio falling low, the Discord Orb there, and Alpha Yi on point, gets right in on top of him with the beam, finds that elimination. Pulse bomb goes out, not going to find anything. I thought maybe Alpha Yi was going to pop the duplicate just to try to survive it, but doesn't need it. He's playing this out beautifully with the Echo.
I mean, they're just very confident, right? They don't really have to use much ultimates at all. Another solo kill from Alpha Yi. It's just disgusting. At this point, I mean, I say solo, he is assisted by Irony. That's kind of beautiful thing about this combo is that the Discords just make Alpha Yi's gameplay so much better. Window comes down now. A little bit curious, but it is final fight anyway. Bob to contest as well.
It doesn't go throwing it all the way into the back, just sends it up close and personal, makes sure that it is contesting the point. Duplicate comes down, Alpha Yi going for the Tracer, drops down, tries to get the elimination on the far away, and Bernard is there for the alley-oop. They get the kill. Pulse bomb goes forward, not going to find a stick, not going to find an elimination, but it might not matter because Bernard is just cleaning up all of the final blows. Rio's been zoned off the point, and now we have a final round to decide it all. 107%. A really big answer back from the side of the Hangzhou Spark, seeming like maybe they need to wake up just a little bit. Well, now they certainly are. The blood is flowing, and they are going to extend this all the way to Lighthouse.
This blood is flowing both ways as well, right? Because the Hangzhou Spark really made Charge bleed there. Big time when we kind of look at it statistically as well. My last comment about the Charge was we ended Ruins with 14 final blows, 7 of which was Develop. By the time we get to the end of Well, they have 15 total final blows. Now, I didn't quite track which member of the Charge got that one extra final blow. It wasn't Developed, he's still on 7. But the point is, they only got 1 extra kill between all 5 of them for that entire round. So, complete destruction. One-sided Ruins, one-sided Well. What's going to happen on Lighthouse here? We're going back over towards the Echo. So deadly for Alpha Yi.
Shy just going to be sticking with the Ash. Seem to have worked quite well. It's going to be the same lineup here on the opposite side. So, let's see how they fare with a little bit of different terrains. Alpha Yi moves out coast side, drifting up above the water. Choice A1 just trying to duke it out with him where possible. So far, just going to be chip damage from either side as they wait for this point to unlock, which it is right now. Let's see who's going to be able to snatch it up first.
It is Choice A1 be a lot more competitive here, but he's already low HP. I mean, look at that. Alpha Yi is just so much better. Shy takes down his counterpart as well.
That he does. that's the DPS gone. That's an easy first cap here for the side of the Hangzhou Spark. Let's see how long they can hold it for, though. Develop now going to be swapping it up. Choice A1's moving over to the Tracer, and Develop's going for the Sojourn.
Yeah, I think that's the correct call to make because, well, first of all, we've seen how important, how impactful Sojourn is. I mean, we saw Kai dominate here not even that long ago. So, great map, great opportunity for Develop. I know that he has actually got a pretty decent Sojourn behind the scenes. They did manage to catch a little bit of that during the Alpha. Might be some time ago, but look, players that were good at Sojourn in the Alpha apparently are still pretty good today, a la Kai. So, how's that going to work now? Choice 1 as well, back on who his comfort pick for the Tracer. I think that's important.
It's actually Shy who moves forward to contest the point, ends up finding Rio. Falls low, just tries to keep himself stuck into the corner. As Choice A1 dashing through, trying to wreak havoc. Shy not quite able to line up the head. Recall's going to be burned, though. As he moves up, gets a bit of an aggressive angle, throws down the dynamite. Will get a burn across onto maybe 1 or 2. Overall, not going to be leading to too much damage, but the Bob is not that far off now, just 25% away.
Yeah, it's a lot of lead for the Spark as well. I mean, they do lose a member here, so it could be advantageous for the charge. And they need to get a lot more off the back of it because it is Spark just kind of just breaking away so far, snowballing.
Yeah, they've made it happen now. The picks onto both of the supports. Super Rich sent sailing off the side of the map. They managed to collapse in on top of Irony. They're looking to stagger and, delay this point gap as much as possible, but 68% is as far as it's going to go for now. The Hangzhou Spark are going to have to reset and come back in.
Just a reasonable number of kills there for Choice of 1. Importantly, I mean, look, as soon as we play heroes we're a bit more comfortable on, put Develop onto a pseudo sniper, put Choice of 1 back over towards the Tracer, suddenly things look that much better for the charge. And it is about personal execution sometimes as well. Speaking of which, see what kind of damage Shy can do. Bob is available now, should be contesting the point with that ultimate very, very soon.
Yep, goes ahead, sends it out straight away. He's looking to get the headshot tap there on the Develop. Wasn't able to find the follow-up. In the meantime, Alfie, he finds Farway and Develop does get stomped down. Bernard on top of him, finds the enemy Sojourn. The cleanups there onto Unique, and it seems like it's not going to be in control for too very long here on the side of the charge. 34% accrued, back into control now of the Hangzhou Spark. They have 4 ultimates to defend this with, Avril.
It's a lot. I mean, to be fair as well, charge at ultimates, but failed to use them. Alfie gets solo kill to Farway. Didn't go for the Transcendence there. Don't know if it would have been the right call, but certainly dying feels pretty bad for the Guangzhou Charge now that we're heading towards Final Fight territory. And there's, like you mentioned, so much to play up against. When Spark are this far ahead, they're looking comfortable in terms of being able to take away this first map.
Windows used first, but it's not for Shy. He's not playing off of that, but they still managed to set up the kill for Super Rich as Rio comes back around the corner. Tag on the Choice A1, the recall used. You can tell he doesn't quite know exactly which direction the Tracer was going into, but Develop is now gone, as is Unique, and I think even despite the flip, you can put a fork in this one. It seems pretty darn done. The flip will come back through for the side of the Hangzhou Spark. The OT is going to bleed away. Rio maybe can get there for a last-second touch. As he tries to crash in, he does. Extends it for a little bit longer, but doesn't last too very long. The beam finishes him off, and that will be the end of it here as it all bleeds down. 40% locked in the last round for the side of the Guangzhou Charge, but Hangzhou, they take it 2-1.
Really, really one-sided when we start things out with on the Ilios ruins for the charge, but once we get away from that, once Alpha Yi is allowed to play something he's a lot more comfortable on as far as we look at the Echo goes, and it was domination from Alpha Yi. I mean, he led the frags the entire way through as soon as he got on towards that Echo. So many final blows, so many solo kills as well. Really, I mean, we talk about the Alpha Yi Rookie of the Year candidacy buff. That came through big time for the final 2 rounds.
How was the what's the final count of Develop's deadlift there from the first round? I'm gonna guess it didn't come to fruition.
It's gone from me now, but yeah, I mean, you dominate on one round and the next 2 don't look too good for you. He got a few more frags on the Sojourn, but ultimately the charge fell off pretty hard.
All right, well, guys, that is going to be map 1 in the books. We'll see if the Guangzhou Charge can answer back as we look forward to King's Row for our hybrid map. See if they can make this a tied-up series. We went the distance twice in a row yesterday. Why not have 5 maps for all 3 series today is what I'm saying. We'll see if it can happen when we come back from the break. And hello, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. It is time to carry on our first series of the day, and oh boy, could be a very long one because we've got 3 matches. In our first series, though, the Battle of the Zhous. It's Hangzhou Spark who managed to draw first blood. They take Ilios 2-1. Looked decently competitive off the rip. Develop finding some really nice shots with the Widowmaker, but as we moved on, it very much kind of went the way that a lot of people expected, given that this is a 5-1 team versus a 1-5 team. Hangzhou Spark seemingly woke up.
And it seems like, you know, Spark, they already had a great start in the kickoff clash for good reasons, and we saw those reasons once again when we moved away from Ruins, because we had Develop on his best hero for the Widowmaker for Ruins on the charge side of things. That definitely helped them out a lot. But you move over towards Well, get to Lighthouse, Alpha gets to play the Echo again, not really a Genji meta anymore. You know, teams will still try, Zest will still try, right? But you're looking towards Hangzhou Spark, Alpha Yi kind of saying, okay, you know, we're not going to do that, so we are still going to play a lot of Echo, though. That's still a very good hero for Ilios, and Alpha Yi showed us why, so he can carry on something like that. Shy picked up some steam as well once he moved over towards the Ash, but it's a Guangzhou charge kind of faltering once they got off the Widowmaker. It seemed like that was the thing that was giving them so much to work with, and as soon as the Widowmaker was gone and Develop wasn't playing it, they stopped winning.
Yeah, I mean, Develop was just diffing Shy in that moment. You can see as Shy shifted over to the Ash, a bit more reliable, nailing his shots quite regularly and giving them a hell of a lot of a worse time. Now we look for the King's Row. We'll see what they have pieced together, but of course, Krong coming in over Rio. We're heavily anticipating that it's going to be the Sigma, and we already see that flash right now on our screens.
Yeah, that'll be the choice moving forward here, as the other choice would have been if you kept Rio in, play the Rhine maybe, but the Rhine kind of, you know, incentivizes or pushes Alpha Yi to go back over towards the Echo. That has been one of the Rhine counters so far that I've sort of seen across the league. Burner being the off-tank player of the Hangzhou Spark has a few options. We saw the Burner ball, unlikely to see that for King's Row. Now, he could be playing the Doom, or he actually could be matching on the Sigma here as well. Currently highlighting the Doom, I believe they'll be rolling out with that. Kind of spoke about the curiosity of seeing Shy on the Sojin. Well, now he's going to debut it.
All right. Out the gates, Alpha, you're going to be shifting over to the Hanzo. Something that we've seen from time to time. Got a very nice glimpse of it on Colosseo yesterday from Prophet, who absolutely destroyed. We'll see how Alpha is going to be looking with it, but as far as the shield break is considered, trying to get rid of that protected barrier could be pretty darn reliable, so don't dislike it by any means, as the high ground for now just going to be contested. They move up. That's the grasp forced out there from the side of Krong. Discorded up, but otherwise relatively safe. Hasn't taken too much damage.
And I look at Alpha Yi as the biggest difference maker. You talk about the Hanzo, right, and the difference is Choice One's playing on the Tracer instead. The shield breaker's all on the side of the Spark. They don't have that on the Guangzhou charge, considering where that Tracer is, but Irony finds Unique first, so that's already going to be the first 5v4.
That it is. Now Krong trying to get himself back up onto the high ground, but that call is going to come through. Barrier's got to be used just to try to block out the orbs from Irony. In the meantime, Shy will find the opposing Zenyatta. Point occupied for the moment by Irony. Just getting that cap rolling through as Krong has to just dip out the opposite side. Still quite low on HP. Cannot afford to really push forward here. Needs to get some heals into him. You can see Unique doing his damnedest to make that happen. Super Rich does get picked off. Now the Immortality field cleaned up. Can they contest the point is the question. They're starting to make their way back over already. 2.5 ticks have come through. Krong makes his way over, finds the kill on a Shy, but Choice they want ends up going down. Alpha Yi. It's that Sonic Arrow to the skull. Gets rid of the enemy Tracer. Now Develop is out of the fight. Trance is going to be forced. They pop that just for good measure, but the cleanup should come through, and this should lead to the cap eventually for the side of the Spark once they're done dealing with Krong.
I think the bare minimum here for the charge is that they do have to force some ultimates, right? So the fact that they do get a Transcendence out of Irony means it does cost the Spark something. But the fact that Spark can get 2 kills basically unresponded, start capping away, 2 ticks are gone, and Charge are trying to get back in. Credit to Krong to actually touch, by the way. I thought it had to be Choice of Juan. He ends up dying pretty quickly to Alpha Yi. But this is a hard game for the Tracer. He doesn't have a tank to work through in terms of getting a dive going. He has to try and harass and play these flanks solo, maybe with a bit of help from the Harmony of Harway, but beyond that, it's not a good environment for a Tracer to kind of succeed in. And it's also King's Row as well, where, you know, not that many flanks to work through. So, again, we look towards this Alpha E Dragon Strike plus just playing the Hanzo in general to be the biggest difference maker.
Alpha E leaping away, manages to take himself out of the flux. Helps to get choice they want at the same time. Develop will find Bernard with the nade, throws that down to the floor, ends up getting the elimination. The Dragon Strike not going to be fighting too much, maybe splits them apart for a moment, but they're still trying to push forward. Super Rich going to end up getting taken down, but far away instantly responded onto, and Unique now is eliminated, so that's going to be the tank. And the support's gone, just Develop left, trying to slide and leap his way out to safety. Grabs the Mega Pack, does get topped up a little bit there, but they're still very much on the hunt. And there you have it. Yep, Shy connects with the railgun to get the kill.
Yeah, there's about a 3,000 damage gap between Spark and Charge right now. I mean, your guess is the Who, right? It's definitely Spark in the lead. 2,000 of that is just an Alpha E's Hanzo versus Choice Tracer alone. Again, Choice Tracer not really able to get too much done here. The cap's already nearly there. So if there was a time for Choi to try and get flanks going, set something up, that time's just gone right now. We need to see some overclocks coming through. Both of our Sojins have it. And it has to be Charge going first because they got to defend.
Yeah,
Cap's
not going to be the nano block,
corner.
obviously, as we don't have that available, but it's going to be popped first. Develop tries the match. He ends up going low, slides back around the opposite side, but Shy just cheats the corner a little bit, gets line of sight, manages to take him down. Tran's going to be used by far away. Irony using his second, but Super Rich has already been taken down, so it's definitely a world where the Charge could be able to win out this fight, but as I say it, Krong ends up falling, as does Unique, and that is just going to be the cart gliding into point B. Another minute and a half added to the time bank. It's 4 minutes once more in the clock for the Spark.
It just looks so comfortable, Shy, as well. I mean, this is his exact type of hero that he can master. Solo kill to Develop as well. Both of our Sojin players using the overclock, and well, Develop will get the one shot there. So can't even really blame Fireway for popping a slightly, well, I don't even know if you would say it's a late trance. Beautiful headshots on Joseph 1 from Alpha Yi. But the Fireway Transcendence wouldn't have even saved Develop, right, because of the damage coming through from the rail. So that wouldn't have been the difference maker there.
Yeah. Limited options. There's Alpha E now scouting, spots him. Does he just throw the Dragon Strike? Yes, he does. A little bit of a downward angle, and it's perfect. Cuts off the rest as well. They are still contained in that side room. They push forward.
No
Unique
supports.
ends up going down as well. No supports in the fight. Immortality Field is there, but they clear it out. And Choice A1 gets 2 for 1 with a Pulse Bomb. A nice little pickup for him, finally finding a bit of value with the Tracer. Cart now going to be halted up, but they gain quite a bit of distance for only a minute invested. There's not much further to go, so Spark can absolutely afford a reset here.
250 remaining here. I mean, time is actually somewhat dwindling for the Hangzhou Spark, despite winning pretty much every single fight up until this point. Choice of 1 going over towards something a little bit more comfortable for him. It's going to be the Genji. I did say that Genji, not fantastic in this particular meta, but you do have Zen to help yourself out. The Zen on the other side is going to be tough to take on out, especially when you consider the fact that Alpha Yi is also controlling that high ground. Choice of 1 trying to fight for it, but just can't do it.
Yeah, just too many people up there. Super Rich is there as well. So even if he gets close to taking out Alpha Yi, you have that Immortality Field that could always come through, and then that forces him back down, or they get the elimination. Sonic Arrow's out once more, just scouting, seeing how many people are playing off the flank. There's a Flux, it's a massive one. They don't quite clear the Immortality Field in time, though, so not going to find the eliminations off the back of it, but the Rock connects and far away disappears. Now, no supports. It's just going to be Krong trying to sit on the point, but with that Discord Orb, he just cannot do it at all. Cart will end up finishing here at the end. It's a minute and 54 seconds locked into the time bank for the side of the Spark.
It ends up being a flux differential when you consider that both of our bat players are going to drop down a window. One of the perfect counters to the window is definitely going to be the Flux. Burner has one, Krong doesn't. And Spark off the back of Burner getting a couple of frags there, deleting through that lamp. They'll make their way over, and that's on top of just having largely superior map control all the way through, but definitely onto C. I mean, looking from Choice of 1's POV, struggling to contest Alpha Yi at all, who at this point is, you know, leading the way as far as damage goes, even above Shy. You know, I talked about the damage differential coming through. I'll have to say again, Choice of 1's Tracer really kind of presence was not felt. It was kind of like a 4v5 the entire way, just because it's too hard to get that hero to have any sort of good value. And Shy as well, I think, has a much better performance so far in the Sojin compared to Develop. Maybe that's because, you know, having some extra damage from Alpha Yi plus the Sonic Arrows to reveal definitely helps out your sniping capabilities. So Spark, reasonable cap, 154. It's a good time bank.
Will not be the Hanzo for the follow-up defense. Alfie going right back up into the skies with that Echo. Choice at 1 looking like it's just going to be that opening shot with the Widowmaker. Swap over. We'll see what he lands on. Is it going to be the Genji out the gate? Or does he try the Tracer once more?
5, 4, 3.
Yeah,
First
maybe
we're gonna lead
Widowmaker
to
out of
the
spawn.
former.
We wouldn't be staying on this Widowmaker for sure, so we're looking towards either a Genji, hopefully a Hanzo, it's going to be the Tracer. Okay, well, we'll see what kind of missions can happen from Tracer 1 side of things. Has to ideally go towards the Hangzhou Spark spawn, set up something from behind, force plays to turn around, maybe open up some angles for Develop to play through, but if Choice 1 can't do that, it's going to be another 4v5.
Starting to make his way into the back lines now, dashing over towards the archway, tries to get on top of Shy, I believe. Yep, puts a little bit of damage into him, just playing out of the hotel. Shy, in the meantime, relocating to the high ground, joining in. Says, Bernard, you've got a nice big barrier to sit behind, so I think I'll be a bit safer from the Tracer in this position. Almost gets the kill on to Develop there, and Bernard will manage to get him just with the left click. Made out the opposite side. Choice A1 once more, offering up a decent bit of damage here on a Shy. He moves forward, he tries to get the elimination, but he falls right into his trap. The rail comes through. Pierces the skull, and that's him right back into the respawn room. Mortality field just to be able to exit back over towards bus. Guangzhou charge already off to a bit of a rocky start.
I mean, I respect Choice of 1 going for that play. You see that Shy is low. If you get that kill, even if you die, ends up being pretty worth as far as respawn distances go. So we'll go and do the same thing again. The pressure is certainly on Shy. That's the discorded target. That's got to be who they get down. They get Alpha Yi instead, but it's traded.
Yeah, from beyond the grave. He had the sticky bombs already set there on a faraway, so it does end up falling. A 1-for-1, and he'd probably rather have the support in this scenario, so I'd say it's still a trade up for the side of the Hangzhou Spark. Alpha Yi as well can join back in somewhat quickly. Has a slight little boost as he takes to the skies. Made down, not quite going to be clipping and getting damage out onto Krong there, but Shy still leading Develop in that charge towards the overclock. He dropping low on the floor, goes straight back up into the air. The pulse bomb coming down. Shy able to slide away from it. Elimination not going to be found. Choice 1 for now, still occupying the point. The first tick going to be locked in for the side of the charge. And now Shy does end up falling. Window comes out. Limited options for people to try to play off of that irony. Sending some shots over towards Krong's barriers. Bernard continues to try to hold the high ground here. Second tick nearly locked in now for the side of the charge. They're going to have to contest this at some point if the charge can continue to play forward. Flux is there, as you say, though.
Overclock as well for Shy. It's going to be really important for the follow-up on this fight. I mean, time is running out here. 1:30 remaining for the charge. They still do have a Transcendence available. They need to use that to counter the Flux. Bernard's being patient because he's not forced to do anything yet. Time is slipping away here. I mean, Spark can just they're allowed to play with sitting on their hands. It's really up to the charge to force these fights.
I thought they were just going to continue to occupy the point and try to drag them off this position, but they're not able to do it, or they decide not to. Couldn't quite tell. We were watching that high ground bout for so very long. Choice A1 in the meantime, just nearly half. Another pulse bomb ready to go. 14% away. Alfie taking a bit of damage. Bernard sent up by an accretion off screen for just a moment, but manages to stay alive and in the fight. Duplicate available if Alfie needs an immediate bailout. But, I mean, there's just nothing coming through right now. It's just skirmishing. They finally start occupying the point again, but Alpha Yi, he pushes out a hotel, finds Faraway by himself, gets the elimination. There's the Flux, pushes Krong up into the air. He's already got no HP. The Immortality Field will save his life for just a moment, but as Unique dives in to try to save his life, they both collapse onto the sticky bombs, and Alpha Yi will claim 3 kills in the fight.
I mean, you just have to kind of look at the economical advantage there. I mean, Spark had all these ultimates available, about 4 ultimates available. I think Charge had only the Pulse Bomb, plus I think Transcendence, which we noted, was there to save somebody from the Flux, didn't end up getting used there. Charge just couldn't get those kills. I mean, I'm watching Alpha U's HP go down, but he's still alive, still gets healed up. I'm watching Burnout go to low HP. He's still alive. He's fine as well. No one on the Spark is dying, and Charge are failing to start these fights. They don't have the resources. They got to get these damages translated into kills.
Yep. Single tag into Irony back over towards the archway, but Shy pops the overclock, finds the rail shot on the far away. That shot just really ensured that there was no way he could survive. Krong now, the one who needs to occupy the point, ends up getting taken down. The OT will bleed away, and it's going to be a full hold at the hands of the Hangzhou Spark after a successful push here on King's Row. That's going to move them up now 2-0, looking to replicate the results from the last time they played against the Charge. They're looking for another 3-0.
And this time as well, you know, they being the charge here, don't have any specific picks that are getting value over what Spark are doing. You don't have Develop kind of dipping Shy anymore. In fact, the opposite is now true. Shy on 10 final blows, Develop on just a 2 there, with a lot more eliminations for Shy as well as far as assist goes. Alpha Yi completely out-damaging choice Juan, and this is where you have to kind of target and look at some of the hero choices for the Guangzhou Charge as well, because they don't quite have that same damage output long range when they have to develop, or rather have to rely on this sort of tracer play coming on through. Krong's doing his best here. He's keeping up with Burner, but it just looks so easy for the Hangzhou Spark when they're the masters of both sky and land as far as Alpha Yi on the Echo, Shy and the Sojin. No one's dying, they have ult advantages, everything going in the way of Spark that you want, and they just have to bleed the timer down and wait for it to tick to 0.
Well, now in a position where they need to reverse sweep, much like the Valiant just yesterday. I mean, if you go by transitive properties, looking back, the Guangzhou Charge, they've beaten the Valiant have beaten the Fusion. The Fusion was in the grand final, so therefore, Guangzhou Charge are just as good as the Seoul Dynasty, I think. I think that's how that maths out. So they can definitely pull this off. A reverse sweep is absolutely necessary if they want to get this win. And as you said, Avril, they need every single win. They need a flawless stage for it to be mathematically possible for them to make it into the Mid-Season Madness tournament. We'll see if they can start that when we come back. We've got Route 66 coming up next. catching up quite soon. Hangzhou Spark currently in the lead with a 2-0. Things looking a little bit rocky. It was a good start for the side of the Guangzhou Charge, competitive at least on the first round. Ruins going their way, Develop looking utterly incredible on the Widowmaker, but they haven't found much purchase since then. It's been a really rough road. It feels like Alpha E Shy very much have just leveled up their performance from that initial round and have really been running away with it.
And I think, if you're the Spark, right, you're allowed to give away one round, then come back, win the map anyway. Everyone will forget about Ruins in due time. I'm sure for Charge, they'll want to remember it as a sweet memory. It's the only part of the gameplay so far tonight that has been looking strong. That's got to turn around immediately. We are going towards Dorado. Opportunity, I think, not Dorado, Route 66, but in either case, the Escort map where opportunity for Develop to go back over towards Widowmaker, you have to find something that is definitely working, that can make a difference on a map like this to attempt a comeback. We saw Dire Straits LA Valiant come back from a pretty rough situation as well for the full reverse sweep. We know it's possible, but can it be doable? Guangzhou Charge, it's your turn to kind of prove that this can be the kind of result you can go for. At least get a map in here, something to satiate the Charge fans to at least know that their team is here to play for something tonight, because what slim margin, what slim hope there is to make it into the mid-season madness, like you sort of mentioned, like I mentioned at the start, requires basically a 6-0 here. They have to win this match, so they got to put everything on the table now.
That they do. We'll see what happens as we get ready to open the gates. First on the defense here, though, is the Guangzhou Charge. Krong just sticking through. Not going to be seeing Rio rejoin, so we'll be more of the Sigma. I mean, something that Krong has been, in the conversation for one of the best Sigmas in the past, but has not been able to show it so far today.
Well, you would need
sleep dart.
You would definitely need everybody to. It's definitely not a 1-versus-1 game, right? So everyone have to kind of help you get back there in terms of your own performance. I did actually mention on Kings Row, I felt like Krong, at least statistically, was able to keep up with Bernard fine. Some of the other positions, though, unfortunately were failing and kind of falling behind there. So defensive first for the Charge here. Much prefer choice of one being on the Hanzo, although that being said, I'm not going to sound like a 180 from the last map, but this is actually a lot more doable for a Tracer. So the fact that Alpha E has chosen Tracer here is a lot more acceptable than when Choi tried to do it on Kings Row. Still probably would prefer the Hanzo, but the Tracer will be okay.
Nice damage out from Shy, chunking both Unique and Krong. They will get topped up, though, as they slide their way down the ramp, contest the cart, keep it locked in place. Bernard on a little bit of a walkabout, well into the back lines. See when he decides to strike and where it's going to be. There we go. See him there on the low ground. Drop down choice A1, has that Orb of Harmony on him for now. Takes quite a bit of damage, but will be able to survive. Alpha E just looking to poke and prod, try to build up towards that pulse bomb when possible. For now, sitting dangerously low at 31 HP, and heals will just start coming over to him.
Halo stalled, by the way, for the longest time there, so it's not like Spark kind of sneak away in extra meters. Great on me pick from choice of one. That's what you want to see out of the Spark, or rather Charge, to get the Spark down. So can they convert, though? Because you see a lot of Spark members are still committed. Spark haven't been able to retreat. They could go down.
Spirit in a bad spot now as well, kind of isolated all on his lonesome. They keep track of him there with the Sonic Arrow. There's a little bit of reinforcement. Alpha E managing to find Develop, but Bernard has gone down. The Flux coming through. That's going to force the Transcendence here. They use it as Krong gets up close and personal with him, looking to land that accretion. Doesn't manage to do so. Barrier comes down to keep himself protected, and Irony ends up falling all the same. Dragon Strike through. I mean, they're just throwing the ults. He says, yeah, I can build that up pretty quickly. Lets it fly. Won't find any eliminations with it. As Unique does get picked off, and far away uses the trance just to try to keep everybody else alive in the fight so they can maintain this hold. Cart starting to inch forward once more for the side of the Hangzhou Spark. We'll see if the Charge can continue locking this in place on the corner.
Oh, that's big.
Great shot, though.
Yeah, and you got Super Rich coming back as well, so it'll be more than a 5v4. Farway's only kind of, or rather Unique's only kind of just rejoining the team now. Overclock's available. Shy can just pop there any time. Develop cannot answer. In fact, there's no ults available on the Charge at all.
Yep, they've used everything that they did have, so the Overclock can find an immense amount of value. Minefield now going to be dropped in on the ramp. Pile Driver knocking them all up into the air. Immortality Field going to be cleared out. Overclock is popped. Looking for some more targets. Krong getting chunked lower and lower, and well, the ult will only find one at the end. It still offered up a hell of a lot of damage and a hell of a lot of chaos that the Charge could not really clear their way through. The cart will roll forward, but decent time by at the start. That is not a bad first hold here for the side of the Charge.
I'll tell you what, I mean, like you said, the ultimate might not have gotten all the damage in there, but the disruptive shot, that nade, certainly did. So the piece of utility shot from Shy catches basically everybody from the charge on that high ground. They can't move anywhere, and they'll get slowly cleaned up. And in some ways as well, if you want to be kind of a little bit even more nitpicky about it, it's kind of good that Shy didn't pick them all off with the ultimate, because it allows everybody else on his team to charge up extra ultimates. But it is Develop's turn now. He's got that overclock. This defense needs to get going. We need to slow this payload movement down. Payload is not currently moving, but Spark is still there.
Well, okay. Krong wanted to kill Super Rich, but didn't realize that Faraway was going to do it for him. So Flux not going to be finding too much value there. Alpha E does trade it back, though. And now Irony going to be gone. Staggers continue to fly through, and Alpha E not going to get anything with this pulse bomb. They say Juan going to buy some space here for his squad. Bernard's going to be rolling back. Spots Krong here on the low ground. They have him low. They want to pressure him out. They will be able to do so finally. That's going to open up a good amount of space now for the card to start advancing. Still plenty of time to try to recontest this, and ults are very much online for the charge.
They've been online for a while. That's the biggest problem here. Trong actually goes over towards Zarya. Interesting enough. So they've kind of abandoned the long-range poke composition. They want to brawl a little bit harder, but they need to get these ultimates underway because we have that overclock. We have the window that's been popped now. Unique has an angle. It's been covered by Shy.
Shy just dropping down, relocating.
Oh, wow.
The rail comes through, and Faraway can't kill him fast enough. They do make it a 1-for-1. Develop now with the overclock pop. Gets right up into Super Rich's face. Manages to find that elimination. Trant's going to be forced. Irony's pulling the trigger on this despite the fact that there was only 3 people alive. And now Develop gets a headshot on the Alpha E. With Trant's very much an overstep here from the side of Irony. Now he's going to be left out to dry. Choice A1 just looking to hound him down. Maybe they will let him walk away. Develop picked off as Shy returns.
I mean, the end goal, the end result ends up being that Irony survives because he thought he was going to die to the overclock. He lives. He gets to support Shy now, so the long game, despite the initial transition, is not looking the best. Yeah, like you said, they're going to make it work. In fact, they got a huge player advantage. This will actually be a cap.
It feels like that should not have been allowed to be, transitioned into a one fight, but they managed to make it happen in the end. Absolutely massive. Utterly incredible.
Just the timing
from
of
the side.
It's Shy coming back from spawn, right? I mean, you see the Irony Transcendence ending, him taking position again to keep himself safe, and then Shy returning, instantly frag and Develop, and enough Hangzhou Spark members being there alongside Irony to then get the payload across the board. So, yeah, it's a weird line of play that ends up finding the good result for them. They'll take it. Still 2 minutes remaining on this time as they head towards the C point. This is where I respect that maybe the Zarya does have some value, especially now that you've got Burnout down. It's tank advantage.
Yeah, trying to crash through, but Discord Orb so much focus fire, didn't stand a chance.
Burnout's going to change.
Slowed up, so could not try to escape. And yep, he's going to swap over to the Sigma himself. Give a bit of a rougher time for the Zarya. Getting through that projected barrier unless the team can do it for you. Zarya not going to be able to be too successful in that endeavor. Choice A1, though, starting to heat up, finds 2 eliminations. They're looking to try to get rid of Bernard for some extra stagger, but he's a little too close to the spawn room, a little too healthy, so they will go ahead and disengage. It's 1:27 now left in the time bank for the Spark.
Well, this ends up being a bit of a rebuilding phase for the Spark, and not a lot of time to get the rebuilding going, so they're going to have to enter this building half-built. Scaffolding still on. Make your bed, sleep in it. Shy with the opening frag, already pretty comfortable.
Moving forward. Overclock now up here for Shy. There's the nade. He's going to pop it. He goes aggressive. Looks for the elimination onto Unique. Immortality field just around the corner. Breaks line of sight. They do manage to finish that off the headshot on the Krong. Gets rid of the enemy tank. Sees Develop sliding away. He was anticipating a jump. Did not happen.
Oh,
Pushes the corner, and Choice A1. Goodbye, good night. Now the slide down. The window is there to try to stave them off, but the Spark they just circumnavigate it. They push through it. They don't care. Grab is used, but it's not going to drag anybody off the cart, and they cannot get there fast enough. So with 38 seconds remaining, the Spark will manage to make this a successful push to the end.
Spark's just putting all the damage, right? Shy giving up his life, but collecting so many frags. It's not a lot of members in charge of alive towards the end there. Crom curiously grabs the spawn just to try and catch anybody. Has to then be the one to touch the payload. Can't do so in time. And it's all over. You'll at least be okay with the fact that the silver lining for the charge is that they managed to pull it down to at least, 38 seconds as far as the time bank goes. But the map completion here is super important for the Spark, considering that once we had Burner swapping from the Ball to the Sigma, as Ball not really a hero that you can successfully play on the C point of this map, which is why we expected the change. They didn't have too much to play through. It was basically just the overclock, and that had to give them all the value. It did. And Spark will ride it all the way towards the end. So good changes, good choices, good mechanics being displayed there. Spark will be happy with that result.
Yeah, for sure. Especially if they can just kind of replicate their defensive hold on, from King's Row here on Route 66. Get a full hold, have it be over. We'll see if they can pull that off. But oh, I love your fun facts. Lay it on me.
Here we go. So we've had one full half of Route 66 so far, and in that one half of gameplay, Shy's railgun accuracy is 80%. 4 out of 5 rails connecting.
Okay. That's pretty good. It's pretty decent,
I rate it. It's acceptable numbers. I like it. Yeah.
It's actively incredible. I mean, he's been looking wonderful on this pick, and it's just, he's one of those players where it does kind of feel like this hero may have been created for him. He's just been looking so damn clean with it so far. A successful debut.
He missed one, and now it's 77. That's a shame.
Oh, no. He's garbage. See if he can connect the next one. Try to build it back up.
That's the 1 out of the 5 that you missed. The other 4 hits.
Alpha Yi narrowly avoiding that accretion. Had that connected, would have certainly gone down. Would have opened up a decent amount of space for the side of the Guangzhou charge. But for now, moved the card up with relative success. Hasn't really been stopped. It's just been slowly cruising up. Super Rich now going to be gone. Irony out of the fight as the support's eliminated. Shy going low. Gives his life to take out Develop, but Krong is quick to reply. Alpha Yi still hovering around here in the back lines. Pulse Bomb nearly available. Throws it, and he manages to get far away. And he stays alive, at least for a little bit longer. He's trying to play elusively, but there is enough members of the charge nearby to go ahead and scoop up the kill. Now the contest is going to be pretty damn close to last second if the charge, or the Spark rather, decide to fight this, and it looks like they're going to.
We can't go wrong with Krong, right? He's going to keep the push going as much as possible. The rest of the cavalry does arrive here. Looking at the ultimate side, I mean, the Flux is nearly there. Flux can actually win you this fight if it catches big.
0.89 meters left, and yeah, if you just drag them off the cart, that could be massive enough. Goes for the Flux, picks up Super Rich. He's going to be sniped out of the air by Develop. Krong doing his job, finding a nice isolated target. They get that elimination. Far away, however, going to be taken down. Irony finding that kill. Shy with a sliver of HP off screen. Narrowly manages to stay alive as Choice A1 tries to get up close and personal. Pulse Bomb still at the ready, but now the Transcendent's going to be used by Irony, trying to keep everybody else alive. They collapse in. Krong a bit surrounded inside of Big Earls. Develop sends the nade, and that's going to be the ult pop there on the overclock. He's looking for some targets. Bernard going to be the first one to fall. Looks for a bit more, jumps up over the top. The rail not going to connect. Now Shy pops his own. Mortality Field going to be gone. He's looking for the hit. Manages to get the body shot, but Choice A1, he's just driving in the chaos. He manages to collapse in on top of him. Gets that kill now with Super Rich and Alpha E gone. The cart will glide through, so a minute and a half, or two and a half minutes rather, going to be added to the time bank here for the charge.
So important for Charge to shut down Shy like that as well. Now Choice A1, after having a bit of a rough King's Row, starting to show up on that Tracer. So Krong will do most of the legwork to get the payload in position, and the rest of the team in that final engagement will get across the line. The time is just okay for now. If you want it to be competitive, this has to be a pretty smooth B. So 38 seconds on board for Hangzhou Spark. The goal for Charge will be to at least, we'll hope they can get it before the overtime. We'll say that for now is a pretty achievable goal. Just the Transcendence online for far away, nothing else available. Should be Spark's chance to attack first. They have that window. Would like to see them pop that.
Bernard eliminated, trying to contest forward. Mortality Field going to be taken down away from the charge, but I don't think they're going to be too perturbed by that. Then again, Shine will get the headshot on the far away. Unique dies in the window. It's not going to be seeing much use. Let me slam it shut. Did the Spark develop? Just trying to sit here. Low on HP, 4 health remaining. Tries to get to the Mega Pack, and he just about can't do it. Bernard manages to capitalize just at the very last second, then immediately turns his sights over to Krong, who is more than safe. Mortality Field used just to keep him alive as the charge try to get a reset.
Shy wants to spawn count here as well. I mean, he was so
say,
close
if he just
to... onto, I think it was
just
Develop walking out?
Yeah.
That would have been sick.
Or no,
that would have been so sick.
Maybe it was Choice A1.
I don't know.
Either way.
In either case, somebody would have got domed by Shy had he not been spotted. Have to really credit, by the way, Irony and Shy for outplaying the window coming down for Unique. I was saying that maybe Super Rich could make a play for the window, ends up not needing it. And Unique doesn't even get any value off his own. So now it's still in the hands of Spark to use his ultimates whenever favored. Burner can keep playing the ball for the entirety of B. Doesn't have to swap off just yet. Use the mines, but then die for it.
In his dying breath, pops that ultimate. Not sure if the went out or if that would have gotten canceled. Developed in the meantime, has been eliminated, but it's going to be an exchange of the Sojourns. Unique finding Shy. He's going to get pulled up into the air there by the Flux. Cart now once more advancing forward. Guangzhou charge could still end up with a better time bank if they can glide this forward and get the finish here in the near future. Choice A1 harassing Super Rich, continuing to pummel him down lower and lower. Pulse Bomb still held, hasn't committed it to the fight yet. Now he's going to be looking for it, lobs it down, won't find the kill. Irony, despite not being stuck, still wary about dying. Goes ahead, throws out with the Transcendence. Alfie going to be taken down. Develop finding the elimination, but Bernard gets right on top of him, cuts him down to size, making sure they can't find additional value there with that overclock. Super Rich, however, has been collapsed upon. Irony is gone. The support's out of the fight. Shy trying to drag this back, gets the hit, and here it comes. Bernard from behind. Barrels over Choice A1. They get the elimination off the back of that nice rail. Wrong now, the only one playing forward. Likely to fall. It's a big stagger, and now just 50 seconds remaining for the charge.
You know it's rough when Develop dies almost immediately while popping that overclock, so can't find anything off it. Good job by Bernard there, who I think got something like 3 kills in the middle of that fight. So secret Bernard ball tactics and ball mechanics that he's been practicing behind the scenes, showing up pretty big here for this current meta. And final opportunity here for the charge for sure, less than 30 seconds. Again, they're trying to finish the entire map here, and it's looking less and less likely.
Unique is going to go down. Immortality Field, I think it just expired. They get the elimination all the same. Then Krong dead. That's the closest ultimate they were about to have. Now no Flux, no tank, no support, no DPS.
No chance.
Choice A1. He needs to pull a rabbit out of a hat here, but they are still so far away. The fight is off the card. It looks like he's trying to dash over, get the touch, and just about makes it. Manages to force this out. Actually cleans up an elimination onto Irony. Recalls back. OT starting to bleed away once more. He's going to have to go for this. The blink in. He forces OT once more. Bleeding away, Krong limps his way over. The Flux now coming through, gets the pickup only onto the Hamster. And that'll be the cleanup and the finish. Yep. Not going to be able to find any value, not going to get the eliminations. Hangzhou Spark will successfully hold just in front of point B. And that is going to be them taking this series in dominant fashion. A 3-0 once more.
Yeah, I mean, Hangzhou Spark towards the end there, the B defense was not to be broken by the charge today, not at all. I mean, every single attempt by the charge, trying to use the window there, trying to use the overclock, whatever ultimates they had, doesn't end up working for them. Krong dies at the end without being able to use his Flux until the end when he comes back and respawns, but he's by himself anyway. The touch was gained by Choice Juan at the cost of his own life, dying to the mines. And Charge had been mostly, I would say, behind the entirety of not just this map, but the series overall. For those curious as well, I'll just give you a bit of an update because you're probably wondering, okay, what did Shy finish with as far as railgun hit accuracy? Because he was at 80% at the midway mark after the halfway point, right? So at the end of the map, a full map of Route 66 still had 71%.
That's still pretty damn good. I mean, really great performance there from Shy on the Sojourn, and he's going to be our player of the match as well. I mean, from the get-go, rough trying to go toe-to-toe on the Widowmaker. Develop definitely got the upper hand in that battle, but once he had swapped over onto the Ashe, you saw, he and Alfie really started to wreak havoc, and with his debut on the Sojourn, it looked impeccable from him.
Absolutely, and to kind of credit the supporting caster as well, I really felt like Alpha Yi turned up the heat on that second round of Ilios coming through with the Echo. Sometimes, when one of your players is having a bit of a slow start, in that case it was Shy and the Widowmaker with the Goose Egg, nothing to show for it on Ruins. Alpha Yi carried the way. Bernard's balls were surprisingly, actually kind of good. Carried them at a few points, but once we got towards the end of the series and Shy brought out the Sojin more. We saw it in the Kings Row, and then especially here on Route 66 where I highlighted just how accurate he had been, and we're seeing some of the clips through the overclocks. Just brilliant stuff. I mean, that final fight for capping C point, for capping the last point, was all Shy. He just dove in at the cost of his own life, killed everybody, they got the cap, and then, well, I mean, nothing was really had to be said on the other side as far as defending goes, because they might have lost A, but the B defense was solid.
Well, some nice damage dealt, and like you said, we might not have the accuracy backed up here on this graphic, but the 71% at the very end, just great from Shy. Sojourn clearly just one of those heroes made for him. So a solid look for the Hangzhou Spark as they kick things off with a very clean victory. Some things to tighten up, obviously. Shy, I think the Widowmaker at the beginning was very much just a kind of a warm-up, not feeling himself on that pick, because as soon as he shifted over to the Ashe, he was nailing his shot. So I think it was just a little bit of a rough start, so maybe some more warm-ups for the Spark before they get ready to go into their future series, but we'll have to just wait and see for the future. Either way, Spark very much still looking like a contender here in the APAC region, a team that's going to be vying for a better position going into mid-season madness, and we'll see if they can get it done. It's a solid start, but we're going to discuss this and maybe the future of the Spark and the Guangzhou Chargers a little bit more in a couple minutes in our game break, so don't go anywhere, guys. Myself and Avril will return in just a few minutes.
The Overwatch League is brought to you by Upper Deck, the official trading card of the Overwatch League, and by TeamSpeak, the official voice supplier of the Overwatch League.
super. The Dragons teach us that if we want to climb high, we must do it against the wind.
Welcome to the Watch Run Pre-Show. My name is Katinka Gschwind, and with me are my trusted analysts, Stan Reinforce Larson, Neil Costa Kennedy, and Jae Hyun. What is benevolent burglar, I guess is your nickname for today, Lim.
I am a very good burglar.
He helped me break into my own home yesterday because
I broke into Katinka's house
that's
yesterday.
True.
Because she lost her keys.
I didn't lose them. I just left them inside my house.
And then you were panicking. And then I was like, do I have permission to break into your house?
Do I look like I could actually crawl inside my window? No.
How would you rate it? 1 to 10, how good of a burglar is...
Pretty good.
I was really good.
Yeah, and there were no traces afterwards. I felt a little unsafe in my home afterwards.
The gloves.
Yeah. Very stealthy. I was like a ninja.
Basically a ninja.
In and out.
Basically.
Very quick.
Very, very impressive stuff. Also, yes, we're using our middle names. I personally really love your middle name, Reinforce. Sten.
Sten? Is it Sten?
That was my grandfather's name.
Sten or Sten?
Stone.
Sten or Sten?
Did you say it means stone? Your grandfather was named Stone?
Yeah.
How's it pronounced?
He
Sten
was
or
a
Sten?
fisherman.
Then are you Sten
He was
the
a very
third?
respectable individual. Owned his own boat. Was a fisherman, and his name was Sten.
Sten. Sten.
I like
I
it.
butchered it. I like it though.
Yeah.
It's a strong name. I like that. It's good energy. Neil, good energy. Love that. Jaehyun, love that for us. Katinka,
Katinka.
I don't know what happened
No,
there.
Katinka
This is a little
big
fairy
energy. That's
stuff.
a big
Like it's very
energy.
strange. Anyway, speaking of strange, we had 3 matches happen in the Eastern region overnight, and if you slept through it last night, well, it's not the biggest of deals because we started things up with a bit of a 3 Overwatch overnight. But we're still here to catch you up. So first, it was the Zhou versus Zhou, the classic. Charge took on the Spark, and after I would say one-sided round on Ilios, Spark, they just suddenly woke up, dominated the rest of this one-sided match, looking very confident, I feel, and flexible, most of all, in the current meta. Costa, what were your takeaways from this game?
Yeah, this was a good Joe down. You just saw develop.
Very nice.
Oh, heck, well.
That was good.
We had develop absolutely pop off on the first round on Ilios Ruins on that Widowmaker, something we know him for, and that was about it from that Joe team. The Charge really struggled to get anything going in this entire series. They have Krong coming in to play that Sigma. They can play the double flex support with Unique and Faraway, but this was just an enormous DPS differential in this matchup. Alpha Yi and Shy just putting on an absolute clinic of how this meta should be played and also the flexibility that they have. Shy on the Sojourn, no surprise, is just absolutely incredible at this hero. The fast pace just absolutely developed. And Alpha Yi on the Echo, a pick that not many people have played so far in the mid-season tournament, just making it look so good, so easy. So the Hangzhou Spark looking to be a challenger once again in the mid-season tournament in the APAC region. Johnny's giving me fist pumps from the side. While the Guangzhou Charge, their woes continue. I'm starting to regret believing in this team because it just doesn't feel like anything's coming together individually or as a team, and I don't know what their redeeming qualities are at this point. So maybe some extra signings, maybe some change up of their roster would do dividends. But right now, 1-6 after this match.
Yeah, something's got to give. They're currently in the last place of the standings. We'll take a closer look at that a little later. Now, the next match of the night was the Seoul Dynasty taking on the Shanghai Dragons, and Seoul was quiet out there with their comps. I feel like, they were forcing the Dragons to respond with whatever they were throwing at them, and that consisted of Cassidy, Zarya, Farah, some working better than others here, Danny. I feel like the real story was, of course, Fitz taking over the game on Hanzo and Sojourn, but the APAC region just That's calm chaos for you.
I mean, yeah, I love chaos. You love chaos. We all love chaos. All right, I'm gonna give the Prophet a Cassidy. Okay, it made sense. I mean, it didn't really make sense, but like it's Prophet just playing head scan, just clicking heads, right? The Pharaoh one. Not so much, but Seoul was able to adapt. They're like, okay, this doesn't work. All right, let's calm down for a bit. All right, let's get back into the game, and then they just dominated. Honestly, Seoul Dynasty are looking really, really good right now. I love their aggressive playstyle, and I think you can really feel their confidence. And you mentioned Fitz going crazy on the Sojourn. He did go crazy on the Sojourn, but like not only Sojourn, he played Hanzo. He was super good on the Hanzo. I think what other hero did he play? There was one more play. I mean, but I'm kind of blinking up, but he was Fitz was really good, and we have Prophet. Prophet's always been good. Smurf was the player of the match for this match, but I think we have to mention Creative. His Ana was sort of the hero that allowed Smurf to really pop off. So I think individually, Seoul Dynasty, all the players are good. I think the team synergy is there, and they are super, super impressive. Shanghai Dragons, they did lose a match, but I mean, I don't think they looked bad. Izayaki, he is one of the best Zen players. I think he's showcased that in this match as well. They have Lip. I think, Shanghai Dragons is still a great team, but right now, for this match against the Seoul Dynasty, just Seoul had the upper hand. Shanghai Dragons weren't able to keep up with Seoul Dynasty's sort of aggression, and I think that's why Seoul Dynasty got the win today. But yeah, I think overall this match was a very, very interesting match, very fun, and I think just from both sides, it was really a good match.
Yeah, I just really enjoy seeing the Seoul Dynasty having such a good grasp on the meta and having the flexibility, like with Smurf being able to play the ball, play the Sigma, and they can play whatever they want and get away with it.
Did you just say grasp on the meta? They played Farah double flip support.
But that one didn't work. But I'm just saying they can play the meta if they want to.
Yeah, I see what you mean.
And they have the flexibility to be funny
Seoul Dynasty
with it as well,
has that
obviously.
versatility to literally play everything and make it work. I think that's what impressed me the most.
And the meta works for them. Like they can play it. They don't have to. They can be cute with it, obviously.
They can play Farah if they want.
Exactly.
I remember Fitz also played Sombra, and he got a lot of value through his hats.
Oh.
Fitz slaps.
Sombra value.
No, he did.
We're not allowed to say that on the watch point.
No, I'm gonna say it. I liked Fitz's Sombra.
Oh, you said it out loud. There you have it. Now, but if you guys thought that the Dynasty was out there with their comms, well, wait until we show you this next match. Philly, I feel like when they went up against the Chengdu Hunters, they tried to go above and beyond to show some questionable choices after they literally won the first map on Lijiang Tower with a Echo Tracer dive that looked good, that are competent, and afterwards they just reverted back to the Winston Ana dive. I have analogy to the current meta kind of situation. Then followed up with Roadhog as well. I don't know, Jonathan. Like, who are we praising?
Roadhog!
But it wasn't though.
That's a whole hog if I've ever seen one. I mean, at first glance, I was like, oh, I'm gonna go in on the Philadelphia Fusion. I'm gonna clown on these guys. But they actually kind of made it work.
They didn't make it work.
Look, hey, it kind of worked. They almost got the full cap. Playing Roadhog on first point and third point. On second point, they had to swap to Wrecking Ball for a little bit. But the Philadelphia
lost the map.
Yeah, they did lose the map. But okay, so
So it didn't work.
you can make fun of Philadelphia Fusion's compositional picks here. And look, okay, you guys know that if someone plays dumb compositions, I'm the first one to point it out. But the Fusion here, this was actually a very close map. I mean, Circuit Royale, as we're watching here, it went into overtime and it was displayed from Jinmu that ended up sealing the deal pretty much, capping Philadelphia Fusion's point A push here, and then Chengdu making it their own on their own attack, securing a further distance than the Philadelphia Fusion. And here on Colosseo as well, Jinmu's Genji was a big key for the Chengdu Hunters here. But Philadelphia Fusion playing Soya comps here, playing their own like Genji Sojourn, like it's not always the compositions you want to see from the Fusion, especially knowing how good they played Lijiang Tower, being able to play the Senyala compositions with the Wrecking Ball, right? But overall, it was a very close series. This one, Colosseo went back and forth as well. It was just a final push from the Chengdu Hunters that ended up sealing the win for them and making the difference. I guess the question really is for the Philadelphia Fusion here. Well, if you're not gonna clown on them for their compositional picks, like, are they supposed to keep this match close, or are they supposed to be a team that dominates the Chengdu Hunters? Like, they made the finals of the kickoff clash. Can they just like end up losing to the Chengdu Hunters, and they lost yesterday as well? Like, at this point, maybe we should expect more from the Philadelphia Fusion. Maybe we can't keep making excuses and be like, well, it was close or whatever. Like, maybe no. Put your foot down.
More hog.
Put your foot down. You're supposed to dominate these guys.
That's all we were saying.
More hog than Eichenwald. Come on, Fusion.
takeaway there, wrong
You're
take.
better than this.
But yeah, I mean, Costa, you said it yesterday. Philly as a team, definitely boomable. That might have happened.
They're full boom right
might have
now.
happened. Let's actually take a look at the standings and how they look like in the Eastern region so far to get a better picture of where we're standing, heading closer and closer to the mid-season tournament. Now, Seoul sitting comfortable on top. Spark is looking good as well. Now, which of the teams are you not angry but disappointed with?
That's the Fusion, right?
Yeah, it has to be the Fusion, as Johnny just said. The only reason that they are in the middle of the pack right now is because of those 2 league points they received for reaching to the grand final in the kickoff clash. Other than that, they are 3-5 in the regular season. That is a very poor performance. I feel like we're riding on this high so far of their beginning of the season when they went 3-0, they were dominating everyone and we're excited. But they've actually been losing a lot of matches they should not be losing. So Fusion fans disappointed. I guess it's in their DNA at this point.
They just need more hog.
No,
It was pretty good.
You do you, Philly. You do you, Philly. Just
but
keep
it's not
doing
working,
you.
Danny.
I'm not playing.
But
I'm
how
not a
fun
player.
it was to watch, I guess. I don't know. Yeah, you don't have to deal with the losses. Either way, this is how the Eastern region is looking like right now. And next up, all of us are going to project who we think is up and coming or out in the Western region. So this is going to be a conversation for the mid-season madness because we've almost seen like 2 weeks now of play. So I think it's totally fine for us to make declarative statements on the state of teams as of right now. So join us, and you of course can screen cap and clip all of the action to hold it above our heads later on, right after this break.
Please don't.
Welcome back to Watchpoint. It's time to decide, at least in our humble, probably not so humble opinion, who will be in and who will be out of the Midseason Madness tournament. This segment is not sponsored by Los Angeles Burger Joints. So let's take a look at the standings to kick things off. And I can give you guys an example so you know the assignment. Like, I would make a very bold statement such as, I don't think the Vancouver is going to make it. Yeah.
Oh,
wow.
Out of the mid-season tournament. This could be one of the many hot takes you could run with for this very segment. But let's kick things off with you, dearest Danny.
Okay.
Danny.
Let's Katinka.
Yeah. Jaehyun, you have an idea about Costa's favorite love-hate relationship.
Yeah. I just wanted to sort of get Costa angry a little bit, so I just said Washington's gonna get in. Washington's gonna make it in. And here's my reason. I mean, they're smack dab right in the middle. They have 4 wins, 4 losses, and if you look at their schedule, they're going up against Toronto Defiant, which I think if they lose this, then they're in a whole lot of trouble because they have to go against Gladiator Spitfire. But if they win this and then the last match, Vancouver Titans is very winnable too. I think if they, and they might come on top against London or Gladiators, there is a possibility. And yeah, I think just, logically speaking, I can't say logically for Washington. But speaking of Washington Justice, they do have a chance to, win against these good teams if they show up that day as a good team, And
If they play good, they're good.
Yeah. No, they are. That's the bottom line. If they play good that day, then
bad,
they're really good.
No good.
If not, then yeah. But I mean, and just individually, they're players. Like every piece in this team, like Krillin, Decay. It's so hard to bet against them, and I know that is why you hate them so much. But for me, I kind of like that. You never know.
Kosta's just angry because he cares.
Yeah.
Right?
Well, not anymore.
Oh,
I used to care. No.
Now you're just.
Now I'm just an
apathetic.
angry, salty old man, just yelling at
I like that
clouds.
energy.
I feel
too.
like we
can go
complement
with
each other. He's like invested and angry and don't like them, and I'm like invested, angry, and I do predict them.
Yeah, that's two sides of the coin. That's for sure.
I'm not angry.
Costa, you can get back at Danny and talk about his absolute favorite team, the London Spitfire, where they are in out.
Well, you betrayed them because
Yeah,
I didn't betray them. Why
Yeah,
did I
you
betray
did.
them?
No, you did betray them. You didn't
Yeah,
predict them
you
that
did
one
betray
time.
That
But
one
don't
time.
worry.
What time? I don't remember. Oh, you guys are making
You predicted Toronto last week.
Last week.
No, I don't remember that. I always predicted London.
Don't worry about Danny. London fans and London, I actually believe in you guys. I believe the London Spitfire are going in to the mid-season tournament, which is impressive.
Let's go!
Considering that they did not make the kickoff clash, so they did not receive that bonus point from that, but they have been going on consecutive wins. They're at 3 in a row right now in the mid-season madness,
Wow.
and they're at 6-3 in the regular season. They are accruing those points. They are jumping over that top 8 that they need to get in to qualify, and the rest of their schedule is not that difficult. We have the Paris Eternal, a team that's 1-7. They should be able to get over that team easily, and then they have some somewhat more difficult games towards the end with Dallas Fuel at the very end, which, with how much Dallas has been struggling, the London Spitfire could get over them with their phenomenal Reinhardt play. The thing that we know them for, they've been able to play this rush composition, and no one's been able to find a easy answer. Some teams have been able to beat it, but London Spitfire are a very unique style. But on top of that, they have Poco, who has been coming in to play that Sigma. They can play that double flex support if they need to. They have the versatility to play on all of these maps and not be that one-trick team that sort of cornered them in the kickoff clash. So excited to see more of this team, and I believe they're going to make it to the mid-season tournament, and we will see them in Hawaii.
Yeah, I love that this is the timeline we're living in, where you can say like London is a real contestant, and they're looking good. Now, Reinforce, he talked about our cousins across the pond. You're having a look at some of our neighbors up north. Toronto, are they in or out?
Just gotta give it to him. Shouldn't I?
Be honest.
Just be honest.
Be honest.
We all
Speak from
know.
your heart.
We all know.
Come on, guys. It just ain't it. It just ain't it. Like, really, Muse Winston, this is the best you got? And look, they probably spent the entire week, practicing other kinds of compositions. They're going up against the Washington Justice today, and they have an equal record. You can't really understate how important this match is today for both teams to get an edge to make it in. Because if Toronto loses today, they gotta beat either like the Gladiators or the Shock later on, which is going to be an incredibly tough task, especially considering how poor they looked last week. I mean, this Muse Winston composition just ain't it. So I truly do hope that they've developed some kind of new strategy they can utilize this week, whether it's playing more Wrecking Ball, where it's bringing out Hotba on the Sigma, but just play more Zenyatta. Like, it doesn't even matter what tanks you play. Just play the Zenyatta hero. It's really good. I promise.
Twilight.
Play the Sojourn hero. It's really good. I promise, guys. Come on. I know that they've been undergoing some changes with the head coaching staff, etc., and they assigned a new assistant coach this week, I believe, to help this team out. But with what the data we have from last week, it just didn't look good at all, and I hope they bring some better performances today.
Yeah, one can only hope. I'm dreading doing the picks for this particular match because I just don't trust anyone at this point now. But these are our predictions for the upcoming tournament. But as always, we're jumping the gun. So first things first, I think we all have to figure out who will win and lose today's matches. So let's all take a quick break to lock in our pick'ems over at pick'em.overwatchleague.com. And then afterwards, we will be back and break down all the action between the Washington Justice and the Toronto Defiant. Welcome back, one and all. Our first match of the day features the Washington Justice and the Toronto Defiant. And, this is a very critical game for our standings, as the winner will move into a qualifying position, because currently we are having them at number 8 and number 9, respectively. So, yeah, a very, very important match for the seedings for both of these teams. And now we know that both of those teams they've heard us, they've heard you, our dear viewer, before. So my analyst crew will now try their very best to re-establish some trust for both squads. Jonathan, starting with you, why should people put their eggs into the Justice basket once again? Why?
The Washington Justice are back.
Oh, come on.
They turned a new page. This is a new team, okay?
I said this like a month ago.
Gone are the days of them being all over the place, okay? Hope has been restored, and it's with Kalios Sigma, okay? They look so good when Kalios is the tank for this team, and when they're playing the Sigma hero, and they do their defensive setups, and they allow players like Decay, Happy, Krillin to pop off, and they just play these defensive compositions. I love this, okay? Just don't sub in Mag. Please don't. And look, I'm not even, it's not even your fault, Mag, okay? Well, maybe a little bit. But primarily, it's just like the playstyle. The playstyle of playing this Sigma, I think it suits Washington Justice so well. It's the meta these days. It frees up Krillin to frag out on the Zenyatta. I just like it way more than them trying to set up these dives with the Wrecking Ball and trying to capitalize on the back of these slams. Or even playing Doomfist to an extent. I understand that you can't really force Sigma on all maps either, but primarily, I just want to see Kalios being like the mainstay tank for this team, because I really do think that it alters the way they play, it alters the way they approach team fights. And if we take a look at Kalios Sigma stats so far this season, he's third in accretion stuns per 10 minutes, he's second fewest deaths in the entire league on Sigma. I think Kalios is a really good Sigma player, and if they can rally around him, if they can play around this Sigma, I think that's going to benefit the Washington Justice a lot. So there you go. There's the Washington Justice Hopium for the day. I feel hopeful again. I feel hopeful this 1 hour.
Love that pitch here, Reinforce. I'd buy that vacuum cleaner. Very convincing. Costa, I heard you want to sell us today on the Toronto Defiant. How are you going to do that?
Good luck.
The Toronto Defiant are back, baby. I think the Toronto Defiant, we found the secret sauce, and here's where it is. I found where it is. It's the Hotba Sigma. I think Hotba Sigma is going to come in. They've been playing the Muse Winston. It's not really Muse's fault. Well, it kind of is. But I think Hotba on the Sigma is going to come in and absolutely pound. We know he has this pick in his wheelhouse. We know he is a great player at it. We even saw it a little bit in their most recent match, and it looked good. I want the Defiant to lean on this pick from Hopper more. I want them to play it. The dive composition just isn't their style. They're way better when they can play around their great backline. I want to see Hopper really step up to the plate, move away from that style, and really go into their strengths. It is a great meta for it. They have a great player like Hisu on the hit scan. We know they have great DPS players. Finale's been popping off. Play to your strengths. Don't force this dive composition that isn't good, and just play between the Hopper Sigma. I think my really genius points that I brought up should really leave the Toronto Defiant to come back to their standings. And look at Hopper on Sigma this season. Number 2 in accretion kills. Number 3, in accretion stuns. These stats are pretty good in consideration of how many great Sigma players we have in the league. Lean on him, play on the Hopper, and the Toronto Defiant are back.
I mean, can you be mad when he copies your homework if he does it better than you?
Yeah, that was
better.
That was genius, Scott. That was genius.
Smart.
That was pretty smart.
Better?
Anyway.
Well, we'll see who wins. Okay, whoever did it better is the team that wins today. Okay?
Yeah, we'll see.
All right.
We'll see.
All right.
Exactly.
Yeah.
That's exactly how
Completely
these things
up to
work.
us.
Well, Danny, you can be the tiebreaker.
I'll be
here.
tiebreaker.
Okay, so who are you gonna sell us on today? Who's gonna win this?
I'm not really selling, but it really depends on you guys. If you guys are feeling lucky, I want to talk about Washington Justice. I feel like this team is sort of like a gotcha game. Like there's a certain chance where you input your emotional currency, and then it's either they return it with a really super rare, big win, big performance, yeah, and then or sometimes it flops and fails. It's like a gotcha game. So
and then you just lose your emotional currency.
Yeah, you do. Basically, that's it. So it's really up to you guys. But I mean, Happy, and also even if you get Happy or Decay, there's also some times because it's like a gotcha game that they don't really perform sometimes.
Yeah.
So it's. Bottom line, it's up to you guys. If you're feeling lucky, go for the Justice. If not, I guess Toronto, but that's still a gamble as well. So yeah, today's match, I think my bottom line is do whatever you guys want to do.
That was so helpful. Thank you so much. That really helped me when making my picks this day. And I honestly can't wait to bring up our picks for these matches. Are there any surprises? I don't know. Let's find out. Let's take a look at who we all went for.
Oh, you're throwing this match, Costa?
I decided I didn't want to pick. I would rather, instead of gambling and putting in my emotional currency, as Danny said, I would rather just not. I'm just going to lose. And I'm just going to accept that I don't want to put any more emotional damage on myself, and I just take the L.
You might win big with Washington Justice.
Or I can
might get that super rare SSR card. Called Decay.
I love that you pulled the Swiss card here. I was like, I'd rather take the L. Here, take your emotional support, Ganymede. He will help you through this as we are ready to start this game. Let's see. I mean, we all picked Washington except from Castle, so there's no winner or loser here on the desk either way. That's it for the Watch from Pre-Show, though. Thank you all so much for joining. The Midseason Madness Qualifier continue right now.
I can't do it, Ganymede. Washington's back.
Dance for Super. The Dragons teach us that if we want to climb high, we must do it against the wind. What's up, everybody? That's right, it's Mitch Leslie here with Jack Wright helping you start your Saturday off with a bang here in this Mid-Season Madness Qualifiers. Mate, can we just take a moment to acknowledge the loopiness of the desk right now? What is this fascination with the Sigma players, especially with New Queens, Circle Royale is in the map pool at the sixth map, if we need it. So much focus on those sort of players here. You can definitely see that our analysts struggle to really put either team at a distinct advantage in this matchup.
Yeah, well, I think they're just melding minds. I can imagine it's a little bit hot in that small box thing that they got going on, and they're just kind of.
They got bloody AC. I'm the one in my garage.
I'm sure
it's just not an excuse.
I've got AC too. It's nice and breezy in here. It feels very good.
It's
I don't know. Maybe their maids are
90 degrees in here. I just don't want to hear it being too hot as a bloody complaint. I've been stuck in this bloody garage for 2 years, mate. Hey, the Washington Justice, they've been stuck in the doghouse lately, though. Let's be honest, because a lot of people, including our analysts, have been very sort of low on them here. But it was a close matchup against the Houston Outlaws coming into this year, but it's the same bloody story. All right, we're flipping a coin for the Washington Justice. Every time we see them, Danny likens it to a gacha game. I can relate. It's a bit of a tragic myself. Yeah. But the truth is, we rarely know what to expect from this roster until they hit the battlefield.
Yeah, it is tough, mate. That's it. Do the Justice flip the coin today and they get heads and they just pop off? Or do they flip and get tails and maybe it's not so great today? And they have Happy, who's could potentially be one of the best Sojins in the league. Like, his aim is cracked, he's extremely good at Widow, and then you have Decay on the Tracer. And I think this, like for a lot of other teams right now, Mitch, is a very good meta for teams that have extremely good solo players on the team. Decay, amazing Tracer. Happy, amazing Sojin. Krillin and Opener have also been very, very good. Kalios too. Like, a lot of these pieces from the Washington Justice can work together. Happy and Decay just need to show up big here today. And the Justice, I think, historically have been a team that, look at the playoffs in 2020. Like, Decay comes in, he plays Zarya, and then they get how far? Like,
far enough.
No one really expects that. Exactly. No one expected that from the Washington Justice. And I think this is the meta, and this is the tournament that they can really cement themselves in the league and get off this 4-4 streak that they've been on.
This aggressively mid feel from the Washington Justice is only mirrored by their opponents as of late, the Toronto Defiant. These are two teams right now at 4-4. And yeah, the desk is correct in sort of saying that, hey, I mean, you know, there's win and in scenarios from here on out for these two teams heading into mid-season madness. Now, looking back at this team, right, we saw the Toronto Defiant try and get some value out of Hisu playing the Sombra, which is not an uncommon pick at all. It didn't look good. You know, I mean, you called it out yesterday during the game saying, I don't know if this will work. It worked then for Shockwave, but for Hisu, not the same. But what happens when you stick this guy on Sojourn, Jack?
Oh, God. He just actually collapsed. Like, it's kind of insane. You have two completely different maps. One you play Sojourn, one you play Sombra. It's kind of like, okay, Sombra, meh. It's very meh. And then you go to a Sojourn map, you go to Midtown, and he's just getting... Look, Sojourn is extremely strong right now, but still, getting these big, like, 4Ks, like, headshots after headshots after headshots. Like, it's something that Hisu is extremely good at. Another incredible DPS player.
You did that.
I did do that, yes. I think it's been done a couple of times this season already, not by myself, so I thought I'd just throw my 2 cents in there.
I'm glad you joined the peanut gallery. Carry on.
I was excited for the Toronto Defiant this season, and I honestly still am. Twilight, Chorong, Twilight obviously a God Gamer Ana player. He can turn fights just with a nade, he can win fights just with a nade, and Chorong, another very good rookie player that has come in this season. There is a lot riding on this match. It's going to separate one of the teams from this very mid 4-4 scoreline, and I just hope it propels one of them upwards to greater success, because these teams historically as well haven't been the tippity top of the league.
No,
this is their chance to turn that around.
Right? The Toronto Defiant has
There you go.
still not been able to like shake free of the narrative that has existed ever since their induction into the Overwatch League. It's been a team that goes even and wins and losses, and they're a factor, they're a feature. Maybe sometimes they sneak into like a qualifier or like a sort of playoff scenario, but they rarely penetrate all that far. They always lack that X factor that we see from so many of our other champion teams. I'm looking forward to see what Krillin displays for us. We see Kalios here, so we think, okay, well, there's Zarya, Sigma, possibilities here. Krillin, Zenyatta, been really, really effective. Very impactful so far, and something that Justice can lean on. It's actually mental, just how offensively oriented this team is. But again, you know, it can fall apart pretty quickly, especially when you start to see their backline get exploited a little bit more. So if we get the Sigma here, this will be less common for New Queen Street, right? Like, how many teams are playing this composition here?
Yeah, not many. I mean, it's more like Divey, Winston, Doomfist is an extremely popular pick on this map, so
Zarya
Justice are going to TP out. Zarya at times, yeah, very different, like, yeah, defense-orientated. Okay, Happy, Decay, Sojourn, and Tracer. This is what you want to see. Just... Decay, we know he's a world-class DPS player. It's just which version of Decay ends up showing up. And, of course, like we mentioned, this is the day to kind of turn that around. They want to be not aggressively mid. And on that kind of train of thought, you know, Hisu finds him with a headshot pretty quickly. Okay, well, that's not the best start for the Justice.
Well, the problem for me is that the Justice are playing a poke comp. That's the composition that they're going for right now. They're not Baptiste, they're sure, but, you know, Kalios, Krillin, Happy, but they're the ones that actually get poked down by the Defiant setup. So Toronto didn't even have to, you know, play more aggressively here. Okay, there it is, Happy. Good poke. Like to see that.
How did they let him get away with that? I don't know. Like, you see him kind of firing down a corridor. He's going to get charged pretty quickly. I'm surprised they didn't drop sooner. But you're losing your Zenyatta there is pretty bad, and losing your Tracer a little bit worse. This is what I mean. Happy could potentially be one of the best Sojourns in the league right now. His aim is just unbelievably cracked, and on a hero that has such high mobility too, it's just unreal, like godlike pop-off potential. The poking composition, it works when the Tracer on the enemy team has fallen, because you're not looking multiple ways to try and deal with this Tracer. You can just look forward, poke the front line, and hopefully take down Muse, at least low enough, or maybe kill him before he can make a big engagement.
Have you seen Muse try and make an engagement at all yet? I feel like that was such a slow
yet.
fight, and we just watched Happy go from point A to point B to point C, just eliminating people, never under any kind of pressure.
Take care of them.
This is the point in the map where Justice have to be a little bit careful, although Finale missing the pulse bomb, maybe not so careful. The poke composition, if you end up rounding this corner, there's a lot more sight lines for your DPS to take, and even your Zenyatta. Decay's already got a pulse bomb of his own. Easy stick onto Muse. He was discorded too, there was no hope of him surviving. They even nano Kalios to try and end this fight. Poke comp Mitch working out so far.
The Defiant, though, okay, yeah, you definitely need to find a little bit of conviction. They need to actually make an engagement here. So far, it's been Hisu randomly picking people off. That's what's been sort of started them up. Finale's had very little success on the Tracer so far, and that's Krillin getting involved once more. The Transcendent's also getting thrown in here. Kalios looking to make a bit of a gambit here with the Gravitic Flux. You have to wonder what that's even for.
Enemy here.
Yeah, the Zenyatta's both go down, and Finale, Chorong, sorry, was nanoed in that fight. Twilight used it to save him, and then we hit Krillin with a Transcendence. It looked like more of a, I wouldn't say desperation, more just kind of, okay, if we hit something now, maybe we can stall for longer so the bot doesn't push. I know this isn't the highest value Transcendence, but regrouping is more important, especially on push maps. As long as you can stall the bot on the opponent's side of the map, your team can regroup a lot quicker. But now Kalios is switching over to the Doomfist, so they just want to take the fight. Poke comp on the defense, not normally as good. There's still a lot of cover you can utilize if you're the Toronto Defiant against the Poke comp. But Happy, he's got the rail. He's ready to go.
There's a Transcendence in play right now, though, and even though he can penetrate through that healing, he opts not to. Instead, just trying to add his damage to the pile. Happy is playing this like a sniper. Extremely far back until he realizes he has a chance to pounce on the Zenyatta here. Finale steps up and knocks Happy down. The Toronto Defiant looked pretty comfortable there through that fight after they started off with the Transcendence.
Yeah, Happy took a long time to act, and you said, well, he's playing it like a sniper all the way at the back. But the rest of his team already got dove on by Muse, so it's more of a go button. You need to hit a little bit quicker. They almost get the checkpoint, in fact, 2 meters away. That rather unfortunate for the Defiant. Felt like Happy needed to go in a little bit more aggressively there since the rest of his team weren't having a good time. Pulse bomb for Finale, though. Yeah, and Opener's already in trouble. Very little protection for it. You only got a Zenyatta on your backline, and there you go, already dead.
I mean, the disruptor shot there from Hisu was fantastic. Meant that Krillin couldn't get healed, I think, or couldn't help Opener as he was starting to get pressured down there. Happy finds Muse. That's not too shabby here, but the Defiant have a pretty good way to start this fight off. They get the backline first, and even though they lose a couple of players here, obviously they're able to start moving his bot back a little bit as the Justice must regroup.
Yeah, it's very scrappy, like extremely scrappy right now. No fight is, well, it ends up even, I suppose, because the bot doesn't move.
Kalios? You're kidding me?
Yeah, he just died.
He took a ton of damage from the disruptor shot, and then I guess he just gets lined up with a Discord, or hoping the pressure from Twilight there. Happy though able to respond, bailing his team out once more. Okay, Nano Sojourn. I'd say I've seen an awful lot of that.
Yeah, I will say the left click on Sojourn when she is nanoed, it sounds like a water pistol.
Yeah.
Like a really heavy duty water pistol, like a big old super soaker.
Right, really makes it feel more powerful than normal, right? Yeah, really.
Yeah, normally you're like, whoa, it's great. Like Sombra's weapon is one of my favorites.
Overwatch 2 dev teams, like, yeah, we've really like beefed up the noises, make it feel extra lethal. Here's a super soaker effect for you when you get nanoed.
I mean, it sounds cool. It sounds like maybe like an alien weapon is what they were going for, but kind of thing. But yeah, it sounds kind of funny. It sounds like water to me, but there you go. Okay, they're nearing the checkpoint, but it's a very easy defense here from the Defiant, having the high ground. Hisu has the overclock, but Chorong going down first, not good.
I mean, Decay was in a pretty good position there to cause a lot of problems. Hisu fortunate actually to sort of shut him down a little earlier on there. Krillin at range again, finds yet another key pick-off. Kalios dueling with Muse, and it looks anything but finesse.
Yeah, it's like a backyard brawl.
I don't know what to make of that one there. Yeah, definitely a wet noodle fight while Krillin was there getting the real damage done. Regardless, the result may well be a checkpoint here, which is huge. The Justice picking one up here outside of like an overtime situation, Jack, that's a big deal.
Yeah, it's super big. Especially the Doomfist going down last is pretty bad because he can't just sit on the payload and stop the bot from moving towards that checkpoint. So not the best. Ideally, you want to retreat and then go for a re-engagement, but Muse ended up taking the 1v1. Or maybe it was a 2v1. The Zenyatta had Discord orb on him, so that kind of sucks. But now Happy with the railgun. Justice have pulled all the way back. They know they've got a fair bit of time to work with. They got almost 4 minutes, but if Happy finds a big kill here, could be all over.
Disrupt the shot, fired down. Good combination there. You just saw Kalios jump in and then jump out. Apparently his Meteor Strike is going to be thrown in the back line. Immediate sleep, but Twilight's still going to get run over by Decay, who quietly in that fight snatches up at least 3. And the Justice might be back into an aggressive position once more.
Stick.
Nice stick. Yeah, that's big from Finale. Bit of a parting gift.
That was nice. Finale's been very impressive too, by the way, for the Toronto Defiant. A lot of these Korean Tracer players that have come from Korean contenders and the flex supports have just been god gamers. And it's nice to see them stepping up against people like Decay too. That's a lot. You come into the league and you're like, wow, I have to face like Pelican, Decay, like, come on, bruh. It doesn't seem fair, but Finale's been definitely a standout for Toronto Defiant thus far. 2 minutes to go. There's only a meter separating. Decay with a pulse bomb. They're cycling their DPR souls pretty well, or just not even needing to use them.
Oh, force trans.
Force trans.
And, I mean, Hisu's down, so you're forcing trans into a fire. I mean, Twilight, yeah. About that healing, bro. Forget about it. It's not going to help you. Transcendence essentially nullified there, and Happy looks to try and get a little bit more aggressive, and this is where the Justice just seem to be the better team. Yeah, there's moments, right? Hisu finds an odd pick at the start of a fight, or Finale has a cute pulse bomb, but it's the Justice that just, when they really have to get started in these fights, Jack, the Defiant get absolutely rolled.
Yeah, the overclock pretty good against Transcendence if you got a crack shot. I remember getting called out one time. Someone said, "Oh, I can't believe you're so stupid. Did you not Transcendence gives immortality to everybody?" Yeah, I hope you're watching, buddy.
No.
Decay with a pulse bomb in the spawn should be pretty easy clean up, especially after Twilight goes down first. And with the bot being this far with 2 minutes remaining, it's really tough. Like, the Justice can play all the way back if they lose people and just wait and fight. Did Decay not see Muse? Like, no HP just fling past him?
He has to have.
Yeah, I mean, maybe he was just like, yeah. I thought he might chase after Muse, but I guess Twilight was spawning, so maybe thought it was a bit of a foolish play.
Punch there, though, Jack. That stopped him real quick. So the Justice, they're playing this map in a way that I kind of expected teams to evolve into it, right? There's no incentive to push here, really, because of the risk that it incurs. Not as bad as Colosseo, but the Justice, I mean, don't have a great reason to try and go much further than they already have right now. No. It does mean the margin for the Defiant is easy to catch up on, but there's a butt scratch on the other side for Toronto, so even though they get the checkpoint, Jack, doesn't really mean much.
Dude, he hopped off the bench straight over that pulse one. It's really nice positioning. Hisu being asleep is not good. In fact, Muse in the backline already. That Meteor Strike, although it doesn't do as much damage as it used to, it's still an unbelievable disruptor tool. It gives you so much overhealth. Hisu with an ultimate. This could be the last chance for Toronto Defiant to turn this one around, Mitch, but Hisu's in a little bit of trouble.
Yeah, under pressure, gets a defensive Bionic Grenade deployed towards him, but Decay is going to burn him down in midair. Kaleo surges forward now.
Decay.
Yeah, he's popping off.
This is what you wanted from the Toronto Defiant, for Decay to step up, and he has been doing that in recent weeks. It's just the rest of the Washington Justice team that need to step up to that extra level. This is what you want to see. The DPS players from the the Washington Justice just elevate their play with these solo heroes, the Tracer and the Sojourn. And it's so nice to see Decay just popping off on Tracer. And they've got 20 seconds to go, Mitch. Good luck. I mean, Hisu has to hit something nasty with this overclock.
I mean, Hisu has 4 kills to Happy's 13. Finale has 3 to Decay's 12. They're getting absolutely dominated. And this is what I mean, this is the Justice's best weapons. It's why they built the roster this way. It's functioning as intended. I mean, even Krillin has more eliminations than Finale and Hisu, respectively. So this is what we talked about, the very keen weapons available to the Justice.
What a stick!
That's a beautiful stick, and Happy had the extra damage there as well, but it probably wasn't even needed. Overclock here. Happy harassed by Muse as he tries to push up here, but there's just so many defensive mechanisms in play. Happy doesn't have to sweat it at all. But a grenade at Muse. So even with Trans in play, he's still a great risk, but the Justice, again, they're not incentivized to go too aggressively here. Krillin, Cossack kick to the breadbasket. Finale is down.
I mean, that's basically it. That is painful. Watching the Washington Justice backline get dove on, they just nano Krillin, and Krillin just ends up just popping off and surviving for like such an ungodly amount of time. Plus, you then have to touch the robot. Masterclass from the Washington Justice so far. What a surprise. Decay is showing up on the Tracer on a map that's very, very well suited to that pick. Yeah, he's still as good as ever.
Well, I guess if this is a gacha game, we managed to pull the 5-star in a big way. Decay and Happy looking elite right now. I mean, the Justice, the DPS don't hold a candle to them in that map, and that's just a fact. Stick around, everybody. Chances for the Defiant are plenty on the other side of the break to make a run back. So almost every team in the Overwatch League, especially those that perform well with regularity, have superstar DPS players. The Washington Justice roster is constructed with an even heavier lean towards those dominant DPS players in Decay and Happy, and you saw them turn up in that previous map. Pound for pound, the Justice were miles ahead of their opponents.
Yes, super far ahead. I mean, he's had a few nice rails, yeah, finale, couple of picks here and there, but I mean, it's the Decay show once again. Who's really surprised? We're going on to Watchpoint Gibraltar next, and there's another very good map for the Justice. Happy can play Widowmaker if he wants, and I think this is also a map you can play Sojourn too. It's the slide, the power slide is so good at reaching high grounds because you can jump at the very end, and you can close the gap on something like a Widowmaker very quickly. Will they end up playing Widow, or will they play Sojourn? I think on offense, you might just want to play Sojourn, and you come out the top spawn doors, you hit the slide, the power slide onto the high ground. As long as there's not like, you know, someone kind of waiting for you, you should be okay. And taking control of height just leaves Widow a whole lot less space. I'm curious how this map is gonna shift out, but I think Sojourn's just too strong right now, Mitch, honestly, not to play.
It's interesting not to see Mag get subbed in here. We still have Ilios for the Justice, and his Doomfist looked pretty darn solid on New Queen Street. Muse was carrying his team in a huge way. He had 11 final blows on the Doomfist there, which was, again, more than both of his DPS sort of put together. So you can see that the real impetus for these two teams originates from very different roles in that previous map there. So there's no doubt that Muse's Doomfist is up to the task here. And we also saw Ilios open with the Sigma, which, I mean, they played a pseudo poke comp, and it didn't really work for them here. So on the attacking side, so many options for the Justice, right? Decay Genji, Happy Widow, a lot of things that are really potentially frightening for the Defiant.
Yeah, quite like the Genji. And Krillin and... Oh, okay, yeah, nice, nice.
Sojourn.
That's what I want to see. There you go. He slides across high ground, gets on top of it really quickly. Although with Toronto Defiant also running a Sojourn of their own, it's not Widow, so that gap isn't really necessarily there. You always love Decay Genji. I'm glad Genji is good in Overwatch 2, I will say.
Yeah,
nothing like seeing a good Nano Blade, that's for sure. I mean... Oh, okay. Oh, wait, he missed that shot. Hang on a second. Someone help him. Someone help him. He's good.
He's all right. He got the mini there and Opener very quick to rush to Happy's side. Yeah, it looks like Muse maybe not expecting them to come back so quickly here, but this is that trademark aggression of a Justice team that are firing. Unfortunately, that's the double-edged sword. As Happy runs straight into that. It's a nade from Twilight that really punishes. Ilios is down to a rail.
The honor on blue box. Yep. Yeah, I mean, you can just kind of sit and camp up there, just throw nades willy-nilly. Especially if you're someone like Twilight, you can drop, or you can just hide behind blue box to gain some cover. If your honor has high ground like that, it's super hard to assail that that platform that Muse is currently on. But if Happy finds yet another pick, should be good. Although with Decay going down, pretty bad. Okay, so the Justice, they do have a few ultimate combinations they can use with the Nano Blade, or they could nano someone like Ilios and send him in, so he's more or less immortal in the front line. But you still have to watch out for Finale. The pulse bombs, especially on Doomfists, yeah, it's a pretty easy target to hit when he's got that power block up, and you just have to kind of wait and judge the timing to make sure he doesn't tank a lot of that damage with the power block. But we've seen time and time again, Tracers just have their way with the Doomfist.
He's not ready for that. He was not prepared for having to pick that. I thought he actually saw him, but I guess we just saw the wireframe and assumed he might have known the Sojourn was coming. Krillin, nicely done. He and Opener getting involved there. Eventually, Finale able to zero in on the Ana's location, Jack. But this does mean that high ground now goes to the Justice, at least for the time being, at a crucial juncture, because the card obviously moving through that car wash, and Ilios is back on the scene.
And what, they're close to Nano Blade, so that seems like the ending play for the Justice to try and claim this first point. But the Nano onto Muse, this is a very early Nano. Like super, the effectiveness is really negligible. Yeah, and it's gone. So that seemed like more of a panic Nano than anything. Maybe they thought there were a lot more Justice members on this high ground, but Nano Blade,
the high ground.
So close.
Ooh. Oh, he lived. Oh, no, the rail.
This is the shot.
Oh, that's so unfortunate. Krillin trying to keep Decay alive. Couldn't LOS the guy. Again, sometimes it's hard to hit Genji even with your zoomed-in primary fire. I get it. Nano Opener, excuse me. He's going to get the Nano Boost now. The Briggs starting to do some work. Handing out the girls. Go. Cookies as well. Guy does everything. Cooks, cleans, childcare, you name it. He's there. Ilios going to move up as well. An Opener. caring for the cart, shepherding that one forward here. Finale has to recall with the high ground's being controlled by Happy here. Scary scenario. The Defiant have to cobble together a defense here.
The Blade.
Transcendence immediately.
Disruptor's not doing a whole lot of work. You need that nano to survive nano blades these days. Transcendence has been forced though. Here comes the rail.
One rail connecting on Kalios. Make it 2. He goes down. Choron gets the job done with a Discord orb and an orb to the dome. Krillin could be in trouble here as well. He definitely dodges a rail coming his way, but Krillin able to find 2 kills. Wow, what a lethal weapon at support is Krillin so far, and yet it's not enough. The Justice pull up just short of that checkpoint.
Man, it goes back to that nano on Opener. I understand that he wanted to save him. Opener actually bashed into Muse, so they counter-punched each other almost and both fell on the ground. You're like, okay, save Opener, maybe we win. Maybe we can get this rally online, but Decay used the Blade, force out Trance, but gets nothing else done with it. 13 seconds to go. Finale's got Pulse Bomb. He's lining up.
Oh, the Bionic Grenade as well. Hits him with that top. Kalios back up to health, Jack. This gets dangerous now. Finale. And we might be about to find out exactly why he's called that. Decay tries to shepherd the car forward for a moment. He's going to be hit by a body grenade as well. But Happy's found Hisu here. Opener may have gone down for the... Oh. Okay. Well, you have players. Well, can't touch.
Yeah, you can't touch. Like, well, you kind of guess. You've got Genji. But that nade and the Pulse Bomb onto the Doomfist just ended the whole thing. The Justice losing their Doomfist in that situation. Who touches? Happy goes in, dashes away because he got naded. And then, Opener's down on low ground. He's the one that now has to touch, but it's just one Brig alone against a Tracer. And Ana, who's on high ground, looking at you with a nade. Well, Hisu was dead, but it didn't matter. Like,
would you like a stat?
That's super rough.
I'll give you a stat.
It's
let me.
It's not
you
good.
can guess.
Okay.
Who do you think leads the Justice in final blows after that round?
Well, I can kind of cheat because I have the stat screen, but I won't look. Who leads the Justice in final blows? I want to say Krillin.
It is. Yeah, 3 final blows for Krillin, as we saw him obviously find 2 in quick succession there. But I think that shines maybe more of a negative light on Decay, for example, going 1 and 3 on the Genji, not able to get much started off there. Meanwhile, Finale, 5 and 0. Very impressive performance, and we're now seeing the other side of the Washington Justice coin.
Oh, so here was the... Nade?
There's a bio.
Oh, the nade that hit. That must have hit that back wall. Yeah,
it's the corner of the box. That is stunning.
That is spicy. Man. Very, very nice. I mean, they hit 3 people too, so no hope to heal someone up. I mean, 2 of those kills, Mitch, from Krillin, I will say those final blows were like a very, very back and forwards fight. But it was like desperation kills. It wasn't like him opening the engagements either, so very reverse of what happened on New Queen Street. Very, very different. So they're going with the Decay Genji again. I wanted to say Tracer, but no, it is Genji.
And so I'm trying to...
You just can't use the nano to save somebody. Like, it's a good tool if you use it on Kalios, someone like that, but if you're using it on Opener to save somebody, that's just... You're almost negating 2 ultimates, right? You're almost letting go of 2 ults. You're letting go of the nano because you're saving somebody, but then you're also making the blade very ineffective to the point where it's useless. Yeah.
Especially when you're going against Sojourn, who can rail you out of the sky or at least put you so low.
She can jump away.
Yeah. So many reasons why maybe it's just a weaker pick here, but again, Decay's got other plans. Wants to use his cybernetically enhanced lips to go upstairs a bit easier than if you were Tracer and having to use the stairs. Happy! Disruptor shot's right in front of him. That mobility really starting to shine at a point like that. He's able to back away. It is the Justice being forced to give some ground, and already the cart's in the underpass.
Yeah, nice from Finale. All he needs to do is touch payload, and then forces Justice to actually act. Another massive nade. You see what I mean? Twilight's not lost a single ounce of skill since he's been away. Good headshot on Finale, though.
I mean, it's safe.
It's forcible.
Finale's good for at least 1 in that case, if there isn't just an insta-headshot to shut him down. Here's what I mean. Krillin going attack mode.
Wait, no. Decay,
2, 1 second.
No. Yeah. He was off the map at least 3 times in that small fight. Nano onto Happy, by the way, just to keep him up and alive. Or Muse with a punch. That was close. Okay. Power block. There was no power up punch.
Oh, no! I can't do this. Oh, dear. Another one falls to Muse, and now the Defiant can surge forward once more. Kalios there, trying to look as menacing as possible, but he realizes he needs to regroup.
The payload.
He's getting topped. Oh, dear.
How does Muse get away with that twice? twice on both DPS. And now Finale's perma-touching. Callio's got power up punch, but look, into Nano onto Muse. Supports are dead.
Muse is absolutely dominating right now. Unreal performance so far. He was 2-0 in the previous round, and he started to show up in a big way once more. Oh, they're Rossin and Justice. They get absolutely folded.
Man, New Queen Street, they get dominated. Gibraltar, they dominate. Like, they're both 4-4 for a reason. I think this can be a closer match right now. Yeah, Muse is kind of dominating on the Doomfist. You love to see, honestly. And the play of the game was a double knockoff. Oh, he got a triple knockoff, sorry. Well, not a triple, but he got Kalios, he got the Genji, he got Decay, and he also got the Sojourn. Like, oh my god!
All right, we need to collect ourselves. This is a bit of a fiesta, Jack. I'm not gonna lie. All right, who's it gonna be when we come back? Which side of the coin is gonna be presented? They've got too far. The Defiant looking better, I guess. Question mark? right, free neck brace is being handed out to all you fellow Whiplash sufferers because this riot is far from over. It's one apiece after the first 2 maps in this series. 2 maps that were extremely one-sided either way, Jack.
Yeah, what a strange game we're going into. Hey, it's close. They're both teams 4-on-4. That's a narrative, right?
Yeah.
Mid. They're hella mid. But that means the game's already close, which is great. But I will say, Muse still consistently doing very well. He did very well. He was leading the team in kills on the first map, and the second map he was also popping off. So one big consistent factor for the Toronto Defiant right now is Muse, and we're seeing no substitutions either. So no mag in for Kalios, which probably means more Doomfist. I don't want to switch mag in to play a little bit main tank, although Iconvalda, I think you could do that if you wanted to.
You can't play the Sigma, right? At least on like point A defense, I would think.
Sure.
Yeah. That's what everyone's talking up. I mean, Hotba's Sigma getting talked up, and yeah, we're not going to see that by the looks of things. As we head to Iconvalda.
Hotba, man.
You know, like, okay, so the term mid gets thrown around a lot. Within the confines of this series, I think that these 2 teams, on maps that they've won, have been anything but.
Yes.
The issue is never the peaks of these teams, right? It's the net output over a series or over a season or over a stage that is where most of the scrutiny originates from. You can see that the Defiant are leaning heavily on Muse and then Finale that previous map can provide. Whereas the Justice, you see what happens if Decay has one final blow on a map. It looks pretty torrid.
Yeah, and a lot of that, it didn't come from like, oh, Nano opener. That wasn't like the only problem, but it was definitely a big part of why their comp didn't really end up working out. I think Stick and Decay back on the Tracer probably for the best, and we are seeing actually that Sigma on defense. I think the problem is if they run into a situation where Defiant just want to go fast and just go full on in the paint, you're gonna suffer a lot. The Rock is pretty good at stopping things like Winston, a little bit the Wrecking Ball, but when you're a Doomfist, you have a lot of mobility. You're kind of dicing with death. Do you power block before Rock comes out, or do you wait for Rock and then hit the power block? It's that kind of juggle is what Kalios and Muse are going to be facing in this first push, at least. I think we're going to see Muse switch over to anything other than the Doomfist. Just going thick and fast is exactly how Toronto Defiant have been playing. I can't imagine that'll change.
All right, so we get to see the Justice's poke composition brought out again. We saw it on New Queen Street briefly. The map didn't lend itself to it, but now we're defending in a much more static context. Kalios could be in trouble here, though. We just got punched, hit with the body grenade. Discord is still able to be topped up. Remember, Bionade is down to 2.5 from 3 seconds in duration, Jack. That matters.
Yeah, it's actually a huge time loss on Bionade, so you have to follow up with them extremely quickly. It's actually what I was worried about, a big rotation for Toronto Defiant.
Look at the wrap around here. Hisu, proud as a peacock, sat on the point there, but oh, look who's coming home to roost. The Justice step forward here. Hisu found Krillin despite Kalios bearing down on him, and Decay, with contempt, is able to dispatch Hisu.
He's so good. He is just so good. Decay is like so good at Tracer, it's a little bit unfair.
Ladies and gentlemen, Jack Wright, color commentator at the moment.
Yeah. What's wrong with that? Oh, he's so good. Yeah, look, someone needs to make a tier list of all Tracers. I think Scott needs free content on his stream, so maybe he should go do that.
Mate, there's no shortage of content for Scott to work with now we're back with the league. We just need replay viewer.
That's true. Free VOD. Well, okay. What more is there to say? Decay is popping off.
Yes.
Color commentator.
All right. Again, sometimes it is that simple, though, Jack. I'll let you off with that one. Kalios.
Thanks, man.
Pressure on the Twilight. Look at him take this space here. All right. It's like he skipped geology class. Doesn't matter. As the Defiant need to wait for Twilight to rejoin them. Now, Nano's on the table, so a very durable Muse is to be expected.
Well, that's true. You have a lot of mobility to get out of the way. Muse's ideal target, of course, would be Krillin, would be Opener. An Opener can use this Nano way more defensively than we've seen previous. They're going to go for an engagement, though. Twilight's still holding on to Nano, but Decay's already in the back.
Oh, he's a problem. He's actually a problem.
Easy kill?
Yeah,
easy kill?
Absolutely rolled. Hisu, not quite a one clip there, but, you know, maybe he thought that dropping down next to Twilight would keep him alive. Couldn't be farther from the truth there, because Twilight also was felled. And the Justice here.
Oh, man.
They're in the driver's seat in a big way. We're down to 1 minute and 20 seconds left in the round. They've not been forced to use any ultimates here. The duality of the Justice, once again, on full display.
Yeah, wow, a rare, like, bad nano there from a Twilight. You never normally see Twilight doing bad nano, but I don't think that nano is it. He used it on Muse at the very end, and Kalios also then got Muse, got nanoed. Like I said, you can use a defensive nano in the Washington Justice comp quite easily, and they use nothing else in that engagement. Like, you need to take care of Kalios. The poke comp looking too good, but is off the back of Decay finding picks.
All right, Happy sitting back on this rail here. Not closing the gap for the time being. Transcendence is in play. Happy naturally unperturbed. That's pretty clean stuff. I mean, Decay again finds his way onto Twilight. He is doing his job. He knows what the assignment is, and he's getting straight A's.
Nice, good jump. Happy, maybe now in a little bit of trouble. Muse, once again, coming up massive. The Toronto Defiant are leaning so heavily on Muse's Doomfist right now. There will be a contest. Kalios does have the Flux.
Kalios, oh, he doesn't want to be here. He's on the wrong side of that shield right now.
He needs healing.
Yep, Kinetic Grasp was there, but there just wasn't really enough healing at all. I mean, Opener's only just now arrived back on the scene in an awkward position for the Justice after the point's been taken. They'll be chased down if they're not careful. Nice job by Happy to at least slow Finale down. And it was so good, so close for the Justice first night.
How did he just keep doing that? It's like he triple blinks in, just one clips Twilight, hits the melee, then runs away.
8 and 1.
Or hits the recall.
8 and 1.
Yeah. It's a little bit absurd, but Decay just doing Decay things, which is great. But this is now Happy's playground. He can just sit up on the high ground, spam low. It's going to be a lot more difficult for Defiant to get up to height when you have a Sigma. You have to use a lot of cooldowns to get there, or you have to walk through the Mega Health Pack room, which you take a lot of poke from.
Kalios with gusto utters the phrase. Gravitic Flux doesn't look like it. Maybe caught Chorong there, and that was how they picked off the Zen. Yeah, another clean pick from Decay with the assistance of the Discord Orb now is Happy to duel against Finale, who thinks better of it.
Yeah, like I said, you have to use cooldowns to get to high ground, and then Kalios can basically sit there for free. Although he's not sitting there right now, he's just on payload. He can be afforded a little bit of space, which is nice, because Opener, Krillin are on height. You can bionade anybody who jumps onto Kalios. And with Decay basically playing doorman on the high ground, it's a lot more difficult for the Defiant to get any space. There will be Chorong. There's no help for him at all. That's unfortunate.
Yeah. Decay takes a moment to pay his respects and then gets on with the job. Okay, Krillin caught in the path of that rail jack, and they're looking for the honor. Happy makes his appearance here, but Hisa was looking pretty scary. Only the one pick for now, though. And I mean, Kalios is playing the off-angle Sigma in 5v5. Now he gets nano boosted as well, forced to be reckoned with.
Yeah, now Twilight's in a whole heap of trouble. He's got Happy on the side, but Hisu luckily had a charged up rail shot. Nice defensive nano once again, but it is thwarted. Muse played that really well, in fact. He tried to LOS Kalios from Opener by punching him into that small corridor. It's just unfortunate that the nano did end up landing, but they do end up winning the fight, which is good. Now Twilight's got a nano of his own. Kalios switching to the Doomfist, a lot of environmental potential, but it's up to Decay what he can find with this pulse bomb, and he's already in the back line.
Thinks better of going for the Doom. Ooh, the bio-nade from Twilight, that was a big one. Kalios only just having extricated Chorong's foot from his behind and switching to Doom, gets shut down by nasty Ana play. And here's the Defiant. All over the car like it's a rat warren. Gonna be a disruptor shot thrown down here by the grenade. Defensively employed, and he's just gonna get caught by the pulse bomb. Happy tries, but try as he might, it won't be enough to stop the Defiant.
Nice stuff. Again, Twilight, like I said before, he's still insane. That bio grenade landed on 4 people, instant team fight win. There's not really much you can do about it. There's no cleansing with Zarya bubbles, for example. So you're basically as good as gone. Now for the last point. The thing is, again, you're kind of inviting yourself into Happy's playground. He gets priority with angles, plus with the overclock. The only benefit for Defiant being in this situation is that they have a lot of corridors to kind of dip into away from Happy. But the way they've been playing right now, I mean, good luck. Happy is going to hit the headshots regardless. Look, he's already in the back line.
Yeah, found Chorong straight away. Twilight going down. Happy, man, he's playing a little bit closer now. Less like a sniper. More just trying to make sure we can guarantee direct hits with that rail, and he was pretty inefficient. That's 3 for him. The Defiant are just piles of smoke and ash.
Ow. Okay.
A glass blow.
Yeah, that hurt a little bit. Yeah, like I said, the best thing about the offense there is that you can dip into corridors, but when you got the power slide, you jump out of nowhere, you have overclock going on, you have very little time to actually react to anything. Wow, Finale's already low. Kind of sucks, but at least they have this Transcendence, right? They can stop a lot of what Decay has been doing with the Trance, but still, Happy building up to the railgun shots rather easily because there's a lot of people grouped up. It's very easy to get 100 charge off this situation.
Oh, there it is again.
Dying this early with Pulse. You can't let this happen.
Krillin finds Finale. Just as the ladder was looking to fill the Nestor's flask, he gets ripped apart as he tries to emerge from the corridor. Another Zen pick, this time it's from Chorong. Kalios needs to go big here, but the Transcendence is a huge problem for him. Nano Boost? Doesn't matter. Kalios gets his head ripped off here by Hisu, an orbital land strike claiming the Doomfist. And Decay not able to get away either. Hisu coming alive at a crucial moment here. The Defiant are set to finish the map with no time left. And that will be the story.
Oh man, yeah, it's like, whoa, Sojourn popped off. Like, she hits the ult, and then Hisu God, he's called that on Twitter for a reason. Unreal streak from the Toronto Defiant at the very end. Happy getting caught out super early. I don't think we actually saw it on camera. I'd have to go back. But I wonder how Happy was caught in that situation. Maybe he went for a slide and tried to go for a cheeky rail, in which case, if he found the pick, maybe they end up winning that fight. But just the overwhelming amount of ults that Toronto Defiant had, even with Finale going down, the Transcendence, when it's against the railgun, yeah, you're still going to get one shot, but if Happy's not in overclock status, it's a lot less consistent.
You're going to
upset
keep
that
charging it up. He's going to lose his mind.
Oh, yeah. No, he came to my stream. He was just like, oh, like, I can't believe you're so stupid that, you know, Transcendence gives everybody immortality, right? I'm like,
no. I mean the pleb that is mad that we keep explaining that you can die through trans against.
Oh yeah, I didn't know that was annoying for people, but there you go. Yeah. Maybe it is mentioned a bit too much, but it is fairly important at the end of the day. But yeah, I'm sure everybody gets it right now that you can die through trans. So that'll be the last time I mention.
Yeah, we'll avoid mentioning
as a free gift.
Maybe like once a day is like a good rate.
Once a day. Yeah. Everybody has to check in. Okay, who said it already?
All right.
You say it. Okay, you got 2 games today. We'll say it once, so then you don't say it. Yeah.
All right. We'll coordinate in the future about it. Regardless, look, the reason why it's coming up so much is because these Sojourns, Jack, are having considerable impact. Decay up on the trapeze, find very little.
Yeah. Shame little people. I like openers playing the Brigitte. It's a lot more benefit. Oh, okay, well. Chong's.
Go on. Go on, Jack.
Okay. Well, I was going to say the Brig is great for the Justice. It makes sure Muse can't freely get onto the back line. Nice nade by Krillin before he ends up going down. Now it's the battle of the Traces. Who can get more kills?
Yeah, the mechanics from Decay on real display here. Yeah, I'm just blinking through people. It's basically impossible for the Defiant to get a feel for when to expect him there. I'm impressed that Finale was able to find that elimination despite getting half of his health pool shaved off by Decay in like one of their engagements there. So very good look for the Justice, but I mean a lot really rides on the fact that again Decay can go in and pull off the key mission, right? Get rid of that Zen.
Yeah, they're like It's tough to really recover from that. Zenyatta is so good in these comps because you discord the Doomfist, and even with the power block, he still takes a lot of damage. Like, you're going to be in a position where you have to disengage and get the Discord Orb off of you, or just continue to try and fight and hope you can live through it. In the Zen compositions, or when Zenyatta is played, the longer the team fight is, normally you're going to lose it out to the Zen comp because the Discord Orb just has unbelievable value, so you have to take the fight fast if you're the team without the Zen. Finale dying to Krillin of all people. Not great.
Yeah. Just focus fire, I guess, on the Tracer there. It's tough. There's rails, there's armors as well with that hit scam pressure. You can get caught out in the open. Okay. Decay finds one. That's probably going to be enough here. Despite falling to Chorong, job done. Getting Hisu out of the mix. Man. No Sojourn in the later fight.
Yeah, Disruption Shot is so good too. It forces people down away from the high ground or small pockets which you're holding, like with the double support. You're like, oh, okay, we're just going to chill up here. Disruption Shot pushes you away or forces you to reposition, which is always an issue. And the Disruption Shot did used to do a whole bunch more damage than it does now, but it's still annoying ticking damage. Oh, 180 sleep doesn't land.
Yeah, it doesn't quite connect it there, and that naturally is going to be punishing. Muse able to push as far as he likes here, and this will be the Defiant finally sort of slowing down the Justice here, and a chance to, you know, reassume that high ground position.
Yeah, it's good too. They have Pulse. They can start the fight very early. 4 minutes to go. Still a huge lead in terms of time bank. And the rally from opener could be fairly big. If they just take this castle side and then try and get the rally online, then rally up to the high ground and force Chorong and Twilight into a situation they have to play on low, they're going to be a snack for Decay, or Happy can even snipe them from height. So I think the idea for the Justice here, just take height. It's exactly what they're trying to do.
Ilios really was hoping to line up that punch, Jack. I think a lot of his combos now, yeah, not really a factor. Open it down. Bio on Muse, can they follow up? No, my lord, that's Phil. Muse able to find the punch kill on Krillin despite all the pressure he's been put under. And the bio nade. Impressive stuff, and again, nice little play made by the Defiant to solidify this defensive hold.
No, like they just trade front lines there. They just like, okay, Muse jumps down as Kalios jumps up. Kalios' nano, he didn't end up hitting anybody. It looked like he was going to go for a sweet like diag off the slanted like bits of stone, but
yeah,
he ended up going over the supports and not hitting either of them with a punch. So that kind of sucked. Decay at least can pressure payload a little bit, stop it from rolling all the way back, but without high ground, it is very difficult. Heisu is still sitting on this overclock. It's going to be overclock versus overclock in this next fight, but with openers rally and then taking high ground now with it, this could be all over.
Heisu, decent advantage to work from here, but not exactly a richness of targets. Kalios is done. Yeah. Caught out in the open there against that rail. 4 players left inside the keep for the Justice, and a little bit of that overhelp to work with, but there's no fight starter. There's no Doomfist impetus to play from behind, so now they're going to do it with 4. Oh, it flops.
Little wave goodbye there. At least a nice little pulse bomb landed, but yeah, that rally didn't do much of anything. I mean, it helped them survive a little bit of extra damage, but that's about it. Duo supports getting isolated, and a nano onto Chorong, and he's kicking Krillin into the wall out of LOS of opener. Rest in peace.
Wasn't that crucial from Muse, right? Like, I mean, Brig being the proximate,
punched the Brig out of the way.
the Brig away from the
Super
Arnold
nice.
Huge.
He's been doing that a lot, just isolating people with the punch. It's like such a massive disruption tool. You could use it before in Overwatch 1 like that, but you fly a lot further in Overwatch 2. Oh, pulse bomb. Finale almost stepped on it.
Toronto looking defensively very good again. I mean, this is a repeat of the story that we saw on Gibraltar. It's why we saw so little of the map in the end, is the Justice get brought to a screeching halt. That time it was with the Genji, but Decay seems to be faring no better on the Traitor this time around.
Okay, Nano Boost once again available from Krillin. He's kind of put it on Kalios. They're going to try and take high ground. This is the 3rd or so time they've done this, and they haven't got a rally this time. Nano, sleep check.
Yep,
he's asleep.
Kalios just like jerking to the side there as he sees that sleep comes in and has to change his plan for sure. Happy, I mean, this is a very difficult position to play from here, but he knew he had a lot of support from that nano boost there, and the Justice, Jack, that looks to me like a brute force solution to quite a difficult problem.
Yeah, that was nice. I'm not sure if they were supposed to nano Kalios in this situation, but it worked out that they didn't need to, because Happy then jumps in, nano boost, disruptor shot in a small room, the supports were toast, not enough self-healing to kind of deal with that damage, plus Happy is just kind of free-firing. So now they get their final chance here to capture second point. But with Kalios dead already, and the spawns being so close, yeah, you have to disengage in this situation, otherwise it could be done. You maybe get a fight, but that's just a maybe.
This could be backbreaking. The momentum lost. It was a bio onto both backliners there from Krillin, but no follow-up possible. The Toronto Defiant, I can't believe they managed to pull this off there. Looked like the Justice might have finally built the momentum they needed, but this is the Defiant looking to go ahead in the series. Pulse Bomb dropped on Kalios. Twilight had the bio and the finished damage there. Happy able to find Twilight, but that's it as Heisu goes for the overclock. Speaking of clocks, the Justice's time is up. 2-1, favoring, can't believe I'm saying this at this point, the Toronto Defiant.
Okay, let's go Toronto. That was a very, very well played fight at the very end. It helps that you killed the tank player. I'm not sure, again, what happened there. It looked like he was off to the side, just battling Chorong. And that was it. The fight was over. You're in this situation where you have 30 seconds left, pushing second, and you have no tank, and the spawns are in favor of the defense team. Good luck. It's just not going to happen. And again, I want to harp on it one more time before we go to break, but Muse, pop it off, Mitch.
He's absolutely leading this team and leading the charge for the Defiant. 2-1, a chance to take the series away. Can the Justice recover? There's only one way to find out. It's time to get picking. Make your predictions for a chance to earn cash and win new prizes. Share your fandom on the Overwatch League mobile app, available on Google Play or the App Store. Now, right now, Pick'em's on the app, under maintenance. So do them on the bloody website. Get both of them. It ain't that hard. Put together your own leaderboards with your friends and see who comes out with the bragging rights. I mean, here's a match when I looked at my Pick'ems, Jack, and I really wasn't sure what to expect, right? Again, two teams that are 4-4, two teams that have had high and low moments in equal supply throughout the season so far. But right now, the Defiant are being carried by Muse.
Yeah, he's he's kind of destroying on the Doomfist. Like 26 final blows, which is the most for the Defiant right now. But he also has only 10 deaths, which is the least currently in the server. So he's dying the least, but he's also getting the most final blows for his team, which is insane. The two people at the top of the board right now in terms of final blows is Happy and Decay, which is...
Sure.
It's Happy and Decay versus Muse currently, if you want to really paint it that way. But Muse just destroying on the Doomfist. His ability to isolate people with punch has been prevalent throughout Encore. He isolating Kalios a lot of the time when he was on Sigma, punching him into rooms where the healers couldn't heal him. And a very nice play we caught on camera was him punching Opener, the Brig, away from his Ana so they couldn't heal each other, which is another small little thing that just aids to the amount of final blows and just how well the Toronto Defiant is doing. We are going on to Control and Lijiang Tower our next map, and that's a pretty interesting fact actually on the bottom of the screen. 71% win rate against Justice on Control maps. Of course, that is over a vast period of time, but still, 71% pretty high.
I wonder... Yeah, I'm not too sure. I feel like the Justice probably feel better about being here than on a payload map type right now, as they've definitely struggled with those. And again, the question mark is, like, obviously not really Mag's meta, I think. We know what the guy was like on the Winston, and like to be more main tanky here. Kalios' Doom is, I think it's been fine. I mean, the Justice play in such a way where much more of those resources go towards Decay and Happy, right? They're expected...
Are you kidding me? No shot, he just fell off the map. No shot.
That is... his descendants are going to feel it in their bones on a cold winter's day.
Okay, well, luckily... he spawned fast, so he can come back. But still, you give up a lot of positioning and you get up the midpoint of the map rumble. Nice punch out of the power block, but well, okay, killing Charon.
I mean, the sleep on a Tracer is huge here. The Justice really doing what they can to claw themselves back into a decent fighting position here. Chorong being down and Finale almost falling, and the Justice showing they can still get the job done even after a bit of a blooper moment there.
Yeah, 4v5, yeah, no worries. Kalios actually comes up with two final blows there, so yeah, nice. Not bad, not bad. But once again, Decay finds the backline. I'm assuming this is the replay of him rolling or attempting to roll out. Oh, yeah, I think he looked down his mouse a little bit too soon, and he just,
Oh, I guess he didn't look up at the right time, so he didn't get a vertical component on that seismic slam.
Oh, that's funny.
All right, unlucky. It happens. It happens. For sure. Back to the Doofus parkour with the after this.
Oh, nice sleep.
Yet another. Muse here with the bio, clinging to life. Can they keep him alive? The answer's yes. And who's able to find Open? I don't know how the Justice were so reluctant to go after the Doomfist there, but now with Muse back in the fight, arguably the strongest weapon, and well, comes back with a vengeance, doesn't he, Jack? Kalios, well, gets a bunch of fives.
Oh, hit the sleep, please. Okay, nice. Get the recall off, luckily for Finale. Yeah, Muse was 1 HP in that fight, and antied. Somehow he got away. Sleep on Doomfist, pretty easy when he's got the power block up. A lot of Doomfist you'll see now as well. Punching the other Doomfist when they have power block, it interrupts it, so they're more vulnerable. But because of how quickly Doomfist can move with his seismic slam, it can be tough even after a sleep to find the kill. You have to pair it with a lot of abilities to do so.
All right, pulse bomb attempt there from Toronto. No dice. Disrupt the shot. Another sleep this time. Kalios who had the nanos. A huge work from Twilight. We expect no less at this point. Muse is the one that opens up the account for the Defiant. And the Meteor Strike used by Kalios to get out of trouble, but he's been stunned and slept and CC'd the entire fight.
Yeah, another amazing sleep. Just Nano completely subverted, puts Kalios on the ground, and like, you have Kalios sleeping like that. He has to use Meteor Strike to kind of reposition himself, and then you have almost no cooldowns, and Muse has already run away. The later nano in that situation really aided Toronto Defiant.
All right, opener here. Wanted to go forward, but you saw obviously AM speed, but he has to double back here and try and deal with the constant threat on Finale. And here comes Hisu emerging with this overclock.
Oh,
nice
triple
connection
headshot.
there. Yeah, that's very, very nice on Kalios. Krillin, fired right now. The beat is not there. It is gone. Not ideal for the Justice. It's all going wrong at the worst possible time.
Oh, the beat! The beat got punched by Muse.
You got Ajax.
Dude, he's so good. He's so good. That was insane. That was the one thing that they need to flip. And now what do they have? Nothing. Maybe Decay gets Pulse, and they're against a Nano coming up and a Pulse bomb from Finale. If Finale can end the round right here. Pulse, big stick.
Stick on Kalios. He's down. There it is. The Justice have lost their Doomfist. How do they recover? We're in overtime. The Justice are playing it down. Opener's going to hit with the Vital Grenade. Disrupt the shot thrown there, but it doesn't bother Twilight. He just steps back and keeps healing his team. A decent Biotic Grenade from Krillin, but eventually, yeah, Muse is going to come calling. And that will be that. The Toronto Defiant, I have to say, really inflict some psychological damage there on the Justice. A lot of frustrations for Washington to try and overcome in the second half of that round. What a nightmare.
Oh, man. That beat interruption was just insane. I like Toronto Defiant also not running the Lucio. I really like the Brig in a lot of these situations too. You can counter, what do you call it? Like shield bash into the fist. Oh, is this the beat cancel? Probably is, yeah.
Opener off
Here's the beat. Oh, see ya.
And it was not even charged, right? It was just, I guess it was just an instant right click.
Yeah, it looked like a very quick punch.
God,
yeah.
so easy
oh,
to do.
man.
Goes down. Devastating.
It looked like he was trying to do it on the table as well, Mitch, because it's like slightly elevated, so the activation time's a lot quicker. Just Muse was just pixels faster than he was. That's super unlucky.
All right. Well, let's see what kind of damage the tilt can inflict here on the Justice. Gonna have to be tough to bounce back from this one. Nice little seismic slam from Muse, who finds a great little way to wrap around. Happy's hit with a Vital Grenade right now, and Kalios is discorded, but Muse is out of the picture.
Yeah, super nice sleep again. That's what you have to do at the moment. It has been the Muse show more often than not in this series. Just shut down Muse, and you shut down the Toronto Defiant right now. And hitting him with a sleep when he's half HP, that'll do it. Nice clean up from the Justice, yeah. The nade from the Washington Justice was actually really well used. It wasn't like a huge anti-nade or anything. He like did it on himself and the rest of the team to keep them up. When you nade your team and then you amp heal or just heal in general from Lucio, it's a crazy amount of health over time. So it's definitely worth keeping in mind how much of a boon to HP that is for the rest of your team.
Drive-by from Muse there. Happy, oh, he goes forward, but he's with the bio in midair, and Finale just sees him begging to be taken down. This fight's already over.
Yeah, it was just like that. Just two anti-nades flying at each other. Twilight's was better. Like, and then the rest of the team deceased very quickly. That was an unbelievably fast fight. Like, no ultimates at all used. Oh, Finale threw a pulse bomb. It went nowhere. Okay, so he won't have that with this fight, unfortunately. But Justice can come back in fairly big. As long as Opener's beat is not interrupted. Chorong, very far away from the rally, so they know they have this extra supportive ultimate available. This pulse bomb, though.
Yeah, the timing's great, though, as well. Kalios jumped on top of Twilight, and still he's alive, though. Twilight has a nano available here. The trade is there, and Decay eventually is able to finish what he started. That's pretty darn important. That could have gone either way. Kalios, good sync with Decay as they dove in here, and this is just clean up for the most part. Kalios gets a nano, though, just to make sure the job gets done, but you have to wonder how necessary it was.
Yeah, well, luckily they didn't need to use the beat in this fight. However, stalling for a little bit extra time is Muse, all good. So they have the beat. If I were watching Justice right now, wow, okay, they find 2 exit kills. That's nice. Or like 1 exit kill, sorry, Toronto. If you were the Justice right now, you probably want to use the beat fairly early to force a response from the Toronto Defiant. Because you can either do that or stall out the fight for long enough to make it last fight, and then you build up to an overclock. We'll see what they want to do. And you can see everybody's super spread out right now, trying to make the Toronto Defiant commit in one direction so they can use the beat and go for the re-engage.
All right, here's that beat. You said you wanted to see it early, and early it comes. Chorong, a lot of pressure in the back line here, but he's able to bonk Happy out of the picture. Looks like there was a biting grenade thrown in there, and it looks like the Defiant were a little bit scared of it, but that was pretty nasty.
Yeah, the B only got 3 out of the 5 people on the... Oh, okay, well. You just walk up to the door. Can't tell how charged she is, so you just get one shot. Epic. Oh!
Alright, that's nice.
What?
Krillin. Yeah,
Okay,
look,
I'm
decent
sure.
poke damage on Happy there, I think, and Krillin's able to finish the job.
Yeah.
A lot of this round is being predicated about how these biotic grenades go, and now the Defiant have to hold this point with only 4
They got
players.
rally too. And it'll be a
Pulse
pretty
here.
rally as soon as the engage comes in. There you go.
Happy. Finale not sure about the charge status of the Sojourn, of course, and was there a pulse bomb required there? It would have been nice. Finale maybe not realizing that Kalios was going to be topped up by Krillin there just as he goes to critical health. Muse getting out. Finale stunned up for the moment here, and this will be the Justice getting back in. The Defiant looked a little reluctant to use some of those key cooldowns.
Yeah, the big stick on Twilight was the biggest thing in that fight. Less healing, but Chorong only hitting himself and Hisu with the majority of that overheal from the rally was also pretty big. Finale got none. Like, you need your Tracer to have that to gain like additional HP to fight these 1v1s. He got punched and stunned and finished off by Happy. Happy and Krillin have 2 massive ultimates, so you might as well choose them in combo. There you go.
Going in, disrupt the shot thrown down.
Easy.
Happy doesn't even really need the overclock, but he's happy to use it here, and this is the Justice paving the way to a 3rd round. A bit of a slow start, to be sure, but now they're firing, and that'll be even here on Lijiang Tower. Decay having a much better round, right? Pressuring Twilight a heck of a lot. Both DPS from the Justice with 7 final blows each.
Yeah, looking really good. This might straight up be a Game 5 situation. I've got a good feeling. A very good feeling right now. It's just so evenly matched currently.
Yeah.
Normally when teams are on like 4-4, 3-3, like they're even score lines coming into a series, normally there's one team that's favored a little bit more because, oh, this team had an easier schedule, this team had a harder schedule. But like in reality, these teams right now who are middle of the pack on the table, unbelievably close. And it comes down to a lot of like solo plays, Decay and Happy, Muse on Toronto Defiant. Like, there's a lot of skill on the server, and this is the perfect meta for them. I'll say it again, I said it at the top of the show too.
Muse having a quiet round last round though. No final blows for him, which is just a bit odd considering. It's not awful in general, but for him, maybe it's surprising. Happy, he was really coy in a maelstrom of bodies there, trying to duel with someone across the map. Hisu had the comfortable spacing.
Yeah, Happy got caught out completely. The rest of the Washington Justice, it looked like got repelled slightly. The Toronto Defiant were just straight into the backline, like Muse was just punching in. It was good to see Hisu on an off angle. Disruptor shot does so much work, and I think that was one of the reasons why Justice pulled back. But Happy actually stepped through it and like passed it to try and match up with the 1v1, and then he was just left out alone, left out to dry, quite literally. Nice slam, huge punch, and Decay's already dead.
Yeah. Decay never quite got to the backline, Jack. Eliminated by Hisu on the way there. And Muse now in a great position to push up and claim this space. The Justice, is this a bit awkward for them now? How do they break out of this position? They can't really go to the right of the map anymore.
Yeah, it's tough. You really have to just split up completely, send Decay on one way, maybe have Happy on the high ground firing down, but you don't get really much of an angle if Defiant does end up rotating. And that's exactly what they're going to do. Okay, so Decay's on the side, pressuring the point. Hopefully their supports can actually get out of this choke.
Counterpuncher was there. Muse probably not too worried about the bio because no one was really looking at him and gets up close. I mean, we really underestimate how nasty that primary fire from Doomfist can be when you're at that kind of range. Just blows Kalios up.
Yeah, recharge is a lot quicker now, so you can really just kind of spam it. And not only that, it looked like he was like half body blocking, Kalios too. So even if you were getting healing from the Ana, you're not going to be able to, maybe you hit a couple of shots, but like the reality is you're probably not. You're just hitting Muse in the back. Time's ticking. Twilight's already dead. Happy at least opens his fight up with a kill, although Finale wants to dice with it.
Kalios with a nano here. 6 ultimate fight for the Toronto Defiant, but they lose a player to Happy finding one with the railgun. And still, they look like they're going to be able to hold on here, the Defiant. Muse eventually falling to Happy, couldn't quite get where he needed to go. And this is 91% and ticking here. The Justice starting to feel the pressure in a big way. It's got to be now, or it's going to be never.
And touch, they need a touch. They should be able to do it. They're all on the high ground. Yeah, double blink from Happy, from Decay.
That's one! That's nasty from Hisu. Decides to make the play, goes for the flank, and his gambit pays off. Now there's going to be a sound barrier in play for the Justice. Oh, what a three players! Hisu and Karini off the edge of the map, but Krillin is down. That's going to be nasty for the Justice to bounce back from. Meteor Strike is in, but Kalios' shield bashed immediately, and Twilight's given a Gold Scout cookie to top him back up. Open and trying to harass the Arna here, but Twilight is unkillable. It's ridiculous. The Justice fizzle, and the Toronto Defiant take the series away here, averting that 5th map. And that's devastating for Washington, as the Defiant found a rhythm, consistency in the last half of the series.
Man, a little curse there for myself. I said we go to map 5, maybe not. But the Toronto Defiant, week on week, improving, Mitch. They aren't running this Sombra anymore. They're just having Hisu and Finale on the Tracer and the Sojourn, which is what is best right now in this meta. The Sombra can work, yes, but it's a lot slower, and Hisu's had just some crazy performances on the Sojourn. So why not just permanently stick him on it? That's exactly what they did today, and they get a result I'm pretty sure they're pretty happy with. They're 3-1 in this series, and now they go up to 5-4, so pushing up ever so slowly to the upper ranks. Like, Toronto Defiant, they have incredible name value, and Muse too, ex-Gladiators player, coming in and playing the Doomfist, he also popped off, I think, quite easily, carried them on a couple of those maps.
Yeah, so no surprise to anybody that a player of the match in this series from the Toronto Defiant is going to be Muse. I don't quite know how he did it, I'll be honest with you, especially on maps like Eichenwalder. Just his individual performance and his ability to secure these final blows so consistently, frankly, is quite staggering. Yeah. I mean, here are huge, obviously, environmental kills in this part of the map. Muse positioning himself really cleverly. This guy on another level to Kalios in this matchup on the Dooms.
Look at that body block. That body block was massive. Couldn't get the Transcendence healing. Like, that's insane. The Ana's like, Toronto, please beat me, please. Just like, his ability to isolate targets like that is unreal, and that's what you want from a good Doomfist player. Doomfist still does a fair bit of damage, and like a lot of tanks do a fair bit of damage, but if you're able to use the utility aspect of the Doomfist, the slow from the slam, the punch to just send people careening either off the map, he got 3 environmental kills on Watchpoint Gibraltar, or just isolating them away from the supports,
cancelling beats.
Like that. Cancelling beats, yeah, that just levels your Doomfist play up and just levels the team up around you. Yeah, Muse absolutely deserved player of the match there. And look at those limbs, 19 per 10, almost 10 final blows per 10 at 8.8. Meteor Strike kills, yeah, so-so. It's not going to insta-kill people like it kind of used to, but deaths also incredibly low, only 3.2 per 10, so yeah. Well-deserved Muse, popping off.
Sometimes with these players of the match, it's the intangibles that kind of get them over the line here. This time, not so much. You know, it wasn't exactly subtle, Muse's impact. Real carry performance, the kind of value that it's almost like the Gladiators weren't able to get out of him in a 6v6 format, but now, when Doomfist is all the vogue, Muse is popping off. I'm very curious to see what our crew over the desk have to say. Scott obviously choosing not to predict, and yet he didn't even come off the worst there, because no one in the truck is actually going to get their pred right. We'll head over to them and see how they're feeling after this match.
The Overwatch League is brought to you by Upper Deck, the official trading card of the Overwatch League. And by TeamSpeak, the official voice supplier of the Overwatch League.
Welcome to Game Break, everybody. I'm here joined now by the player of the match, none other than Muse from Toronto Defiance. Muse, congratulations on the win. Great showing from the Toronto Defiance. Last week you guys were relying very heavily on that Winston dive competition, but today, hey, no more Winston, and you guys won, and you guys actually looked really good on that Doomfist. I want to ask you, how did you guys decide to make that change of going from Winston to the Doomfist composition? 일단 뮤 선수 오늘 승리 너무 축하드리면서 이번 주는 저번 주와 다르게 둠피스 조합을 꺼내 드셨네요. 저번 주는 계속 이렇게 윈스턴 다이브로 가시다가 오늘 처음으로 둠피스 조합을 꺼내 드셨는데 이 조합의 변환 어떻게 해서 이루어졌나요?
저번 주에 아틀란타 경기를 보면서 조금 둠피 조합에 대한 영감을 받았던 것 같아요. 저희가 원래 윈선 조합을 고집하다가 이제 아틀란타 선수들의 이제 경기를 보고 아, 둠피가 이제 사기구나 해가지고 이제 한번 트라이 했는데 나쁘지 않아서 오늘 경기까지 썼던 것 같습니다.
I think we were sort of heavily influenced by watching Atlanta Reign's gameplay. We sort of saw their Doomfist composition and we thought it was really good. And soon enough, we found out that Doomfist is a very, very OP hero. So I think that's why we pulled it out today and we found some great success. Now, talking about Doomfist, Muse, we were sort of chit-chatting right before we went on air, and you told me that this is actually your first time ever using Doomfist. And I mean, just by the fact that you got player of the match, you really killed it. I'm guessing you only had like maybe less than a week, couple days to practice. How did you get so good so fast? 두 번째 질문도 둠피스트 얘기가 나와서 여쭤보고 싶은 건데 저희가 이 라이브 방송하기 전에 잠깐 얘기를 했잖아요. 근데 뮤즈 선수가 말을 했던 게 둠피스트를 이번에 처음으로 해봤는데 이렇게 지금 이제 PUTM도 먹고 굉장히 좋은 모습을 보였던 것 같습니다. 이렇게 짧은 시간 안에 어떻게 해서 둠피스트를 이렇게 잘할 수 있게 되었나요?
일단 저희 코칭 스텝이 많이 저를 가르쳐줬고 아틀란타의 호크 선수 보면서 많이 배웠던 것 같아요.
Okay. All right. I mean, definitely our coaching staff on our team, Toronto Defiance, definitely helped a lot. And also another thing that really helped me a lot was Atlanta Reign's Hawk. I really watched that game and I learned from Hawk a lot, so that helped me a lot. All right, Muse. I mean, I am super excited to see more of your Doomfist play. And again, congratulations on the win. 이렇게 Doomfist 플레이 좀 더 많이 자주 봤으면 좋겠습니다. 뮤즈 선수 인터뷰에 응해주셔서 너무나 감사드립니다. 바이바이.
감사합니다. 안녕.
Goodbye, Muse. Thank you so much. And of course, congratulations to you and your entire teams and all the fans and everyone who actually picked the Toronto Defiance, which is no one in this truck. But I feel like we still have a moral winner, which is Costa, and we'll let you gloat in just a second. But I do want to discuss the match first. Is that all right?
Yeah,
no, you get your minute. Don't worry about it.
I'll mix it in with my analysis.
Yeah. No, I mean, heading into this match, reinforce what you didn't want to see is Muse and Winston, and none of that. In fact, he played a very, very competent-looking Doomfist. Whereas on the other side, Ilios also played Doomfist, but not quite as competent-looking. In fact, a bit of the opposite there. He got caught out a lot. Was that a matter of him being focused, or what happened? Help me understand.
Just don't think Doomfist is really Kalios' forte. He went in. He tried his hardest. Yeah, it was a lot of pain involved, Zoe. I think I've suppressed it already. Things go fast. To be honest, though, I do think that Washington, when they play this Senora Ana thing, that's like what they should do. Because we saw here on Gibraltar, they tried to force this Ana, Brigitte, tried to backline. It's like so hard to squeeze value out of this Brigitte. And, there wasn't great play for Toronto Defiant. This Biotic Grenade here, for example. Krillin wasted an Ana onto opener, like Josh discussed on the cast as well. And they just couldn't get this going. I think that continued on Archivalde as well, where opener tried to play this Brigitte, and I just don't think. Well, by the way, Muse is doing a fantastic job here, just like punching people. It was
crazy.
Yeah, what do I take collateral damage for suggesting Kalios playing Sigma? and now we played Doom and was disappointing. Do I take collateral analytical damage from that, or what do you think?
I mean, you wanted to see him on Sigma.
Sigma, not Doomfist.
This is not your doing.
Okay.
Yeah, but on the other hand, I was completely right about everything that I wanted to try and define. If you guys remember,
They didn't play Sigma. They didn't play the seconds of Sigma. There was all Muse Doomfist.
Yeah, but you know, at least I said Toronto was good. I'm going to take that and use that as my full analysis because I didn't say anything about Hopper the entire time. But I think that Toronto Defiant, they actually looked really good on the back. Not just the Muse Doomfist, everything around that I think looked very good as well. They understood how they wanted to play the compositions, how to create this space. And, you know, Twilight as a flex support, we know he was one of the best in the business so far this season since moving to the Toronto Defiant. It didn't feel like he was having that level of impact we know him for, but it's really starting to click for them. Yes, the Justice looked a little weak. Yes, Kalios maybe didn't match Muse on that Doomfist, but I think overall it was a good showing by Toronto Defiant, and this should be. We said this was an important match. This is the first step to them making it to the mid-season tournament, and I think Toronto Defiant can run with this.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, this was very important in terms of standings, of course, because one of the two teams wanted to get into that 8th slot. Of course, things are still changing, things are still moving. We're not done yet with the qualifiers, so everything's still kind of out in the open. And now we have 2 more teams coming up in just a little bit, but we want to talk about that match. Are you all right?
Yeah, Johnny,
Are you all right, Jonathan?
He's boomed, you know.
It's all right. Let's distract you.
You know,
with
it's been said before. I just hope that when I die, the Washington Justice roster like lowers me into my grave so they can let me down. Last time.
Oh my god!
Because I'm just.
I did not see
I'm making a promise today. I will never.
Guys, that's all Johnny.
Welcome to the club.
I will never ever.
Never
Hex
ever.
is banning me. Okay. It's like holding, you know, shares in the stock market. It's like you're doing it because like you think that the good days will outweigh the bad ones. And I think if I never predict the Washington Justice, all the losses will outweigh the few wins the Washington Justice have. So that's going to be my mentality moving forward. No more disappointment, Costa.
Yes.
No more.
Welcome.
Okay, that's
No more.
I mean, the thing is, like, my predictions have been disappointing to begin with. So I'm so far behind at this point. I can pick it. I literally have to flip a coin. It doesn't matter anymore.
I like Gamba.
No, everything's on fire as far as my pickings are concerned. Now, a quick preview, of course, Atlanta going up against San Francisco Shock. Do we feel like there was a clear-cut winner in this one, or could this potentially be a very close match, Costa?
Shock have looked ridiculous so far in this meta. They have all the tools for it with, you know, they have Mikey to play the Wrecking Ball if they want to go that direction. We know Kaluja's been phenomenal. You got the backline in full force with Finn and Violet. It's going to be difficult for anyone to take down the Shock from what we've seen so far. Atlanta's been a good team. There has been some stumbles. If the best Atlanta that we've seen so far shows up, it'll be a close match. If not, it could be one-sided.
Agreed.
They got Kai. Kai, though.
Yeah.
Kai though.
There's always Kai, though. That is correct. And now...
Kilo though.
Kilo, though.
Proper, though.
Yeah.
Proper, though. Actually proper, though. Lots of things, you know, to keep into consideration when looking at this match. I am very excited to get it going in for all the action. We send it over to Mitch and Jack. Mac
Attack.
Mackerel.
That's good. I like it. Macro, what?
I mean, okay, yeah, no worries. Look, this matchup is fascinating to me, right? The San Francisco Shock versus the Atlanta Reign, because we saw a pretty different San Francisco Shock in Texas, right? You know, the word onliner gets thrown around a fair bit. The fact of the matter is that these guys are incredible online, and at LAN, they looked nervous. They looked like they were unable to really adjust to the atmosphere. To be fair, a hostile crowd for them a fair bit of the time, so not an easy road for them here, but I mean, so far in regular season play, the San Francisco Shock have been pretty darn good.
Yeah, they're 8-0 in regular season. Then they go to LAN, they lose. It's like, what? We didn't expect this at all. Especially from people like Proper, Finn, Sam as well. I'm glad they've actually added Mikey into the team too. Wrecking Ball's been played here and there, and him being on the team to facilitate that need for San Francisco Shock has been great. But are we just going to see the same kind of thing? We're just going to see Shock do really well in the qualifiers and then kind of flounder a little bit when tournament time comes? I'm not sure. The Atlanta Reign, on the other hand, like, Venom has been unbelievably clutch. Mitch, we cast the game yesterday where Venom was just multiple pulse bomb after like a multi-kills on pulse bomb time and time again to stop them or stop the enemy team from getting the final checkpoint or just coming out with big clutch teamfight wins. And then Kai is just very consistent on the Sojourn. It's a true test for the San Francisco Shock now. Are they just going to continue their dominant spree, or is this where they're finally stopped by the Atlanta Reign?
The Reign, yesterday were able to dodge, a matchup that many expected them to win, and it was a little bit closer, of course, as that Vancouver team is starting to work on some interesting stuff in the background. But let's have a look at their roster today, and let's talk about what we should expect for them. Look, I think the crew in the truck put it very clearly. If we get the Reign at their best, this is going to be an incredible game. But that's the asterisk, right? Kai, like you mentioned, had really consistent output. He got our player of the match yesterday in a tough series. But he and Venom were definitely very pivotal for this team. And you kind of said this, that Ultrafighter and OG, after such a strong start in the league, have started to look much more fallible over the last few weeks.
Yeah, and that's what's crazy. They come in so, like, bursting onto the scene. You're like, whoa, okay. Shouldn't mess with them. This is why Atlanta Reign picked them up. They're an incredible duo. But last couple of weeks, they've not looked so great. And maybe that's a meta shift in the way these compositions are starting to play in a more team-based, like Rush-style composition where it's a lot more team-orientated. They did extremely well. But now we're in a meta where the DPS are just kind of let loose. And we saw it in the match before, where Decay is just on a flank somewhere, on Tracer, doing his thing. And then you have someone else on Sojourn just up on the high ground, also doing their thing. There's a lot less like team-orientated. Maybe that's where their kind of weakness is. Yet to be seen, though, of course. But Hawk has been a very good Doomfist player, I will say. The Atlanta Reign overall looking very strong. This is their week to prove they are one of the best teams in North America. As Shock is their opponent, they're undefeated.
That's right, it's time for the Atlanta Reign to prove that they're fit to rule the roost. Let's have a look at their opponents today. The San Francisco Shock. It's going to be Sam and Proper starting with Mikey in at tank. I mean, this team obviously are undefeated in regular season play, but I got to say that extra element we've now seen added to their tank line, it's way more flexibility. This is a pretty big roster, but you can see now they've been able to make use of many of those new additions. There are a lot of potential looks that San Francisco can throw at their opponents, Jack.
Yeah, with Mikey in, you expect a little bit of Wrecking Ball, which will be nice to see. Wrecking Ball is not as hindered as someone like a Winston when you go up against Sigma. Wrecking Ball also against the Doomfist. It can be a little bit frustrating. The Wrecking Ball just wants to dive onto the backline, but if you're kind of checked with the Doomfist punch over and over again, yeah, it can be a little bit tough. The last match they actually played against each other, Mitch, was at the kickoff clash, and Atlanta Reign kind of blew through them. It was a 3-1 series, but like we said, the San Francisco Shock just didn't show up on that. Like, they were maybe a little bit nervous, maybe that impacted them a ton, but when they're online, it's a whole different ball game.
They turn around and
seems to be able to do both very well. Yeah. Which is nuts, because then previous to that, they got 3-0 by the Fuel. Like, it's... It is wild, honestly.
Whole different ball game for the San Francisco Shock here as they're looking to show us exactly why they're able to have such an incredible streak, even up against very quality opposition so far. New Queen Street is going to be our first map in this series, and like we sort of said, we've seen the Dallas Fuel try that Wrecking Ball setup, and it's looked extremely good against Sigma, right? And getting in Sojourn's face and sort of, clearing off a lot of that high ground control. Now, the question is here, we've seen teams try and play Sigma on this map. Doesn't look that great, you know what I mean? We saw Ilios have to sort of switch off of it there and realize that he wasn't favoring a poke composition. But when you're up against Hawk, you don't know if you're going to have to deal with Doom or Sigma or anything else like that. The one thing we didn't really mention is that the DPS matchup is just insane in this series. I mean, it gets even crazier, I think, when Kilo comes in, but already, like, we're in for a treat.
Yeah, it is a little bit ridiculous. Like, they have Kilo still sitting on the bench. Sam has been a very nice addition to the roster too, another very flexible player. And that's what people have praised the Atlanta Reign for too, to be fair. Their tank line is extremely flexible. Hawk can play a whole bunch of things. They still have Gator as well on the bench. So when it's like a main tanky meta, we're going to see Gator come out in full force, I can imagine.
Huh.
But with Hanzo, this is a very kind of slow style in terms of DPS. Like, Hanzo wants to sit all the way at the back. I mentioned it before in previous series, but Hanzo is like the poor man's Sojourn, right?
Right.
Like, you can get the one-shots across the map, but he has a little bit less mobility and a little less consistent damage and like in-your-face potential that the Sojourn has. So it is definitely an interesting matchup. I definitely favor the Sojourn, but Hawk going down first? All right, okay, not really what I expected.
The shot playing's so compact there. I mean, we're watching from Kai's point of view, and he can barely see any of San Francisco's players. Every now and then we see Mikey roll by, but it looks like Hawk went pretty deep when Kai didn't quite have the sidelights to support him. And the Discord Orb, Finn's damage there, and he ends up getting claimed by Proper. Finn Zen, something well worth talking about, right? This guy is pretty insane. Tied for third in final blows. The fewest amount of deaths on Zenyatta out of anybody right now. So another lethal weapon in the back line. Here's the pile drive from Mikey. Ooh, it's a lot of CC.
It is a lot, but Venom actually ends up going down. Discord Orb and an arrow will do it. As one of the little frustrating things to die to is just like an arrow and orb and a Discord Orb on top of you. Can end your life instantly. But Venom's got a pulse bomb, so he really wants to open this one up, but a very early nano shot. Aggression, you love to see it.
Proper gets it here. Pulse, Ultraviolet's out a step ahead of that one into the disruptor shot, but Proper's just there. Yuvi not even really looking at Proper, maybe concerned about what's going on elsewhere, as Violet is going to be felled by Venom. So both Traces strike gold here, comparatively speaking, but Venom again gets shut down by the Hanzo play. Sam is having a real impact here, Jack.
Yeah, massive impact on the Hanzo right now. Kai's not really finding any space or time to charge up the railguns. So it's a little bit more, okay, we have to be a little bit safe here, a little bit further back. I need my railgun, like I need to find these like instant kills, but it's more like, oh, Proper's actually killed somebody already. He's got nanos in the back line. We need that railgun really fast. We need a one-shot somewhere. Like, Kai, it's a bit more difficult to play out on this map, to be fair. You have to almost step out into the enemy's field of view before you can really make a big impact. And charging off of a Wrecking Ball, it is a little easy, but it's also not as easy as like a Sigma. You have to rely on your tracking from across the map to really charge up to 100.
I don't know if Kai realized he was walking into a Sonic Arrow there. Fortunate not to get punished. Hawk able to get out of jail free here with this Meteor Strike, but he'll be 34 HP when he drops, so yeah, needs to be very, very careful. And I'm going to top him up the rain as Kai almost gets clipped by that dragon coming through here. It sections off OG, but that's about all it really does. Finn has the Transcendence in play now, and Proper doesn't need the Pulse Bomb to finish off Hawk. This is the rain slowly getting dragged off their horse again.
Damn, the body block there from Mikey just helping Proper finish off Hawk. Hawk couldn't do anything. And he's actually switching over to D.Va instead. Like, thinking, yeah, I'm just getting isolated on the Doomfist over and over again. At least I can help my backline, which has had like a decent impact. But now you'd expect it to really pop off and shine. Because look at that. Look at that defense matrix. Used entirely on Ultraviolet. Still goes down to Sam with a headshot.
Hawk is, I mean, not feeling good about playing the D.Va right now, I'm sure. Why are the Rain having so many problems trying to eliminate Mikey? He seems unkillable here.
Yeah, I mean, it is Wrecking Ball at the end of the day. Like, I'm sure you've all played against good Wrecking Ball players in your ranked game. You're like, how are they still alive? Like, how? Please tell me. And the survivability of Ball, pretty damn high, especially with those overshields. Venom goes down again, this time to Finn. This is not the Rain showing up like everybody thought they would. Kai is also dead, okay. And Nano onto Proper, why not? Cherry on top of the cake. Ultraviolet has to get mad pocketed to try and survive.
This is San Francisco at their unsullied best right now. Mikey able to roll back to the bot, but Ultraviolet finally strikes, and he gets rid of Sam. This seems to be enough to precipitate a retreat from the San Francisco shot, but the damage is surely already done. That's Mikey's, what, second death so far this round? And the Shock are way ahead. We're heading into half-time here.
Yeah, I don't know about those mines, but I mean, still, if you're still killing people, and Proper still on the point, yeah, he's just going. Nice eat from Hawk, but Finn is still. Okay, now he's dead, but he got 2 kills in that fight and stalled out the payload for so long, Mitch.
I can't believe
he was able to come back and touch the point.
He plays like that and still has the least deaths of Zenyatta players in the league per 10. Like, that's what's so astounding about him. Sam finds Venom again. Venom is 3 and 5 right now on this Tracer. And at least 3 deaths have come from Sam himself. Gearing up to try and deal with the D.Va here as Hawk gets natted and pushes forward. Sam's in his sight.
Oh,
How to avoid this? Self-destruct goes off, but Hawk can't get back into his mech because Sam has found him as well. And this Hanzo is really having an outsized impact on the game.
Yeah, unbelievably giant impact right now. All Dragons. It's going to split the team, but Ultraviolet was already dead.
He got Venom. He got him.
Wait, how did he get Venom? There's no way. Was he hiding underground? Maybe?
I'm not sure. He had a Discord on him, potentially, as there was a kill involvement from Finn, but that seems so strange. So long after the Dragon Strike very clearly just bustled through that part of the map. We may never know. Or we'll have our spiteful EVS operator find the exact clip, and then we can laugh.
Nano
on Proper. Here goes Mikey. Pile drive. OG. It's got to be a Transcendence there for Ultraviolet. He fires it off instantly. Proper slept here, but can get out with the recall. Kai looking for his next victim, and Finn first on the chopping block. Violet able to survive for now, but yeah, he realizes he's in a dangerous position.
Wow, that was a really nice bit of slide. I'm not sure if you can call it a tech, but he slid through, and you heard the sound like of Mikey thudding into him, like you'd get booped, but he slid at the same time, so he didn't move in the direction Mikey was moving, and he ended up instead just moving in the direction his slide was going. That was actually pretty cool. I'm not sure I've seen that
so it's like
just yet, at least not in 4K HD as we were watching there, but that was cool. I'm not sure if that was
actually
like,
weren't. It's a work in progress.
That was cool, yeah.
That's a good
That's
days,
true.
though.
That wasn't supposed to be a joke, but okay, it turned out to be.
Sorry, Jack. I had to do it.
Yeah, that's fine. All right. Hey, not my bad. Post bomb for Proper. They are so far ahead though, Mitch. Almost 100 meters and 3 minutes to go. The Rain need to win like at least 5 fights at this point. And Venom's already almost out.
Yeah, it's a recall there. Sam must have been pushed by Kai there. There's no way he falls into a disruptor shot unless Kai takes the fight to him. Look, the Rain, for all their bluff and bluster here, just haven't made much progress with the bot. 17 plays 98, and they're risking losing this fight as well because Proper just found a quick double. Finn gets a Discord orb straight on Kai, and Proper's going to surge forward. UV's hit with that Discord, and he just explodes under Proper and Finn's scrutiny. This is not good for the Atlanta Rain. That's putting it awfully nicely.
He's still going, man. He's still going. He's got 17 limbs to Venom's 6 right now. Venom is just not having an impact. This is not the Rain I thought would show up today. 2 minutes to go. Shock have control of the bot. They've got Nano. They're going to give it to Proper again. And he is going to one-clip Ultraviolet before OG can react. Watch this. There's just no shot it happens. It doesn't happen.
Bite grenade there thrown. Violet not connecting. It's going to be Hawk to get the Nano. Now, I'm going to find Sam at the very least here, but not before he takes down Venom, so this is a very awkward situation for Hawk. He's discorded, and that Nano's run out. Got to be run down by Mikey, forced to pull out there with that Meteor Strike. This is just going bad to worse, awful quick.
Yep, 2 minutes to go. What more else is there to say? Hawk's on Ryan. He's on Ryan. The character Ryan. I'm not sure. I mean, a good defensive tool around the payload, yes. Venom switch over to the Hanzo because his Tracer's not getting all too much. Transcendence has been used, but Rob's got a pulse bomb. You've got to watch out. This could be the end of the map. If they win a fight here, it's a full completion.
Finn's Transcendence, you think it got forced there, but it looks like he wants to use it to try and get aggressive. Oh, very clear signal to his team. Go forward, get them. The Batista's already down. OG, he's felled by Mikey, who's really being very punishing on this Wrecking Ball. Sam, by the way, 12 final blows, 4 deaths. Huge Hanzo play. And Mikey with a cheeky double. This is, I mean, Atlanta have no idea what to do against this ball play. They have no clue.
That was a really nice Dragons by Sam, isolating people on the high ground. Easy cleanup for Mikey. Perfect and precise. There's a couple of meters before they end. Proper's got Pulse. They're ready to rock and roll. They got mines. Every explosive in the book.
Drone's down. Pulse. Oh, it's there. Ultraviolet is down. Proper gets rid of the drone here. And I think the Shock, they actually want a full cap finish here. And they might have it. Hawks in with the Discord orb, but it's Mikey who goes upstairs.
He got kicked into mines.
Oh, for shame. Atlanta Rain. Say it ain't so. The Shock get a full clear against the team that handed them the fattest L over in Texas. Well, that's a turnaround if I've ever seen it.
Can we get a replay of Finn kicking the Rhine into mines, please? Oh my God. That was a stomp. Like, to put it lightly, I did not expect Atlanta Rain to come out like this today. An extremely cold start. Kai didn't really have much space to work with on the Sojourn. Sam, you know, I said I prefer the Sojourn to the Hanzo more often than not, but Sam had an unreal impact on the Hanzo, Mitch. And then Venom was also a bit of a non-factor. Proper just out-traced him.
This is the San Francisco shock we've been treated to all season long until they get outside, apparently. Let's see if we get more of the same for San Francisco, and the Reign are going to need to show us a little bit more of that depth we've been hoping for. Said lightning doesn't strike twice has never met the San Francisco shock.
Some of the most hardcore carry performances that I've ever seen.
Just a depth of talent on their roster that can't be denied.
I mean, what more can you ask from the shock? This is going to be a wild ride.
Violet is cracked. He's out of his mind.
I say that justice.
Okay. Face with everything right now.
Jesus Christ, dude.
Sam is deadlifting right now, actually.
Finish is doing so much. Cleans it up like DPS and Yada.
San Francisco has cemented themselves as the greatest team in Overwatch. Oh man, here's those final moments from Finn here. Well, when you go to the fighting dojo, it's Hitmonlee or bust apparently. That's just, that's wrong.
He's got a black belt, that's for sure.
Yep.
Oh, you love to see it. I knew something stupid would come out of the Zen kicking ability, the new passive, the new kick.
Just the beginning, Jack.
It literally is. Yeah, it's scary stuff. I mean, the new beta's around the corner, so I can imagine a billion more clips are going to come out of that. So that's great. One substitution for the Shock. Kalush is in, Mikey out. So less of that wrecking ball and more variance for the Shock. But right now, do they need it, Mitch? I don't know, because the Atlanta Reign come out of the gate and they're just kind of invisible. Like, and this is exactly opposite of what happened yesterday. They looked really good, but they looked really good against the Titans. It turned out to be a fairly good game, and the Titans also were like, whoa, okay, this is looking like a brand new team. They all looked pretty happy on the camera too, and with the performance against one of the top teams in the league right now. But this is not the same Reign that was playing yesterday, I feel. Something is vastly different.
Yeah,
maybe it's
their
just
opponent
New Queen Street
is much better. What do you?
Well, obviously,
what do you bloody think?
But I don't expect them to come in and get full capped on again on New Queen Street. Like, Venom had a very good game yesterday. Yes, it was against Titans, but still, you expect Venom to do a little bit more than he was doing. Sam was shutting him down over and over again on that.
It looks like to me the Shock want to play a poke composition here. Otherwise, they might even stay with the Wrecking Ball on this map. We know that Dallas liked to play Wrecking Ball here on Route 66. You know, like mixed results. Ultimately, it sort of worked out for them. So the Sigma here from Kalush, no surprise to see him brought in to fill that role. Sam on the Hanzo. So, I mean, one of the teams that are maybe playing more Hanzo than almost anybody else. I mean, okay, Seoul Dynasty will play every DPS, they don't really care. But, you know, seeing what Sam was able to show us earlier on, I think there's reason to fear San Francisco able to get it done without Sojourn at all.
Yeah, which is insane because Sojourn is so strong right now. Which is nuts. But Sam's Hanzo, yeah, put me to sleep. That's for sure. Put me to sleep. Shut me up is what I should say. He didn't put me to sleep.
They might be entities of one another in this context.
Yeah, completely wrong word. Yeah, it did shut me up. Although I still like Kai on the Sojourn. I think he'd rather play that than Widow. Widow is usable on this map, but in Overwatch 2, when everything happens very quickly, long-range maps are very much preferred. And this what not so much, especially if you have a Tracer up against you or a Genji from Proper.
All right, so the Reign take the cave here. The San Francisco Shock seem happy enough to sort of giving this space up.
Sure.
Sam has good sightlines, kind of either way, right? If they sort of take the cave. This does mean the card starts to move forward and Kai has an acceptable vantage point, but he's still playing against Hanzo, who absolutely outranges him outside of the small window of having Rail up. Kalush trying to hold the Reign at bay, but they take all of its real estate. Now, what can they do with it?
Yeah, they're looking for a giant pick here. That's really all that they need to then hit that go button and prop and go in unhindered. But the payload is moving for free. Very good rotation from the Atlanta Reign right now. And the Batiste can set up on the high ground with the OG. Sam gets isolated. The Shock kind of, yeah, now they're starting to unravel. Although, that lamp is going to save Kai, not for long, as Proper was right on top of it. Double kill, in fact, for the Genji. OG's there with a bash, doesn't stun anymore, but still does a fair bit of damage, knocks people away. Nice boop, and that'll be it. Wow, Reign, take that point easily. Shock just got out-rotated there, through and through. Sam couldn't find a pick. You can tell that by, well, the amount of damage and ult charge he has. Proper cleaned up a couple of kills at the end, but needed that initial pick to be a little bit more safe in his engagement.
Yeah, Sam finds one kill there, and the texture of that fight is completely different. And then it makes sense for San Francisco to have given up all that space, right? I mean, now it just looks like they gave it up for free, didn't do anything, but obviously that's not the case. The idea was there, the execution lagged behind it somewhat. So, Gravitic Flux here, online for Kalush, who gained a lot of ult charge while, you know, backing up as he went. Here's a Gravitic Flux to the high ground. Did they catch Ultraviolet? Unclear. Kai caught inside that. Proper able to finish the job here as OG takes his way up to that high ground. Ultraviolet pressure in the back. Proper calling for healing here. Waiting for his chance to go in.
He's going to get a free blade, maybe. That rally is flying away and a huge nade.
Nano here thinks about the blade, but doesn't need it at all, really. Dragon strikes out enough to claim Ultraviolet, and Proper says, well, I'll save this for later.
Ooh, Venom. He's good. Yeah, that was a really nice bit of aggression from Proper, and really nice patience too. Not using that blade as soon as he gets nanoed. I think a lot of Genjis, as soon as they get hit with nano, just pop that blade. You know you're going to win the fight, so not worth using it, and you can use it in this next one. Nice nade from Violet again, what a surprise. But the Atlanta Reign have a big tool here. Proper has to go fairly quick. If Ultraviolet is just allowed to sit behind this window for half a second, they should be good. That rock from downtown.
The angle was nice.
All right, there's a window. Proper has to go, or he has to back off. He's looking like he's want to back off right now. Yeah. So they're going to wait for this to come out.
Oh, the second he peeks, Kai was on him. Sam having a much quieter round so far. It's been about proper so far.
Nice flux.
Okay, Violet, oh, the Transcendental is going to be there, but Hawk actually catches him with a bouncing Hypersphere. Here's that Immortality field that Proper just gets rid of. OG able to go down, so Proper able to strike at least, but it's not remotely enough, and without Violet for the time being, the Shock are still retreating, they're still backing away.
That was a super nice flux from Hawk there. Isolated Violet. Finn used the Transcendence to try and get to him in time, but wasn't able to. The Hyperspheres finished him off. Headshot from Sam doesn't result in anything because he's using Storm Arrows. It's not a fully charged, like, regular shot. Control on the height is important. Take that away from Kai, but Kai using the Disrupt shot to push him down and an instant kill.
Yeah, this isn't enough from Sam. This isn't remotely good enough, especially as opposed to the previous map. The Shock need the Hanzo to dominate the high ground. Instead, Kai is hunting the Hanzo. Kalush brought down in front of the card here in 4 round minutes for the Atlanta Reign to finish the map through this last phase.
You get a lot more control of space, especially in like a 1v1 scenario, 2v1 or 2v2 scenario. If you are Sojourn, that Disruptor shot stops Sam from staying on the roof and taking. Oh my god, okay, well, yeah. Violet just dies out of spawn. Very epic, Kai, thank you. But that's one of the big things about the Hanzo. Now he's in a position where he can lob the logs down towards the payload. On point 2, you get a lot less space, so the Hanzo's under a lot more pressure. That's where Kai really thrives on the Sojourn. Venom finds another pick on Sam, and Violet dies from spawn. Again to Kai.
Yeah, the Reign are dominating right now. Kai obviously is you know, pretty hard to match on a good day if you have a Sojourn to go head-to-head with him, but picking off the Ana both times as he walks out, Kai almost has this extra sensory feeling that there's going to be a Gravitic Flux coming his way, so he dodges it. There was a Bionator to follow it up here, and the Reign are having to handle things now as they back up and then retake that high ground. Consistent pressure being applied here, and Sam doesn't really have good sightlines to work from, but the Reign have stepped off the car for the time being, but it's only for a moment. Here it is, Kai doing Kai things. And he'll be able to circle back around the cart. And the San Francisco Shock looked god-awful. Absolutely horrendous on that defense.
This is the Reign that I thought would show up. Like, the teams have swapped. It's almost like the last series where one team dominates one map, the next team the other team dominates the next map. Like, what? That was an unbelievable offense from the Atlanta Reign. Definitely helps that Kai got 2 one-shots onto Violet on 3rd, so they were able to walk up for free. And something small to mention too, well, I guess it's fairly big, especially in that last fight, OG and Ultraviolet kind of clapped there. Not only did OG get out of the flux, he hit the rally at the nice time when the flux was going up, so everybody was getting overhealth, everybody crashed back down. Violet hit a nice anti instantly from Ultraviolet, the lamp comes through, so Hawk doesn't die, who is on very low HP, like would have died with like a Genji dash at that point, and they were able to sustain Hawk through it, sustain OG through it, who also got antied. So the backline from the Atlanta Reign there really helped them secure that map. Kai obviously headshotted people, yeah, but the supports keeping everybody up and healthy within that game, and Hawk on the high ground, Sigma on the high ground, it's hard to dislodge at the best of times, and you have OG and Ultraviolet at your back, so really nice all-round play from Atlanta Reign there on defense.
So what's Sam going to do? What's the pick here? He's 1-5 on Hanzo in that previous round. Obviously it looks vastly different. It's a very different map type as well. We had less opportunity to shine. There needs to be some recovery, right? How does he sort of jumpstart himself? Looks like Hanzo is still the play here on offense. That seems fine, completely acceptable. Let's see if Sam can get value here. He really has to.
Hit a very wicked shot if you hit the Storm Arrows up against the walls in the tunnel, get a couple of headshots. They ricochet now.
Yes.
I've only ever managed to get 1 kill with ricocheting arrows, and that was on Hanamura. Got the clip though, so we're all good.
Thank God it's
but I think
posterity. What would we do?
I know. How would you know? You know, how would you know?
I just have to believe you, wouldn't I? That's awkward.
No, I know. Impossible. But nice off angle from Sam. Like, he is going to get pressured out by Kai, and like I mentioned before, Mitch, the Hanzo's a little bit tougher to play in these mid to close range fights, and you can see him just getting juggled by Venom and by Kai. Took a nice off angle, tried to pressure out the shield from Hawk so Kalush could make some free space. space, but it just wasn't to be. Taking those off angles as Hanzo, you only get that short-range leap, and it's not enough to escape from a Tracer.
Also notice the Atlanta Reign that went aggressive in the caves and tried to re-establish that space, right? It makes it a little bit harder for Sam to play forward and have consistent support from the high ground. That's why he was able to be torn apart by those DPS here, because he Proper... Okay, they're able to force out an Immortality field now, and Proper gets a glimpse of Venom as he does loops around the cart. Recall there, so he's tracked that cooldown. Kai is really scary right now. And Matrix also coming from the shock from the low ground here, and OG's down. Violet going to make use of that Matrix, and an Immortality field has been removed, but the player advantage for the shock here, they look to convert on it.
Yeah, the windows are super big. Oh, Flux. Hawk's dead here, 100%. Yeah, okay. Humongous. It was isolated from his support. You can see Ultraviolet's over there on the side, and Proper followed it up with some additional damage if Hawk got healed. What I was going to say, Mitch, was the windows from both maps are fairly crazy in these comps. You can one-shot people as Hanzo, and you can one-shot people in the body with an arrow, and you can one-shot people fairly easily with Kai's railgun.
Yeah.
So as soon as those windows come up, you have to run. You can put an Immortality field down to try and stop yourself getting one-shot, but if that dies, you're just going to get torn asunder. Like, it's super tough for you to regain control of a point if a window is blocking the route.
Proper doesn't expect Venom to come from there. I think he must have eaten a railgun. It wasn't even fully charged. Didn't have to be, though. No way you're ready for that. This is an awkward
the Dragon Strike.
Hawk. Good Immortality field from Ultraviolet there. Great response, and it just keeps the rain ticking. Just, though. Now here comes a second wave of damage from San Francisco, and Ultraviolet is bowled over.
That's a lot of ults in a small corridor. And Hawk is while mid-flux.
That's so
it's cancelled. He was in a small room, and the Transcendence was going off, so the likelihood of you actually picking up a kills there was slim, but maybe they could have come up with something. That was kind of disastrous from the Atlanta Reign. Again, Ultraviolet and OG are doing a really good job of keeping everybody alive. That lamp, like you said, with the Dragon Strike, kept OG in the fight. It's a pity that they couldn't survive the onslaught of damage and the shock just running at them in that mega health pack room. Right, they do get another chance to defend. They've got Rally, so you're looking to maybe rally early and make sure you don't get post-bombed. Maybe take high ground and then hit with the Rally. Depends how they want to engage this, because Venom has a post-bomb at 2, so ideally just plant yourself down, overlooking the payload, but someone still has to touch.
If Sam can hold on to this high ground, this is very difficult for Atlanta to come back into this fight. Talked about pulse bombs, there's one. Okay, Ultraviolet doesn't even have a chance to get stuck with it. Proper just blows him up there. But Hawk gets rid of the Baptiste now. San Francisco still have the Ant Matrix in play, but no Baptiste to make use of it. It's Kaluge trying to command the high ground while he can, and the Gravitic Flux may help, but where does it get aimed? At Kai, he slides out of it, definitely able to avoid that key ultimate. Kaluge doesn't hit the rock either now. Things are getting a little uncomfortable for San Francisco. They have to back up.
Man, Proper had 3 targets in his sights in that attack. He was... Oh! Almost got kicked to death there. That would have been painful. Very late post-bomb from Venom. Maybe you should have saved that. I mean, everybody was backing off. I guess you get a stagger kill would have resulted in an additional, like, 15 seconds. Yeah. Maybe it's not the worst. If it connected, it would have been great, but it didn't, which sucks. But yeah, Proper had 3 people in his sights there at one point.
Oh, what?
Okay, Violet jumps up and just dies.
Yeah, Kaluge is on the low ground for whatever reason. I think they're trying to split him to the high ground, play an off angle, but that left Violet kind of exposed.
Yeah, not sure. Yeah, Violet tried to jump up to height, he peeped his head out, and then it was just headshots for Venom, so he died like instantly. It's tough. Yeah, I'm not sure what Kaluge was planning. I guess going up the stairs. But going below a Sigma comp, especially with a Brig next to you, it's pretty tough. Cave seems like the best way to go, but still attacking against a Brig is rather annoying. You give your Zed sightlines though, ideally. Sam's in trouble.
Yeah, Harmony Orb on him though, so just takes a quick breather and he can get back into the fight soon enough. The disrupt shot is annoying. Means that Sam just needs to reposition a little bit. There's a Transcendence in play for Finn. The Shock, they were very split the way they're playing, but that's what allows Proper to find this elimination with the help of that Discord Orb. Ultraviolet down to half health. That might force the regenerative burst, which is good for Proper. He can get that ultimate away, or that ability rather. Feels like an ultimate at times. Gravitic Flux here, but it's going to be an Immortality field in play. Hawk doesn't go for it. He goes for the player instead and comes up with nothing.
Yeah, regenerative burst is insane. It gives you 50 instant HP now. Kai is extremely low. Oh, well, Finn and Proper, 2-man tag team in the back.
Oh, that's beautiful. The Stalk delivered a baby, but it's not the one you were looking for if you're Ultraviolet. He was not ready. Proper dropped that right on top of him there. And that cart's going to keep moving. OG's going to get caught inside the saloon here. And eventually Atlanta Reign are going to be brought down. But look, relatively speaking, Jack, staunch defense from Atlanta. Think about how much time the Reign had to work with here. The Shock are going to be struggling to have an equal time bank.
Oh, Venom versus Proper. Proper has recall. Venom does not. Maybe in a couple of seconds.
Oh, there it is.
Nice body shot. Yeah, I mean, he knew, like, he's got to get cleaned up there. You can't stall out for too long. I mean, what, you distract Proper, but then they just walk forward and kill the rest of your team? Like, kind of sucks. Yeah, generally this point of the map can be ended pretty quickly if you do what Atlanta Reign did, which is kill the supports over and over again. But with high ground like this, Sam's going to have a little bit of a tougher time, not only because he's against a Brig, but because they're so split up as well. So has to dedicate his time shooting one target, while the others on the side are trying to take care of him. Flux to start off the fight, though, with the Dragons.
Okay, it's going to be an immortality field there for the Baptiste. Oh, it's actually on the platform, not on the low ground there. Interesting. So Venom gets taken down. Sam found him with a Storm Arrow. Air Matrix thrown out, but Kai's not looking to make use of it right now. He's more concerned about the personnel on the card and sends Sam packing with a bruise, but he's still alive until Kai finds a second shot.
Oh, I was waiting for him to right-click the Tracer. A right-click at a body shot and a melee will kill you. Worth keeping in mind, so if the Tracer gets too close, a big old right-click and a melee will send it to spawn. All right, very defendable. 50 seconds to go. Whoa, Sam switching over to Mei, and they're Proper going Sojourn. Okay. Hanzo? Proper? Okay, they're going Hanzo. You sure? You want to change again? No, they're good. Okay. So, oh, well, that sucks. Violet is just having a bit of a rough time on the third point, apparently. The Mei to isolate the Sigma, Mitch, but that's about it. Ultraviolet and OG more than willing to fight in this small corridor.
That was sick from you, V.
Bring at the back.
I mean, he's able to use those exo boots to keep Hawk alive, even though Hawk sort of blunders his way into a wall. He's maybe not expecting to see Sam on the Mei, and that could have been pretty punishing for Atlanta, but he gets bailed out by his backline. And so now the Reign can reconvene here again for a last defense, and the Sam Cat is out of the bag. There's a Mei on the field, and now the Reign are looking to play around it. Ultraviolet's lost that immortality field already, though, so a little bit dangerous here for the Reign. They might opt to give a little bit more ground here as Sam harasses from the side. What a shot from Kai, though. It's going to be a rail connecting, but OG's going to be brought down by Finn. It's the backline of the Shock now showing their teeth. The lethality cannot be denied. Finn with some charged orbs. He wants to pressure Venom out of those sight lines, though the Discord Orb makes it even riskier for the Tracer to come back to the fight. So San Francisco have a few moments of card push, but Proper gets more than he intended. He goes down. Violet able to trade though and get rid of Venom. It's going to be Hawk stepping back to the card on the Doomfist. Violet trying to make use of the Air Matrix if he possibly can. And that Atlanta Reign Air Matrix is so far forward here. Violet looking cool as a cucumber now. It's just OG to be brought down. Immortality field being held onto for a rainy day. And so the Shock look to be finishing the map here. Venom has to recall. Another shot to try and stall this out, and now it's Ultraviolet's turn. The accretion doesn't connect on the Lucio, but eventually he must succumb as well. So San Francisco are probably going to get it done here. But again, the time bank difference is considerable.
Yeah, 1 minute to 3:38. All that ladder's flying straight towards us. Get down. It's 3D. Imagine if it was. Imagine if you viewed games in the old red and blue 3D glasses, or like viewed, I don't know, esports or whatever. That'd be so stupid.
Get to the IMAX experience. Yeah, I feel that.
Yeah, that'd be ridiculous. You're trying to duck every single time like an ice core and arrow is thrown at your head.
Yeah. Next thing you know, they get like the haptic feedback first and stuff.
Oh yeah, on the chair. It's like
fully immersive.
Like
Good lord.
What if you get caught in a flux? It like goes up and then it crushes you down a little bit. I don't like this idea actually. It sounds like giving me motion sickness.
Yeah, I mean,
Overwatch is a bit chaotic already. I mean, with all that stuff added on top, I'm not sure how people would feel about it. But okay. Going on to the next round. Yeah, I interrupted you. My bad.
You're fine. Look, okay. So
I was gonna say Sam Mei. I really like it for the offense because you're able to isolate Hawk. But one of the big reasons why Baptiste was so good when people were playing the Mei comms is that you can just jump over the wall, and being able to do that. Not playing like an Ada who has to literally break the wall or like nade over it and hope you hit somebody. You just jump up, hit the lamp, and the wall is just a complete non-factor. I do really like it on these points too, the way you can wall off one of the sight lines and then make a big rotation. The Atlanta Reign didn't need to do that on their offense. They just kind of walked at San Francisco Shock. They fell over. Crap. But doing something like this, yeah, it's pretty bad if you're the Reign and not expecting it.
Yeah, that's fantastic. The Mei is the perfect answer to defensive teams trying to hold the cave, right?
Yeah,
that's
literally
perfect.
just walk at them.
Oh. There's no way you're expecting that if you're Atlanta. Nice little tweak there from Sam. Obviously, we got the Seas May in that previous round, right? And you kind of know what the idea is, but this is crucial when you're behind in that time bank. The Reign will have another opportunity to defend here, and they're gonna really want to put a stop to San Francisco before they get a first checkpoint. That's where things get a little dicey. It's a 2-minute time bank difference, right? More than that, in fact.
Oh, big wall.
There's
the jump over, though. Immortality Field has been used. Should be easy to defend against it, but the payload's still moving with OT in progress. Now, everybody's in that small corridor, by the way.
Yeah.
Okay, Sam finally dies. Okay, so that would have been dangerous if Sam got alone.
Immortality Field got used early on in that fight. Proper has to get away from the cart, but it's an overtime, so you can't really dodge away, and here it is. Kai comes back in, and I like it. It's cute. The May look, the gimmick from San Francisco allows them to put a lot of pressure on Atlanta, but the Reign were ready to come back in and fight once more, and they'll get a stop here outside of Big L's.
Yeah, nice. Okay, so with Sam going down, it was like almost a perfect position for Sam to be in. Everybody's in a corridor. You just hit the wall. You kind of try and hit it in between everybody, or like the first person that's the furthest forward. Isolate the person, maybe kill them. They already used lamps, so it would have been a guaranteed kill. The only problem with that is that you potentially have 4 people on the other side who could have broken the pillars, and it would have been easy for the healers to heal it. So it's like a give or take in that situation. I like the Atlanta Reign, how they kind of handled that too. They obviously high ground, Sam goes to the wall again, jump over with the BAP, put the lamp down, and then they just stick together as a unit. So a wall just can't separate them, and even if it does, there's too much damage from them that they can just break one of the pillars, and the healers can get the heals necessary to keep people in that fight. Again, I really do like the May. It begs the question, actually, Mitch. Sorry to go right back to the beginning of that round, but did the Atlanta Reign scout initially? I don't think they did. Otherwise, they wouldn't have maybe all held in the corridor.
Yeah, the comp doesn't want to play that far forward. I don't think you have time to go back to the high ground, right? Because you have to go up the train car on defense.
Well, you can just dip out on the bridge and use the Sigma shield is what I'm thinking. Oh, okay, we're seeing let's forget that point. We're seeing a close hold here with the May. Love this.
There's no way this
Make
is
it as
scouted.
many fights as possible. They've aided them at least 2 to 3 fights here by holding close because of how far they got the payload.
Look at the Baptiste position. So Finn is indicating, or he's trying to telegraph, that the rest of the Shock are playing back. That's not the case now. We're going to see them push in. All right, so can San Francisco hold from here? It's a little dicey. They got the Baptiste there helping them out. Venom probably needs to try and find a way to put some pressure on Finn here. Here's the wall from Sam. The accretion, okay, just gets a nice block in time. Sees eyebrows at risk of retreating to his hairline there. But they've lost proper here. Disrupt the shot throws down. This is going to force the Shock to disperse a little bit more, but disperse they do. And so do the Reign. Get brought down now. Sam, another ice block. Hawk being isolated now. Violet needs to respect Ultraviolet's positioning, though. It's very messy. It looks like the Shock just play for an early fight and a chance to regroup.
Kai was on a nice angle that entire fight. I mean, the San Francisco Shock got to be wary of those, the concussive blast, concussive shot. Jesus. Yeah, concussive blast. No, that's far as... I forget. Why am I forgetting the name? Mitch, help me out. Help me out, please. I'm requesting help. No, why am I forgetting the name? Okay, it's fine. It's fine. Doesn't matter. Anywhere on the last fight. Hawk has 20% towards that flux.
All right. Kai again trying to play from a pretty safe angle here.
Disruptor shot. There it is.
Got him. So speaking of which, that gets fired away. It's a bit of an awkward one, to be honest with you. Don't feel too bad. Here's the M-Matrix now. Remember, Jack, you mentioned how just scary that is for people to deal with. Finn's Immortality Field gets removed, but it's enough time bought here for the Shock to get rid of the Reign's drone as well. Finn is now down. That's an issue. Prophetic Flux is in play. There was only really going to catch on a Hawk who will survive it. He was above half health when he was in mid-air, but the May Wall means that the route of retreat is not good. But look at the healing from OG. It's almost enough to keep Hawk alive, but not quite. Eventually, Kai's going to run him down. The May Wall means that Kai needs to go around it, but around he does go, and that Disruptor Shot thrown to the cart's going to be able to secure the kill on Sam as Kaluge is low. Gets rid of the drone, but there's the blade from Venom, and the Reign get what they needed. They get the map win, and they're in this big time.
All right, maybe map level 1 was a little bit of a fluke for the Reign. One apiece, good stuff. because I got stun locked by an ability name. I didn't really talk about the win cons of that fight, but Atlanta Rain had so many. I mean, you have Genji, just the Dragon Blade, no nano, but everybody's so close together. You just getting damage down on the front line was perfect, and Kai just with the ult. The overclock is just so good. And when it's in the hands of Kai, yeah, there was a window right in front of him, Mitch, but no one was looking at him, like nobody, and he was just free firing on people. And you can't let Kai do that because he will one-shot someone with a rail as soon as the 100 charge.
The San Francisco shot rising and falling on the back of Sam. Apparently, he was incredible in first map. That second map, pretty invisible. Let's see what the Shock have up their sleeve right now, because they have been going from one extreme to the other.
Two shots, dead in the ground, we ain't the same, pull up. 3 rounds, bro, you done. We let it rain, head pop. So look out when we in the zone, don't play around. I got a strap, put to your back, tell you now, we laying it down, yeah. Bands up, trapped out, I bring the dogs, gang out. Look, don't wanna fade and drop out, got no clout. Think smart, this crucial. We ain't no average usual, nah. We let it rain, ain't seen a savage, who you?
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. The Atlanta Reign and the San Francisco Shock are locking horns big time. Last time these two teams met, it was in a loud arena. And the Atlanta Reign dispatched the San Francisco Shock. But online, it's a different beast. The Reign come in here at 6-3. The Shock are 8-0. But the Atlanta Reign put the pressure on in map number 2, Jack.
Yeah, a completely different story from map number 1, where they got completed on. The San Francisco Shock just pushed the bot all the way to the end of the New Queen Street, which is insane. We don't normally see that, and you wouldn't expect that from the Atlanta Reign San Francisco Shock match. But hey, Route 66 was a completely different beast, mostly at the hands of Kai, especially on that third point. He sniped Violet twice as he was coming out of spawn. Like, you just can't let that happen. Let's have a look at some Kai stats already from Root, and he's got 33 limbs, 21 final blows, like a set 5 overclock kills. Like, this guy's an absolute nutcase on the Sojourn pick. It's like the hero was built for Kai at this point, it feels.
Okay, so 21 final blows in a map is actually insane, especially when, you know, we don't get a full sort of extra innings at the end of it, right? I mean, we saw that Atlanta Reign were actually able to close out on the Shock relatively soon into their attack. Look, whichever way you slice it, Kai was really scary. And San Francisco haven't really played any Sojourn so far this series. Now, on the first map, New Queen Street, you know, it was fine. We could accept it. We were like, wow, this Hanzo getting so much value. Really good at shutting down the Tracer, especially. But then map number 2, it feels like the Shock were sort of missing something, right? Kaluj comes in. Obviously, his Sigma, very, very good. Kaluj claims he's the best Sigma in the world. All right. Fair enough. We get this like May look from the San Francisco Shock, right? They try and use it to trap the Reign where they can, and I thought they were going to get that point A take in extra time, Jack. But eventually, like the Reign just moved back in, and man, when they're confident, that Atlanta Reign team is just so fearsome.
Yeah, extremely scary. And I really did enjoy the Shock offense with the Mei and just isolating people with the walls as they were holding the caves. It's very annoying to deal with. You haven't got enough damage because everybody's so split to break those pillars and save. It was the Brigitte in that instance. It was annoying to deal with, but they ended up stopping them just before they turned the corner on Big Earls. We are going on to King's Row next, and there isn't any subs, so we're not seeing Mikey, so no Wrecking Ball. We're seeing Kaluj stay in the roster. So like I said before, a lot of flexibility with the San Francisco Shock roster. We're also not seeing Kilo, so we've got more Sam, which means Hanzo again.
Yeah, what
potentially, or the Mei.
Yeah, like,
and I like keeping that in.
Rhyme setup maybe from San Francisco.
Potentially.
Right? That's something that the Gladiators would do.
Definitely. I like keeping Sam in because of how flexible he is. Like, he can play the Mei and the Hanzo, and then proper can switch over to the Sojourn if they really need to. But another player that's been very good for the team has been Finn on the Zen. I think we've got a stat card for you while we just wait. I think there's a small issue being sorted out right now, but we'll get into game in just a moment. And this is for the season, Mitch. Like, fewest deaths, second highest limbs. Final blows, he's tied third. Like, what? Normally you see deaths a little bit higher if they go for these big kills, but not Finn. Not Finn.
Right. I mean, I think that's pretty astounding to see from a Zenyatta player like Finn. And on New Queen Street, it was undeniable. His Zen play was just sublime. Plays Baptiste, you know, on Route 66 primarily, and obviously we know why that's just so important, right? Especially, you know, Violet obviously backing up and, you know, keep supporting on the Brigitte here. But yeah, it feels like when, you know, Finn gets to play Zen, it's a whole different kettle of fish that we're dealing with from the San Francisco Shock. So, like you mentioned, no Wrecking Ball in this particular map, King's Row. I mean, we're only seeing Wrecking Ball fairly intermittently now. But, okay, this is where we sort of get an idea whether San Francisco were just that much better, or it was just New Queen Street and sort of Atlanta Reign not usually finding great success on that map, or sometimes struggling to find their rhythm. King's Row will really be the expose for either of these teams if they're running a little under the weather.
Yeah, King's Row, more of a fan favorite map. I'm glad we're seeing a lot of Kings in the Overwatch League. Always nice to see. And I like the fact that Shock can flex to a lot of things. I want to see Atlanta Reign what they do on the defense. With Hawk being in, we've seen flicks of D.Va here and there. And I thought D.Va would be more prominent against the Soja because you can eat the rails with the defense matrix. You can eat the disruptor shot with the defense matrix. And what are the shots that she uses to charge up the rail shot with the defense matrix? But we don't really see that at all because she's a little bit slower and not as effective as diving into the backline as, say, a Doomfist is, which is exactly what the Atlanta Reign are running.
I feel like Boston tried to play it against Winston on Gibraltar, maybe? Like here
Punk
and
was
there.
playing it.
Yeah.
And she's a little bit better on those maps where you can get the high ground really easily because you just have the mobility and it's on such a short cooldown. You can go up and down all over the place.
Right.
But on maps like King's Row, where it's so focused around the point, the high ground, yeah, it's important, but it's not as important as Watchpoint Gibraltar, which is mostly high ground on the first stage of the map.
All right, here we go. So, poke composition with Finn on the Zenyatta, Sam on the Hanzo. So you've got every reason as a Shock fan to expect this to be explosive. Let's see how the Atlanta Reign scout this out and maybe try and avoid getting picked off early on here. As Sam's already zeroed in on the location of the Doomfist. See how they advance.
I landed asleep, like a cross map onto Kai. Nade followed, but they couldn't capitalize on it. It's such an awkward angle for Sam to be in. He can't really kill Kai unless he hits some crazy storm arrow shots, but rather unlikely. Idea for San Francisco Shock here, try and take control of this big corridor and force the range supports down onto the point or on that choke, but Hawk's going to make sure he doesn't do that.
Yeah, Kalusha's taking his time as he advances here. He knows that if he overextends, he's going to be shot from the left, but Hawk takes a little too much damage. Great work, though. Takes to the sky with his seismic slam and gets topped up, a la Winston. We'll do that pretty similarly. But Kalusha's not being stopped. He's advancing, but he's happy enough with moving up to that first window, Jack, and now we drop to the point.
Yeah, he forced at least one person down from the high ground. Nice nade. Probably won't get finished up, but Hawk falling is bad news. Not really many people from the Atlanta Reign that can touch the point in this situation, and Proper can just go crazy in the back line. And yep, his Genji is also pretty good, by the way.
A good contest, at least from Venom, right? Violet in such an aggressive position, up on that high ground, getting sort of caught face-to-face with Hawk. It ends up being a trade, right? So no big deal, but that trademark aggression we don't often get to see from Violet. It's busted out there, and the Proper Genji, man. I mean, there aren't
that was a max range dash.
Yeah, there aren't too many people in the league. I feel like it's like Zest, Prophet, Proper, they're able to just sort of switch onto the Genji and just be insane here. Not so many teams really opting for it.
Yeah, Proper's mechanics are just out of this world, honestly. And they're going to have Nanoblade for this next fight, or well, as soon as Violet kind of charges up. That Nano, not long though. Healer ultimate's still really good and really quick to charge up. It's a little bit more difficult for Atlanta Reign to hold this choke point too, so they end up just giving up all of that space. Nano onto Hawk.
Punch on Kaluja early here, into power block. Cancels it pretty quickly, tries to get to his back line. Ultraviolet's going to get caught in the flux, he cannot escape. He gets taken down instantly. We're Proper fighting Kai. Atlanta Reign realized their attempt to start the fight with the Nano Doom has backfired on them. Another pulse! A double from Venom! He was doing that yesterday too, saving his team with this incredible double pulse bomb efficiency, but it's not enough here. Not entirely anyway.
We said it yesterday, Mitch, and it's very hard. In 5v5, there's like one less person on field. Like, getting a double pulse like that, quite difficult. How does he keep managing to secure it? His efficiency is crazy over the last couple of days. Problem is right now, though, Shock have only used 2 ultimates.
There it is.
Ouch. Well, that sucks. There's Nano. Blade.
That's the Sam from map 1. We're now starting to see Riri's head once more. Big pick off on Venom. Proper knows that there's no point expending this Dragon Blade here. Ultraviolet is absolutely dead to rights in this position. If Proper gets any help at all, and he does eventually, but it ends up being a trade. Still, the Shock though, a lot of time to work with here. Bionade thrown down to kill the kill, and it will be 430 to work with for the Shock.
And a crazy amount of good sleeps from Violet over these last couple of pushes. He's either sleeping like a support. We saw him sleep Ultraviolet, who then got Flux, but the initial damage of the Flux actually killed him, so he couldn't activate his Transcendence or like get healed in time. Like, Violet has just been just a god gamer in the backline currently. Didn't use the Nano Blade. They just used Nano. It was too scary, and they end up winning the fight. So they have this Nano. So they have this Blade. In fact, if they so chose, they could just wait for another Nano. They're going to be able to get it fairly quickly now that Hawk switched over to the Sigma, who does a fair bit more damage than Doom, especially in AoE corridors like this with those hyperspheres.
Proper sonicking, or rather Sam sonicking the ground there, trying to get some info on who's on inside the room. Kai frustrated with that one. Oh, Sam! No. Did he try and... Oh, God, he tried to climb.
Double transcendence. Double transcendence.
All right. Finn pops out. Violet currently down here. Proper back to that high ground, but Venom's going to force him to fight for it. Sam doesn't know what happened there. None of us do, really.
No one does. Okay, they're going to have Nanoblade, Mitch. They're going to have Nanoblade. All good, all good. Wipe those last 30 seconds from memory, everybody. Most importantly, though, Ultraviolet and Finn use Transcendence. So free Nanoblade for Proper. And it's a very small corridor to do it in, too. Ultraviolet's right at the back. They're ready to rock and roll.
Nope. Not enough, and no nano either. Violet doesn't deliver, doesn't have the time, whatever it is. Venom gets a nano himself, and it's the Storm Arrows. He just sprays in the direction of Proper that shuts the Genji down. That is bad news for the shot.
Wow. Yeah, I wonder what happened there. Was that like a miscommunication? Did they only want to go in with the blade? Nice reactive nano from OG, so there wasn't a quick reset from Proper off of the Hanzo. He's now on the Widowmaker, so double sniper for the last point. Flux in the back. Well,
yeah, not great. Hawk's able to kinetic that, and he has to flux there. Otherwise, he's either pit or dragon. He doesn't get much choice. So here's a flux. Looks like it's, yeah, interrupted by a sleep. That's stunning. Violet takes Hawk down, means that there's no gravitic flux, but the Shock had already lost Sam, so the heroics of Violet may not really be lived to be venerated here. As the Shock have to make it work with 4. OG goes down as Proper's now on the Widowmaker in the longer term. Double sniper for San Francisco as they're trying to finish the map.
unbelievable. Violet's still destroying people with these sleep darts. It's kind of insane. Dragon Strike's going to split them off, but that's about it. Proper found a kill onto OG a second ago, but it doesn't really matter. He's so close to the spawn. He actually switches to Batiste instead. The Immortality Field's so useful against the Sigma accretions or the Flux, just anything really that Sigma can kind of throw at you. And it's about finding this initial pick once more. Such a hard point to defend. They had 4 minutes coming in, and they've only got 1 minute and 30 to go. Rotation for the to the spawn for the Shock, but Proper is just unable to find any kills on this Widow right now.
He's definitely putting some pressure down, but it's quite dizzying watching him trying to look for a head, peeking on that left-hand side of the map. Again, another body shot there. Will give the Rain reason to respect him, but it's not enough to give his team the advantage. Transcendence now in this fight here. Hawk is sleeping right now. Double trans, in fact, as Kai is the first to fall. That's a good start. Maybe Proper can get into a more aggressive position now and start to put that pressure on. Venom's Hanzo was good to shut Proper down earlier on the Genji, but the Shock are getting awfully close now. They can taste that blood in the water, and yet they're going to back up around this Gravitic Flux. Hawk suspended in mid-air is very susceptible to the headshot from Proper, but Kai's going to come out on the Widowmaker and he finds Sam. Ultraviolet gets involved though. Dragon Strike, Kalu just caught in the middle of it. He can't see anything, and Ultraviolet doubles down. The Rain, they're digging their heels in.
Kai got his ult cancelled again. Like, he pops it and then instantly dies. What a fantastic response from the Shock, but the Atlanta Rain, Kai jumps on Widow, jumps out, gets a headshot, easy game. It was very difficult to kind of end that fight if you were the Shock and put that payload in as soon as those double transcendences came out. The loss of life for the Atlanta Rain was quickly made up for in healing, and then
again!
Sam again? Are you? That's the second time he's done that.
That can't be happening. This is such a crucial moment for San Francisco, and they lose their Hanzo again to an unforced error. Ostensibly, they're not going to get that one back, but they're going to have to carry on nonetheless. Gravitic Flux will catch Kaluge. He's here with the Discord Orb, and he's going to splat on the ground as he's brought down. Proper wants to try and forge ahead, and that might have been a deflected headshot on towards the Hanzo. That's stunning, but will it be enough? Kai's able to bring Proper down, and Violet is also missing. Finn walks straight into that railgun, and oh my... a shambolic finish to the round from the Shock, and again the index finger pointer squarely at the Hanzo falling off the map.
Score.
Twice. How did that happen? Sometimes, yeah. Once, okay, it's fine, whatever. But yeah, twice? Was it this? If it was the same jump that he was trying to make, you'd be kicking yourself if you were Sam. Not sure what happened, but
not a word in all chat either.
Yeah, well, the first one, Kai was like, question mark, and he was like, I don't know. But the second one, yeah, more of a,
yeah, you don't touch those. I think, yeah, if you're, it's almost like secondhand embarrassment from the Rain. It's like, we better not push on that a little bit. Let's just focus on getting the map done now, and therefore winning the map. stumble, uncharacteristic
Very rough
stumble from San Francisco here.
Yeah, very strange, but yeah, defense. Oh, here's the replay. Okay, so what happened here? He was trying to jump and climb. Oh, what? Wait, that... No. That looked like it should have wall climbed there, unless he like hit a weird pixel on the pipe or something. That was weird. I don't know what happened. Should have been able to climb, but... Yeah,
Right,
don't know.
Okay.
No explanation. Unsolved mystery.
All right, yes, definitely. You know, it's even more of a mystery when we see it in slow motion and still don't know what happened.
Yeah, it's like surely because obviously he thought too. It's like jump across and climb, woo, but yeah, apparently not. Anyway, San Francisco Shock running the same kind of thing, just Genji with the Nano Blade is the win con here. Leon's Rain, however, don't have that honor. They've instead just gone with just standard Venom. Just a rotation through the Mega Health Pack room, just to try and force the San Francisco Shock off of their high ground perch. Already Kai's got 80% on his charge. Almost at one-shot potential. I believe it is about 85.
This is reminiscent here of Route 66. The Rain muscle their way in, take a lot of space, and San Francisco aren't able to stop them. They're also not able to use their sort of maneuvering to their advantage. OG's able to push ahead on the Brigitte here. Oh, that's a big Vita grenade, though. A little scary right now. They all have to back away. Lamb gets used. Vita goes down first, and somehow the Rain are going to survive, getting hit with like a 3-4 player Bionic Grenade and all going so low. Ultraviolet saved their lives with that immortality field. This is bad news for San Francisco. They've got to try and get back in this fight, and getting rid of Venom might be the first step. It's going to be Necretion that catches the Genji off guard, but Kalush drops down right into the sights of Kai.
The backline from the Iron Rain once again being a massive backbone. That nade was like humongous from Violet, just ridiculous. But Ultraviolet whacks down the lamp. He doesn't get a kill for several seconds, and with the change to the Biotic Grenade, you're not purple for as long as you used to be. They reduced it by a second, so you're able to put down the lamp. It dies, but the time that happens, second or a full second, yeah.
Right. I thought it was like 3.
But still, they've reduced the time. Is more of the point. And then boom. Regenerative Burst gives you instant 50 HP, heals up everybody around you, plus the Brig, throwing out the cookies. All good. Iron Rain backline still looking great, and they can play these corners very effectively now. They have Flux, and they have that window. Flux window, seen it once, you can see it again.
All right. Well, window throw down now. Obviously, the Shock not in position to be affected by it anyway, because the Gravitic Flux just split them up completely. Jack, whatever it was that San Francisco brought into that first map, it has run out. They do not look the same at all, and Atlanta Rain are starting to realize our opponent is stumbling. Let's take the initiative.
Yeah, like just Flux and then window, then walk forwards, and then the entirety of the San Francisco Shock are split. You can either use the shield to block the healing or just use that rock. Someone was pushed into the corner and they were as good as dead. Okay, Kalush does have his own Flux though, so this should be fairly defendable.
Two in that
Rally though.
OG getting healed up within it.
It's good enough.
Yep, direct hits, of course, with the Bionic Launcher. Pretty good for healing. Kalush caught in the middle here. Maybe biting off it more than he could chew. Probably going to go to the high ground now, but Kai definitely slips away. What does this Dragon Blade get you now? OG's down with an Immortality Field, stifles Proppers. Lethality. And Kai's going to try and work his way around the card here, disrupt the shot to force some positioning, but Kalush comes alive there. Crucially, San Francisco finally get their head above the rushing Rapids.
Man, that was a really nice play of positioning there from Kai. Just slid away from the blade. Didn't end up working out in their favor, but the Nano wasn't used on Proper. It was, again, once more, thrown on the Sigma instead. So you gained a whole lot of ult charge in that fight. So you're going to be tying up the ult charge rate for the Sigmas right now. So you were in a situation before where Hawk was going to outlap Kalush, but now they are brought up to par. Or even, I should say. Dragon Blade for Venom. No, like Nano, nothing really to support him after it, which is going to be a bit of an issue.
Alright, however, down. Venom needs to find a kill here, try and equalize things. Just pressure Kalush, I guess, right? Stay like a safe position, or safe with air quotes. Try and get damage on the enemy tank, but Proper managed to find his way, and at best it was a trade for the Rain, and in reality they come out second best here. San Francisco finding a little bit of, I don't know, solidity here in these last few moments, and crucially, maintaining a lot of these key ultimates. They used none of those in that previous fight. And Venom's now switching off the Genji. He says, I can't can't get anything done here. It's back to the Tracer for me.
Yeah, doesn't want to mess with the Genji again, and he can't really dive the back line either because Violet's sitting there with a Bionade. If you get swung at once, just quick Bionade to the ground, or as soon as he comes in, you Bionade the ground. The Genji's purple, super easy to take him down, or you just die from the Bionade because you've already taken some damage. So swinging at the tank, probably the best play, but still very annoying to use without that nano.
Kalush used the card expertly to avoid that air matrix there. And Sam's in a safe spot. We're finally on Sam on a sojourn, right? First time in this series. Pretty good looks from him so far. And Kalush just barrels forward. Yeah, that's a stunning setup. Violet has really started to shine here. And I think this is the best support setup for San Francisco. I think Zen Ana is not really conventional, not useful in every composition, but seeing Violet not playing Brig, not playing Ana, playing kind of what he was known for. I mean, in Finn only Zen, which is like league best, or at least contending for that title. This is a scary look for the Shock.
Yeah, Violet's having a game on the Ana. The sleeps are good, the nades are good. It's what you want to see from He's now just hiding, waiting for another Bionade. Should be easy. Yeah. There's the nade, there's the plate, and there's the kills. Thank you very much. San Francisco Shock setting up perfectly against the rain there. They're not expecting a random Ana to hold so far forward. It's super uncommon. Like, it's more common, obviously, in ranked games, you know, just like the regular game or whatever. But you don't expect it at the league level more often than not, especially for an Ana to be that alone, you know, super far forward. 30 seconds to go. The Atlanta Reign, now they have to contend with a Transcendence, but that's about it. They need to get this rally online. The rally is the win con. They can't just let San Francisco Shock run away with this one. If Shock go first and they go fast, this Transcendence will win them the fight.
Eyes on Finn here. If they can take matters into their own hands and set the pace, Atlanta Reign may be reeling for too long to get back into the fight. Venom, having switched to the Tracer, has now built up his first pulse bomb. Proper a prime candidate if he wasn't flipping and jumping the entire time. It's a two-player biotic grenade, but now it's time for Kai to come alive. He goes so low, he was 1 HP. Somehow it's being handled alive though. Hawk with a Discord orb on him, and Kalush is going to come in. With the nano boost, he's close to a gravitic flux, and the Transcendence from Finn bought enough time for the Shock to get positioned for this fight. Kalush, his barrier, it's so low, getting pressured heavily now, but it's proper to find his way into the backline and finally get rid of Kai. He's a gravitic flux, but Kalush turns away. He knows the window's so lethal to him, but Ultraviolet's immortality field is now down, and it's yet another biotic grenade from Violet. What a menace this man has been now, getting to play the Ana, turning his head to Finn, keep him topped up. It's going to be an accretion connecting with OG now as that barrier is still in play for Kalush. They can't bring the Sigma down, and that's going to be the death of the Atlanta Reign, if anything else. Sam with the overclock, but it's just not needed, and San Francisco find their flow once more.
What an unbelievable finish from the San Francisco Shock there. Kalush building up to that flux at the very end to try to counteract that rally, that overhealth of that rally. Yeah, it's still percentage damage, so you crash back down and lose so much HP. The lamp was good from Ultraviolet, but it wasn't enough for all that damage. Kai's overclock as well didn't get anything, Mitch. Didn't get anything at all. In fact, one of those shots got reflected back into him, so he couldn't get an aggressive position in case he goes down in that fight. A nice deflection from Proper, and Violet once again hitting big nades. This is the Shock. I mean, they're one map away from taking the series.
Yeah, a little shaky there at map number 2, but they've made their recovery. Can San Francisco finish the job before the Reign shake themselves out of this stupor? We'll stick around and we're going to find out one way or another. right, procrastinators, listen up. Today is your last chance to get your hands on Luchador Reaper. The Kickoff Clash legendary skin is only 200 League tokens, so don't miss your chance to own a piece of Overwatch League history. I'm telling you, it's on sale today. That's it. All right, if you haven't got it yet, pick it up. If you like cramming before the exam, that's fine. This is the time to do it. Get yourself, obviously, rather iconic skin, and one that likely won't be back on sale again. Welcome back, of course, everybody, to the Overwatch League here. It's been a difficult series to really get a proper feel for, for how both of these teams are performing, because I will say that Route 66 was a very inauspicious foray for San Francisco. It wasn't good. They looked really weak. The Hanzo play was not there, but they come alive on Kings Row after playing pretty poorly for half the map as well. It's a little hard to tell who has the advantage at multiple points here.
It's very topsy-turvy. I mean, it started out with San Francisco Shock full capping New Queen Street. And now, yeah, it's like, oh, another map. Okay, Lanterrain did a really sick job on Route 66. And then Kings Row, it was very 50-50. And now we're going on to Ilios. And we have Mikey coming in and Kaluge stepping back. So Wrecking Ball and more Wrecking Ball for the San Francisco Shock is going to be the order of the day. Now, with Ilios, it's always been the weirdest control map for me, because I think it's more often than not map reliant, depending on where you go, who you want to field, and you just kind of have to take that gambit. Do we go to Ruins or do we go to Well? They both play extremely differently. Now, more often than not in the past, for Ruins, you'd want like Kai on the Widowmaker. But now with Sojourn, who's this kind of intermediary DPS hero that's not as close range as a Tracer, or like you can even argue like a Cassidy, but she's also not as long range as the Widowmaker, but still has the power of a Widowmaker with a railgun. So it's kind of the perfect hero for maps like this that require both the short range and the long range fights. So Lanterrain are probably going to stick with the same thing. Does Venom still play Tracer? He's not had the best day so far. He's had a nice double Pulse Bomb kill, but overall, throughout this series, not been great. But Ilios is a map where it can definitely thrive, because there's more avenues you can take to get to the backline, unlike places like Kings Row.
Waiting here for Mikey to be in the service, so that's why we're sort of looking at these faces for the time being. Ultraviolet there really living up to his name. Getting a tan in between matches.
Oh my God.
Gotta respect the dedication. Again,
is that the camera just being funny, or is it his monitor's just unbelievably bright?
He's probably alt-tabbed. He's probably alt-tabbed right now, honestly, on like a web page, like a white web page, right? There you go. Tab back in the game. That's
he's just looking a blank. What is he on Paint or something? Just like a completely white screen. Don't know. Maybe that's how he clears his mind, Mitch. Maybe that's how he gets into the game.
Let's talk about Proper's Genji. Something we saw a ton of in the previous map. And I think looked most impressive when Violet went for that crazy sort of flanking biotic grenade, and then you see Proper go in with the Dragon Blade there. Despite their difficulties, it's more than 10 final blows per 10. Really impressive. So much so that Venom sort of in jealousy tried to match and ended up switching off the Genji, feeling like he just couldn't get anything done. So this is something that honestly the San Francisco Shock have that the Reign just don't.
Yeah, Proper's Genji, definitely one of his better heroes, and setting up with Violet like that, not even using nanos. Violet was more often than not just nanoing Kaluge, either catching up in terms of ult charge to match Hawk, or just keeping him alive in these fights, making sure he doesn't go down. Sigma's very survivable anyway when it comes to a hero. With the nano on top, damage reduction, and damage boost as well. It's even better. And it's nice you can still see a blade that works, but it does require that little bit of extra effort with the nade to actually set up and be successful. But when it works, it really works. His mechanics, like we mentioned, time and time again, are extremely good. Looks like people are still jumping into the game. We should not be a moment, though.
Yeah, I mean, San Francisco just had to hit the old reboot button on the router, apparently. I don't know why they were all out of their seats for that. I guess, it's kind of like trying
to
summon.
They all had to go press the button.
Yeah, it's like summoning Captain Planet, you know what I mean? Their hearts have to combine, and they all need to get down there. And I just tagged Ben on Discord personally, but I guess each their own.
Yeah.
So we'll see San Francisco come back in just a sec. So let's talk about the Wrecking Ball Ilios then. Jack, now that we have a moment, because you talk about how like your compositions can vary based on which stage you get, but with Wrecking Ball, can you not just play
good
him
on every single one?
Yeah.
Yeah, he's sick on every single one. Like, Ruins, he's really good. There's a lot of things to grapple onto on Ruins with those giant columns, but being able to just slam on the backline and then combine that with either Proper, like on Tracer or Genji or whatever, just to finish people off is insane. And with the amount of environmental kills you can get on Well and Lighthouse, controlling the points pretty easy with the Wrecking Ball. Not only that, incredibly survivable, so the stalling potential is also insane. I mentioned it before, but it's a good pickup from the shot. Mikey's been a true asset to the team and someone that can flex in for these maps that require a little bit more like gung-ho kind of behavior, just wanting to slam on the back line, slam pulse, slam just like dash in, or slam just pepper people with the pulse pistols. It's been a good addition. The Atlanta Rain, on the other hand, with Hawk, yeah, they can play these off tanks, and this is something that we saw from Boston Uprising on these maps, was a little bit Diva. On Lighthouse specifically, Diva's pretty decent at controlling the enemy high ground and pulling your supports from your low ground also towards the point using that defense matrix. So there's a lot of things you can kind of go for here, but more often than not, you're going to see this. You're going to see the Doomfist with Kai back on the Sojourn, just setting up the Doomfist for success. Kai controlling the high ground. It's like an Ashe. Like days of old when Ashe was actually played, she just sits across the map, just throwing dynamites onto the enemy high ground over and over and over again. You control the high ground. Same with Sojourn. You do the same, and it's very annoying to deal with. If you don't disrupt that, you're going to have a bad time.
Yeah, both of those DPS obviously good at controlling areas with their sort of alternate abilities. So Proper, yeah, just to seem to start with, then over to the Tracer. So Sam is on the Echo. Looking to combine with Mikey as well. Obviously get in there once the pile driver comes down and throw some sticky bombs into the mix. OG, okay, interesting. OG on the Ana. San Francisco sends Sam over to the point first.
Yeah, I quite like the Echo too. It's quite difficult to take down Kai with the railgun because it's hit scan to do that, but Venom's not really looking towards Sam. In fact, he's looking at a
inside of his
screen
eyelids
right now because he's dead. Yeah, unlucky. Goes down to Proper in a Discord orb. Finn and Proper are just like an incredible tag team duo too. Like Discord orb on a target, Proper's straight in there. Don't even need Mikey, who was actually capping the point almost that whole time, and he just annihilates him. So very unfortunate. Controlling the height, a lot more difficult against the Echo too. Like you said, those sticky bombs, so annoying to deal with, especially when you got that slam following up.
Proper is on the hunt here. He sees all of the Rain playing together. Ultraviolet, though, very quick to react. Sees him coming. Violet down. Kai found the disrupt the shot kill. Ultraviolet well protected by Phalanx and teammates, but Venom was just dragging himself in the direction of Proper. Oh my! Ultraviolet reduced to scrap, but the Rain no closer to capturing this point here. Mikey will have to back away, as obviously Violet went down first in that fight, but he'll be able to stall this point out for a decent amount of time.
Yeah, an incredible amount of time before the Wrecking Ball. That punch didn't go... Yes, it did. Okay. I was like, he didn't go off, did he? Finn, unfortunately, sent to a watery grave. Mikey using the... Okay. If he could have built up towards that mines and rolling around a few more times, it would have been even better, but 20% away. Like I said, that's one of the best things about the Wrecking Ball is that you can stall for a long time, especially if you've got Violet every now and then shooting you with some heals. But 54%. Very good for your first attack and like defense phase, I guess, of control.
No way Kai survives. Unreal. He was bioed at 1 HP. Somehow able to slip away. Hawk, though, not going to fare nearly as well. Yeah, Nano Ball. That's pretty sweet. I think there's no sleep dart available here. Ultraviolet knocked to the ground. Pulse Bomb obviously on Vile on the other side of the map here, but Mikey is still in a great position just to cause a lot of problems for OG. Oh, Finn turns up at just the right time. These guys are mind melding right now. They're on the same page, the Shock and the Atlanta Rain are struggling to match this level of coordination.
Yeah, maybe it wasn't instant issues. Maybe they just need to reset their mind meld and now they come back in as one. Would make a lot of sense. I mean, last fight now. Copy, Pulse, Mines. You don't have either support Ultimate, but that should be okay. You can copy the Doomfist. You can even copy Venom if you want. Double Tracer on the map. We know Sam can play Tracer pretty well too. Pretty scary. Scary stuff. Proper in the 1v1. Already forced the recall.
Venom under a lot of pressure here. Mikey went in with a charge and it's going to be Hawk in trouble. Discorded as well. Pulse left for him. Can he get away from it? Yes, he's able to sneak into the corner. Sam copies a Tracer right now. Unclear if there'll be a pulse bomb available, but it doesn't matter. Yeah, they can't touch. Hawk just couldn't get there. He had to be topped up, I think, for the most part. And I mean, Mikey loves to talk some smack. I respect it, I do. Don't know if that's a Charlie Niner, though.
Not sure if that was a Z9, no. I don't think so. No. No. I mean, the mines were also blocking one of the doors, so that was kind of annoying for Hawk to either walk through and take 1 billion damage, or find another entrance, in which he did, but he wasn't quick enough. Unfortunate. Unfortunate. Shock now up 1 map, or 1 round. 1 more round, and then we'll take the series 3-1. And now we're seeing Shock, very different comp. Do they stay, or do they go to a different one?
You
so Moira.
You didn't love this. When we saw it in the past. A lot is going to have to do with how effective this Sombra is, really. When we saw Vancouver try to Sombra comp, what we talked about, it looked really solid. Can Sam live up to what Shockwave has sort of showed as an example of an effective Sombra? Not a great start, but that's fine. He'll be topped up.
Much better.
Yeah, ideally, you want to just hack that mega health pack away, but it's lucky Venom booped into him. Little nudge. He was revealed. Yeah, so ideally here with the San Francisco Shock comp, you just want to go in, healing orb straight forward, and you should be good. Follow that up with a hack or hack, and then run into people. The Shock do end up losing Mikey, so a whole lot less space control. Hawk's going to be a little bit more valuable in these. Oh my god, okay, just gets chased down, up hacked, unlucky. Oh, nice sleep.
On a
should be fine though.
Translocate out upon being woken up. So no huge issue there, but this is starting to look better and better for San Francisco. Proper finds that first pick and then, oh, I mean, the guy's just insane. That is ridiculous. Yep. I mean, backed up with the hack, right, as Sam's able to return to the fight after being slept. It's all proper. It always was.
Damn. I wonder if there's someone's made a chart out there of you saying that is ridiculous and different levels of it, like different octaves and volumes.
They're all disgusting.
Yeah.
Filthy.
Yeah. Filthy. Just like, just a classic filthy at the very bottom, and then at the very top it's like grand finals disgusting filthiness. Not sure.
Like Aspire fake filthy, you know?
Yes, that's my favorite new image of Overwatch League Twitter right now, is Aspire's disgusted face. Finn going down without a fade. See, it's why I kind of like the Ana in these comps, or maybe the Batiste. It's a little bit easier to heal the front line if you're all the way back as the Ana. You force the Lantern Rain to kind of come to you, but I can definitely understand in these comps if you just want to go straight forward, healing or spam healing with your left click, build up that coalescence pretty quick. But now the San Francisco Shock have a good position they can springboard from. They've got the EMP and they've got the Pulse. They probably can get a coalescence mid-fight, so it's up to Rain how they want to tackle this, because they've got to know Sam is near the CMP. It's been more than long enough.
Well, Ultraviolet blown up instantly, and oh, OG was in the perfect spot. Violet was there, but Sam probably would have had that kill himself. And this is what the Shock's composition does, though, right? It's not really built for long fights, but isolating individuals, picking them off, and getting a player advantage, easy done.
Yeah, Mikey's ball is also oh, nice pulse bomb onto the Moira. Nice. Okay, well, just Venom seems to do that a lot. Something I want to point out is he uses pulse bomb at the very end of fights, and he normally ends up getting a kill. But it feels like you could save that for the next engagement, knowing that it's 1v3-ish. But then if you do end up getting that pulse kill, you can very quickly turn around control points if your spawners are coming back at a rapid pace.
Pretty good spot for Mind there. Yeah, Pulse Bomb as well. All those ultimates that have been built up by the San Francisco Shock. Now they're getting offloaded. Violet had that sound barrier there, and this is going to put San Francisco within a potential one fight range away from victory.
God. Yeah, you see, Finn is just in the front line, like straight up, not sitting back at all. You can't really with the Moira to get the most amount of effective healing done. And that was one fight territory. It's Kai versus Finn, Overclock versus Coalescence. Is Coalescence normally dangerous to pop when you're against a Tracer, but even more so if you're against Kai with a Railgun.
No pulse on these for Venom, so that's not like, oh, it gets interrupted. Hawk able to shut down the Coalescence, but Finn's got no choice but to go forward anyway, and they get rid of OG. It doesn't matter, Jack. There's just so much behind that thrust of the San Francisco Shock that the Rain were reeling even after taking the only ultimate away from San Francisco. What a dominant finish to a series that started in a dominant fashion. It's just a filling of that sandwich that confused us a little bit, but eventually the Shock come out 9-0.
That was an unbelievably quick fight. Like, that ended instantly. Coalescence went off, and then the entire team was dead. I was like, oh, okay, yeah, like you said, didn't even need it at the very end. A 3-1 victory over the Atlanta Reign. And this, it feels like another game, Mitch, where the score doesn't really tell the whole story. You think, oh, they got a map. It seemed like it was more one-sided towards Shock. It was kind of the opposite. Like, there were some close maps this series. Like, map number one, Shock full capped against the Atlanta Reign, and then the Atlanta Reign just dominated, absolutely dominated on Escort. They still looking really good. They had it definitely wasn't a shaky game yesterday against the Titans, but I think it was more Titans kind of just showing up and showing what they can really do. I'm still excited to see how Atlanta Reign end up doing, but the San Francisco Shock, Mitch, they're 9-0 in regular season.
Yeah.
Like, but they've got to get rid of this online warrior title.
Oh yeah, I mean,
they need to prove at LAN that they can just dominate.
Oh yeah, listen, Midseason Madness, a little bit of a different environment to what we had in Texas for the players,
sure.
at least. So we'll see how that affects them, or conversely doesn't affect them. Let's talk about a player of the match from this series. A lot of great candidates, I think. Mikey was really exciting for the maps that he was in for, but I've got to say, Violet for me takes the cake. The Ana play was huge, and in my opinion, it's what gave the Shock that really difficult map win on King's Row. That's what just propels them comfortably into that Ilios, where Mikey gets to come back in. They sort of just get to flex their unmatchable wrecking ball composition. But great to see, that old Violet, right, before he was sort of stuck on Brig and Lucio. And we're reminded just why this guy was such a weapon in this championship-winning San Francisco team of old.
Yeah, he had a series. Like, that King's Row game specifically was insane. The sleeps on everybody, pretty much. The nades were crazy. Like, this is the Violet that you want to see. Like, San Francisco Shock, they look immortal right now. They are 9-0, and the backbone of a rookie Finn and a veteran Violet looks unstoppable. It's when we came into the season, Mitch, it was like, oh, well, it's just the same Shock pretty much, but they've got different names. Like, that's how it's feeling right now. That, like, championship winning energy is still there, and you can tell just by the scoreline and how they're playing too. Like, out of this world.
And this is a series where we don't even need to see Kilo. Sam comes in and plays such a variety of different heroes. We get the Sojourn from him on King's Row. It looks excellent. So there's more and more up the Shock sleeve as time goes on. There's still a reserve of strategies available to them, should they need them throughout this mid-season madness. Pretty insane game. Obviously, very sticky second and third map there. Plenty to dig into now as we head back to the truck of the crew over at Watch Point. Don't go too far. Still got another match coming your way here on our Saturday of games of the Mid-Season Madness Qualifiers.
The Overwatch League is brought to you by Upper Deck, the official trading card of the Overwatch League. And by TeamSpeak, the official voice supplier of the Overwatch League.
Welcome to Game Break, everybody. I'm here joined by Proper from San Francisco Shock. Proper, congratulations on the win. Now, I mean, I think throughout the whole match, San Francisco Shock has been dominant, except for one map. Route 66 was Atlanta Reign who got the map win on that one. I just want to quickly ask you, were there any difficulties in that map? What went wrong for the San Francisco Shock on Route 66? 일단 프로퍼 선수 인터뷰 응해주신 거 너무 감사드리고 또 승리도 너무 축하드립니다. 제가 처음으로 여쭤보고 싶은 거는 다름이 아니라 이제 국도 66번 국도 맞나요? 모르겠네요. 아무튼 네, 거기서 좀 힘들어하는 모습을 보여줬던 것 같아요. 이제 센쇼기 다른 데에서는 굉장히 좀 기세 등등하고 좋은 모습을 보여주다가 그 맵에서는 살짝 좀 힘들어하는 모습을 보여준 것 같은데 거기서 좀 어떤 문제가 있었나요?
저희가 스크림에서 하던 대로 했는데 이제 그게 상대 조합에 따라서 바꿨어야 되는데 그걸 좀 많이 못한 것 같아요. 그냥 계속 하던 대로 해가지고 상대 플레이에 맞춰서 해야 되는데.
네.
네.
All right. So I do feel like I mean, during the scrims, our original strategy was to just play as how we used to play during scrims. But I think one of the most difficult things to do for the Route 66 map, particularly, was that we couldn't really counterplay Atlanta Reign on that specific map. We didn't switch out comps to sort of counter Atlanta Reign, and I think that was the biggest mistake that we made in Route 66 against Atlanta Reign. I mean, other than that, like I said, other than Route 66, you guys were pretty dominant. But I think one other interesting thing that I found about San Francisco Shock today was that you guys really didn't use Sojourn, while a lot of other teams are starting to rely heavily on Sojourn. Was there a particular reason why you guys sort of ran more Hanzo and Genji instead of Sojourn? Was that sort of just, are you guys playing to your strength, or is that sort of just to counter the Atlanta Reign? 마지막 질문은 이제 좀 영웅에 대해서 좀 여쭤보고 싶어요. 프로퍼 선수 이제 다름이 아니라 딴 팀들은 어떻게 보면 좀 요즘 들어서 소전을 굉장히 많이 쓰는 반면에 오늘 센쇼크는 좀 겐지 한조 위주로 경기를 많이 치렀던 것 같은데 그거에 대한 좀 특별한 이유가 있나요?
저희 팀에서는 소전을 그렇게 좋다고 평가를 안 한 것도 있고 이제 쌤이 한조를 좀 많이 잘해가지고 스크림 때 좋은 결과 많이 나왔어서 저희는 한조랑 겐지 기용을 많이 쓰는 것 같아요. 기용을 많이 하는 것 같아요.
Right. I think San Francisco Shock as a team, I think we don't honestly believe that Sojourn is not really that good as people think it is. So that is one of the biggest reasons why we're not using more Sojourn compared to other teams. And also, Sam on our team also is a really, really good Hanzo player. So that is why we're using a lot more Hanzo plus that Genji DPS composition. All right, Proper, that is it for the interview. Thank you so much for your time and congratulations on the win again. 자, 이걸로 인터뷰 마치겠고요. 승리 너무나도 축하드립니다. 감사합니다. Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh man, can't believe you got to talk to Proper. That was so nice.
You should have joined me.
Listen. No,
Next time. Next time, I'm literally just
gonna
gonna be like, just jump in and be like, hey,
I'm just gonna make it awkward. But then again, you also make it awkward, so I think that's perfect.
It's my thing. Making
I
people
love that.
uncomfortable.
That's a good shtick to have. I think that's a good brand. Costa, I want to talk about what we just heard last year from the interview with Danny and Proper. Sojourn. San Francisco Shock not considering Sojourn that strong of a pick right now. Would you agree with that, or do you think that they're really just trying to play to the strength of Sam on that Hanzo?
I think playing Sam on the Hanzo, Proper said it himself, Sam is a very good Hanzo, and we saw that on New Queen Street, and we saw that on the control map of he is a good Hanzo, and when they're playing against the Doomfist, it makes sense. It can be hard to charge up that rail, and it can be difficult to play the Sojourn because it's hard to gain charge, and we saw Kai actually have that issue on this map in particular. He just can't get enough value on that hero, so I like the Hanzo. But then we go over to King's Row, and I just think Sam was really struggling to get any value on the Hanzo. Unable to get picks. When he was able to stay on the map, he is a good player, but just with the compositions being played with that Sigma shield, he just wasn't able to keep up to the pace of Kai on that Sojourn. So I agree to some capacity with Proper that Sojourn shouldn't be played everywhere 100% of the time against certain compositions, but the Hanzo was obviously not working on King's Row when they did decide to make that switch over to Sojourn. It worked way better for them.
I also think there's a very interesting point here to make about the San Francisco Shock shying away from the Sojourn and also playing, Venom on the Tracer here on King's Row, for example. I feel like San Francisco Shock, with their compositions and the way they approached this match, they were very tactical in how they were playing around Kai Sojourn, because there's a reason we call Kai Sojourn the best in the league, and it's because he keeps getting so much value out of it, the way he lands these railgun shots all the time. But you're seeing the San Francisco Shock, they're forcing player movement with picks like Hanzo and utilizing Dragon Strike. They're using biotic grenades and dragon blades to play a very explosive kind of attack as well. We're going to dive in, or if we can't dive in, we're going to peel back. And we're not going to give Kai all this time to generate his railgun shots. We're not going to give him opportunities to get frags with this railgun. We've seen plenty of teams where Lucius just carelessly just jump around the map and they end up getting sniped. The San Francisco Shock, they played some Mei as well, utilizing the Mei wall to try to block off Hawk on the Sigma, for example, and then the Wrecking Ball compositions. They're just very explosive, dive in, land onto Kai and force him to make a move. We're going to distract Kai, we're going to make life difficult for him, and when you do that, the Atlanta Reign, they're going to suffer because he's their best player, in my opinion. So I think the Shock did a very good job being tactical in this matchup and forcing player positioning to their advantage and winning fights that way.
Is there something, though, circling back to that Sojourn or them shying away from Sojourn, do you think this is something teams can abuse moving forward into the mid-season madness?
I think we're just starting to see teams heavily adopt that hero. They're really starting to just, certain teams are one-triggering them. Some people have said, I believe it was Sparky yesterday that we talked to, and he said the hero is overpowered and he expects her to be played full-time until she gets nerfed. I don't 100% agree with that. I think she is very strong. Kai has done that, but the San Francisco Shock putting on a clinic of how you abuse a certain pick and how you can find the weaknesses of a hero and play around that.
But it's easier as well. It's a certain state. It's way easier to just pick Sojourn.
Yeah.
It's we're just gonna spam and we're gonna use the abilities because they're really strong. Whereas the Shock put on a masterful display of tactical approach. How many teams in the league can do that? I don't know. But if you want to win the mid-season madness, you're going to play at a very high level, and maybe Sojourn ends up not getting that value that mid and low level teams are seeing with the pick.
Now, we do have one more match for everyone at home, and that one will be fought out between the Vancouver Titans and the Dallas Fuel. So Dallas Fuel was the pick across the board. Costa, what argument would you make for the Vancouver Titans? I mean, they didn't look terrible against the Atlanta Reign, but was that the Reign maybe dropping the ball a little bit?
I think if Dallas Fuel hadn't played, I believe it was yesterday, and looked a lot stronger, I think you would have seen maybe some rumblings of people going for the Vancouver Titans. They look like they're improving. They look like they have an identity. Mirror on that Doomfist. Shockwave being able to play that Sojourn, picking up, playing very well. Aspire on the Tracer went crazy at times. If they can lean into that, play to their strengths, then they can be good. Good enough to beat a strong Dallas Fuel? Probably not. But, anything's possible. They have nowhere to go but up, and they're improving. At this point, they can't qualify for the mid-season madness, I'm pretty sure. It's all about improvement. Individual improvement, look towards the playoffs, look further into the future for this team.
Reinforce. You were a one-day Vancouver superfan. Things have changed since. But
maybe they could do it.
Maybe they can. There we go. We're
Maybe.
bringing back the hope.
I'm not going to predict them, but no, not to predict them, but Dallas Fuel
Percentage? Give us.
looked a bit shaky. Ooh, percentages are hard. Would it be too gracefully of me for the Vancouver Titans to give 75-25?
No, that's way too high. I think I would go 10. I'd go 90-10.
I don't know, 9. No.
Okay, Danny, you're a believer.
83-17.
Yeah.
You're a gambler. What you giving them?
Percentage-wise for
Yeah,
Vancouver
for
Titans?
Vancouver.
I think about 80 to 20% should be about right.
All right. Yeah, in the middle. Yeah. All right.
I mean, Dallas Fuel, they looked a lot better, thankfully, but it was one match, right?
Yeah.
So unless they show that it wasn't, I'm a Dallas fan, but at the same time, yesterday was their first match. They looked better. So
Yeah.
I'm like, kind of watching really carefully.
They did have a rough start. This stage, honestly, they looked very disconnected from one another. And once more, I mean, we said it time and time again, this was not due to individual skill, which is lacking, or any mechanics which are lacking. It was really just like an overall game plan which was missing. It was just not in action. So let's see how they will fare against the Vancouver Titans. We're giving them 20%. Now, I think we just all agreed on that.
well.
Sure, like play, yeah, sure, 20% for the Vancouver Titans. So that's a good gamble if you want to make it. Let's find out who can come out on top. For all the action, we're going to send it over to the ever so lovely Lemon Kiwi and Leg Day.
Do that fight.
Thanks so much, Zoe. Yep, this is last but not least, the Dallas Fuel versus the Vancouver Titans. Now, if you would ask me to pred this at the start of the season, it would be quite easy. But we're talking about a tale of two teams who have rediscovered their confidence and are taking charge of their fate. Dallas Fuel are now leaning on Fearless's Hammond, whilst Vancouver more following along with Mirror's dives on the Doomfist, which has been a boon for them.
Yeah, it's been a story of tanking evolution for both of these teams, Lemon. We've seen Mirror come into the fold for the Vancouver Titans alongside a new head coach as well in Deepay. Of course, famously of the LA Gladiators for so many years, now has been picked up mid-season, replacing Flubby and Pew from the Vancouver Titans. And it feels like with Mirror in, it's a different beast when we look at the Vancouver Titans. They can finally control some engagements. They have an audacious and aggressive tank who's not afraid to really make these fights happen. And when you interview players, Lemon, they always talk about playing your own game. And that's exactly what happens when you have an aggressive tank who can design an engagement, which is why I'm so confused as we look at our starting lineup here of the Vancouver Titans, because we're actually going to be starting off with False, who is by no means a poor tank, but it seems like False's more passive style has been not ideal for the Vancouver Titans thus far. The Sigma is, of course, looking pretty good in the current meta. A lot of teams are leaning into the Sigma, allowing them to have a little bit more space for these more pokey backlines and more bursty DPS like the Sojourn to have the space to operate, but it feels like False's success record thus far is somewhat lackluster.
Yeah, and I agree with that, and I just have so many questions on why False has such a more passive playstyle as being the signature Sigma player for the Vancouver Titans. And to answer your question of just why he's here in the first place, we do have double push, so we're starting off on Coliseo, which is prone to having your Sigma duels happen there, so False coming in, while Mirror is mostly only specializing in the Doomfist. False, though, he plays so passive compared to, your Hawks when it comes to Sigma and other more aggressive tanks. And I'm wondering, is this False playing scared? Is this False still having an off-tank mindset from Overwatch 1, being a rookie, not wanting to make the mistakes and be the pitfall for his team? Or is there more to it? Can we put more of a microscope on what False's decisions are? Does he have a healthy shield? What is his Matrix cooldown at? Are his DPS just not able to make anything happen for False to just stand there and exist for no reason? And I think that's why Vancouver looks so much better with Mirror in it, is that now you add an additional win condition, something else to kind of start these fights off, with Mirror's Doomfist also being amazing at getting first bloods. So False is existing, but gets bullied quite easily. So I'm a little bit worried for this matchup.
Yeah, False going to be existing under a microscope from us, but also from Dallas Fuel. I mean, they're going to be keeping good track of that Sigma's cooldowns as well as the shield health to try and potentially make some more of his dives work. We are 3 matches deep in the mid-season madness for Dallas Fuel, who came second at Kickoff Clash. At their LAN, they performed incredibly well until that final battle, where they got 4-0'd by the LA Gladiators, and it felt like we had a little bit of a Dallas Fuel tailspin. They couldn't quite find a good identity, or at least a successful identity in our mid-season madness, but in their most recent iteration against the Florida Mayhem, after a longer weekend of planning and allowing themselves to have a little bit of a tactical rejiggering and figuring out what was going to work, Fearless on the Wrecking Ball seems to be a good key to success for Dallas Fuel, as well as allowing for Gurio to really excel on the Sojourn by following up the dives of Sparkle's very, very high damage Tracer and Fearless, who work in tandem so well after 2 successful seasons together.
And that's why I think this match is much more interesting than a lot of people are trying to predict, because it's two teams reinventing their identity. Dallas Fuel at the start of the qualifiers weren't playing Sojourn and were incorporating so much Hanbin because of his success from the Zarya Reaper meta. Then they realized, okay, Hanbin Sigma was getting bullied by teams like Atlanta. They were getting crushed and held on Midtown. It was not close. They tried to go for Hanbin Doomfist, which is not usually in his wheelhouse, so that didn't work out until they finally realized, what are we going to do with Fearless? Well, let's make him play main tanks. Then you go up against Florida, where they played the Hammond. It synergized so well with Sparkle's Tracer, and now that Gorilla actually has space to operate with, and maybe even setups of like a pile drive or something like that, Gorilla is going to look a lot better statistically. So I'm excited to see the trajectory of the Dallas Fuel now that they've really found a composition that works to their strengths of the players on their roster.
Yeah, there is the question of what are we going to do with Fearless, but there's also the question of where are we going to go with Fearless. Have a quick look at our map set to see what our first map is going to be. Colosseo, Lemon, is an interesting one. New Queen Street was where Vancouver Titans looked to their absolute best. Previously, being able to absolutely trounce the Atlanta Reign there with a very quick composition of a Doomfist, a Tracer, and a Sombra, which allowed for Mirror to get a huge amount of support, and Aztec could actually shine in the Zenyatta role as a high damage flex support. Colosseo, a little bit different. Here, maybe Fearless might feel a little bit less inclined to go for the Wrecking Ball when you're making these longer approaches down this long hallway where you're catching so much poke and don't have as much opportunity to make a clean engagement.
And the Sojourn matchup is really important in this meta. If we end up with a Sigma Mirror, it's going to be depending on the picks that the Sojourn can accomplish, because the Tracers are only going to be able to be comfortable in that backline if there's a distraction at the front. So I was expecting a Gorilla and Shockwave Sojourn, where statistically Gorilla is outperforming 10 final blows per 10 versus the 7 of Shockwave, and a little bit more depth, 7 deaths per 10 for Shockwave versus the 6 of Gorilla, which makes a difference at the end of the day. But I'm surprised that Shockwave just immediately out the gates wants the Ashe. And we've seen some criticism about the Ashe, and people think it's such an anti-dive hero, but it also has a good tool of throwing dynamites above shields. But they're not seeing a fearless Sigma, they're seeing a fearless Winston, which we were worried about.
The Winston here, we know that Fearless is particularly good at this hero. Some would say it's his signature after last season's double bubble shenanigans. However, what this does do is it will at least provide some good cover for Gorilla to have an extended poke fight, because it's going to take a while for Shockwave to actually break down that shield if he's going to be the one faced with it.
Yeah, I was worried about the Winston for this long corridor because it's so narrow, and Fearless might not have any places to hide, but Shockwave maybe should have hid because Gorilla locks with a headshot. And with that pick, Dallas Fuel gets so aggressive. But that's why Winston falls in the meta currently. There's so much burst. There's an immortality that just buys so much time for the defense that is getting dove upon. So Fearless has to be careful of that burst, and Muse learned that the hard way from the Toronto Defiant. So Fearless goes back to the Hammond, but this fight is chalked for the Fuel, and they don't get anything out of it.
4 versus 3 here as well was actually what was fumbled by the Dallas Fuel. They instantly picked off Shockwave, got rid of a long-range DPS of the Ashe, but in the end, it didn't really matter because they got up close and personal anyway. I think Gorilla didn't make great use of the amount of range that he had to really try and bully Aztec and Scarippa off these angles, and Scarippa's doing so much healing as well, almost already has the Ant Matrix.
Good dodge. Oh, the sleep! Is this, they have to trade with Aspire. Is anyone from Fuel? No, there's just no one that can access it. Sparkle is too distracted by the fight, and for good reason. Gorilla and Sparkle are working great together to get now 3 picks for the Fuel. So Titans only have False and Aspire floating around, so they're gonna contest the cart and just really buy time for reinforcements so Fuel don't get too much of a push. But this fight is over, and already Fearless is looking much better on the Hammond, more survivability than a Winston.
And of course, he can go into the ball form as well to avoid getting headshot, which is so important when you're up against people like Shockwave and Aztec, who are going to have good headshot multipliers off of their projectiles. The overclock is good to go, Lemon, and you've heard it once, you've heard it 1,000 times. It can kill people through the Transcendence because of that one-shot burst, which means Aztec is likely going to be saving this Transcendence for something else, like surviving maybe a nanoed Fearless dive, unless Fielder wants to nano Gorilla during that ultimate, which he does.
Just even an enhanced brawl, but I want to see Guriyo enhanced. I think he got Nano too, and on top of the overclock on a dominant high ground position. That was a great fight for Fuel to take. The immediate awareness of getting on the high ground, and Titans had no answer.
Fearless likely going to take some forward poke here to get those last few percentage points towards the minefield, and this could actually be really useful for trying to keep Vancouver Titans away from contesting this bot as it moves in towards that ever important checkpoint as well, Lemon. Aspire still has a pulse bomb to work with here, and there's nothing to really counter it apart from a sound barrier, and that's a risky cast to try.
If Aspire can even stick it. But she had some actually pretty good stats and comparable to Sparkle as he approaches. He recalls before the sleep that Fielder threw out, and Fielder's won. And even if he's not dead, he's still out of the fight because he has to run away. And without Chio, there's no sound barrier to maybe salvage this fight. Thanks to the passive, though, Fielder will get back on his feet without the need of Chio, and he'll be back pretty soon. So Fuel are going to play passive until they get all their members back. But the Vancouver Titans maybe want to realize this and take up more space. This is the passive playstyle of False playing in again. You have the flux, you can initiate, and there he is. He pulls the trigger on it. The bomb from Shockwave is helping out too. Fuel have only lost one. Fielder stunned up. False can finish this, but okay, Fielder almost got away with it. Thank God for the transcendence of Aztec to help Vancouver just take a very aggressive and enhanced push that we were expecting them to take.
So coming into this match, Lemon, we talked about False and his role as a more passive tank, playing more of a protective role, and that's to allow for Scarippa and Aztec to more freely cast and not be as worried about Guriyo being able to pick them off. And evidently Vancouver right now are feeling the dividends of Aztec and Scarippa being able to freely throw out this damage more and more, closer and closer towards that checkpoint here. Vancouver, goodbye Guriyo!
And is that just him not being aware? Like, Vancouver are just taking this very forward push and using the middle of the map to get into angles I don't think Dallas Fuel were expecting. Nano on the Fearless, survivability top-notch at the front, bullying False out of the picture. And just with that initial pick, Vancouver just were not able to do much.
Vancouver at least got distance, and that might be what could matter quite a bit to them, because I think Dallas feel a little bit weaker when it comes to fights in this primary corridor where Timmy eventually changes allegiance, because the Wrecking Ball's not overly well suited to it. Yusufet Fearless has to exist in the back, looking to try and catch anyone who's out of position and knock them further into the zone of Dallas Fuel's damage.
There's the mines placed around the cart for Fuel. But Vancouver are just sitting happy on the bridge. It's the Fuel that have to approach them. Fuel bought themselves space that they kind of already could have owned, especially with a Hammond. Would have liked to see those mines on the high ground where Titans were nice and safe and force them into uncomfortable positions. Aspire's in the back line, he's got a pulse, but he's shooting tanks right now and he gets low. He has to fade into the shadows. He spots Fielder and Guriyo. There's a pulse on the Fielder. The sleep, it's still a trade, so Aspire's still out of the picture. Fuel with the sound barrier engage, gonna take the advantage where they can. Skyripa was one, using their mortality to buy themselves time. Guriyo just jumps into the loving arms of Aztec's orbs. So Fuel have lost a lot of members through this engage and are left with nothing, and we're not able to take the lead back from Vancouver.
Chio said this is winnable, but I think that Guriyo really got a little bit too big for his boots there, diving into the midst of Shockwave and Aztec. Maybe they didn't respect that backline of the Vancouver Titans, but they are demanding respect. This is not a toothless backline. Aztec going to be briefly dove upon, but Sparkle's not there to really follow it up, and so Vancouver, they don't have to invest too much to survive this.
Oh, middle map control there for Dallas Fuel. You see Fearless is already in the back. He's got the Discord Orb on him. Vancouver starting to get surrounded, and False really doesn't know which angle to hold, but he's going to hold the one with the more members at the front as Fearless, 36% more knockback. He can set up his team for success, but it takes too long for Dallas Fuel to set up. Eventually, Vancouver Titans overwhelmed the front line. They had access to the supports, and Guriyo and Chio are picked, and Vancouver want to maximize the lead that they have.
And this is why we didn't expect too much Wrecking Ball from Fearless on Colosseo, but Wrecking Ball's very weak in this central corridor, Lemon. All of your approaches can be telegraphed so easily and caught by an accretion. False can just take every comer as they move on in. Fearless already dead, and Dallas Fuel, how are they going to take this fight?
I don't know how you do without Fearless, and he is taking so much poke. He wasn't able to initiate the last one, and now he's missing from this one. Respawns are close, though, but Vancouver, after butt scratch here from Timmy, will be able to get even higher than 65 meters, and that's just dangerous. Fuel also don't have Fielder, and Falls I don't think got much out of the grab flux. He's focused on zoning off Guerrillo, who jumps to the high ground and barely gets away. Chio will speed him out, and through all the confusion and the chaos of False tunneling on one person, Fuel were able to strike back, and we're left with a 3-on-3 on the barricade, while Dallas Fuel have respawn advantage. So this should be okay for them to stabilize.
The robot has been stolen away, but once again, Vancouver, they aren't afraid of just fighting in this central nexus. That's where Fearless is at his weakest, and Fearless is going to need to try and play around the outside, play through this mid area to try and get a good dive, and there it is.
Great pile drive from Fearless, and Fuel recognized the engage is perfect. The Coalescence to not only pressure and do damage, but heal and keep the Fearless witch string going at this point. Fearless gets low, and that's just more generation for Chio getting barrier next fight.
And this is the kind of fight that Dallas Fuel want, where Fearless can set up in advance and not have to approach the Vancouver Titans from the front. Can instead move around the back, have a sneak to allow Sparkle to follow up on one of these power drivers, or Gurio if he can charge up that railgun off of False's shield.
Oh, Aspire can make a big difference if he wins the duel but finds Fielder, wants to force out the fade, so he does. Chio got his barrier cancelled! Fuel, they needed this for survivability! Fearless is chunked down! Fielder not able to keep up with all of the damage! This was such an important fight in Vancouver at 72-63 with 1 meter left. Fuel are running out of chances. They have the ults to clap back, but this is getting further and further, and Titans can turn this around. Fuel needed to win that fight to maybe tie it up.
A critical rock from False, Accretion stunning Chio out of a sound barrier, removing Dallas Fuel's ability to stay in these aggressive positions that they took, assuming that they'd get that overshield, assuming they'd be more beefy. The overclock is what Dallas Fuel's hopes are pinned on now. How can Fearless set up with a pile driver? When everyone's in the air is when they're the most vulnerable, but Fearless is again going to have to move through the swamp of fire that is being projected by Vancouver Titans.
Aspire not able to be safe in the back line. But you have 5 versus 4 for Fuel. It's a good start, but 16 seconds. Fuel just zoning themselves away from the Ant Matrix. There's the engage from False. He'll get Fielder, and that should guarantee the kill. Fielder's 1 HP, and he fades away. False tunneled on the wrong target, but still without Guerrillo. Do Dallas Fuel have the damage? It's Shockwave's Bob that's making more of a splash, and Fuel have fumbled this fight. They only have 2 people left, or actually 3 people left now, 2. It's Guerrillo and Fielder. And it's just not going to work out. Actually, Sparkle and Fielder, they just have to live. Respawn advantage is there for Fuel. Here comes Fearless to add some survivability. Coalescence invested. Then Dallas Fuel are turning the fight around. Pulse Bomb in the middle of the Immortality isn't going to dent Titans too hard, as Titans slowly but surely start to back away. But False is actually holding his ground. And Fearless is about to have mines. He's going to flush them out one way or another. And Titans gave up this fight, and Fuel have a chance to win.
It's a chance, Lemon, but it is by no means guaranteed. Still, they have to deal with the robot pausing at the checkpoint, and overtime is going to go so quickly. If False can get a well-timed gravitic flux here, he can force everyone off of the robot, and it will be overtime finished before you know it. However, now someone has to move on and touch this. It's Aspire who's going to have to bite the bullet.
Oh, Aspires to be big with the pulse, and he gets nothing. He's sniped down. And Fuel get to the finish line, and Vancouver took too long to contest. They were dealing with so many threats. Vancouver were dominating this map, and Fuel just turned it around at the last minute of play. I can't believe my eyes.
Somewhere off screen, mines occurred from Wrecking Ball, trying to keep the remainder of Vancouver Titans at bay, and certainly at bay they were kept, allowing Dallas Fuel to park the robot and the barricade into that box of victory. Aspire, try as he might, cannot survive against the will of 3 people on the objective. And Vancouver Titans, they were looking so good there with False in as well. Finally, we were seeing False's role come into fruition, where he had to play a little bit more defensively, be a reserved player who did not demand a huge amount of resources from Scarippa and Aztec, because Aspire needed that Harmony Orb most of the time to go toe-to-toe with a legendary DPS like Sparkle. And Aspire, I think, credit to him, was able to do that, Lemon. But now Vancouver Titans, they have had to deal with a devastating turnaround that Dallas Fuel definitely should not have been able to manage. And we'll see how they try and run back into it after this break.
The Fuel are still surging. Take a look at the final moments of Coliseum. Coming down to the last 1 minute of the fight. Aspire gets killed on the barricade, whiffing the pulse bomb, and there was no one left to touch, but why was Vancouver so late?
Well, that's because Fearless had actually managed to infiltrate into the back lines, Lemon, using that Wrecking Ball, and actually put down a minefield, so it had to be a little bit more haphazard of an approach from the Vancouver Titans. And we were talking about how we needed False to be able to get that Gravitic Flux as a real power play in the final fight, to the degree that could have forced the Sig-9. The overtime wick was burning down so quickly that in the moment everyone was lifted off the ground, that could have been it for the Dallas Fuel's overtime push. But Fearless being able to run interference on those reinforcements, allowing for an easy 1v4 or 1v3 to take down Aspire on the cart, was really what clinched it for the Fuel.
Yeah, I think just macro-wise, Vancouver just had a hard time getting away from Dallas Fuel, but it's all due to the Fearless swap to the Hammond, which is more mobile and more survivable than a Winston. And they were so aware of the Winston not working out at the start and making the quick swap, which is panicky for any team to do, because every team usually walks into a map with a strategy in mind. And for a player to make that call, that's Fuel being confident, especially after the 4-3-0 they had. Now it's Mirror coming in for the Vancouver Titans, which is their best look by far, as agreed by everyone, including the desk, into a pretty good map for him, Dorado.
It's a good map, but it's a new map, Lemon. This is a remarkable turnaround of strategic tomfoolery from the Vancouver Titans, because yesterday they played false on Dorado against Atlanta Reign, and it was not a great performance from anyone on the team. It's not at all on false. Like, Vancouver Titans as a collective just disintegrated. They looked anemic and useless on Dorado, but maybe we'll see like some hard Vancouver iteration here. Maybe DP's been in the lab. What's the lesson today, Mr. DP? Well, today, Vancouver Titans, we're going to learn how to attack Dorado. And Mira being able to make some actual engagements happen with Doomfist will at least iterate on Vancouver Titans' problems attacking yesterday against the Atlanta Reign, where it felt like Mira, or rather False, was just looking at Atlanta. As with the rest of Vancouver Titans, they were never really fighting them and just waiting to be slain by Kai.
No, I agree. False was just not aggressive enough, and especially on the attack, it's much better for this point A push to have some kind of hero that can access the high ground. And I think this different approach for Titans can look good. You have Shockwave that can take the skies. Aspire has teleported his supports to the back right, giving them some sight lines onto the opposing high ground of the Dallas Fuel's defense, who have brought Fearless back on the Winston. Again, high ground's very important on this map. But now also liking the zoning, or just the shield that Winston provides to break up some of the sightlines of the healers. But still, Zenyatta with the Discord can burst down Fearless very quickly, especially with the Echo, so I'm worried about Fearless's fate. And Dallas Fuel just refused to take any fight at the start of this point A, and now it's going to be up to Market's side. Vancouver going to have limited options on what flanks they can take with Mirror, as we're still just waiting on the engage, and Titans are getting free push.
Oh, Shockwave should be able to kill Fielder here. That's a well-timed anti-nade, and so Shockwave's just going to have to dip out of there as soon as possible. Aspire falls on down, and Lemon, I hate to be a premature Peter here when it comes to making fun of a Vancouver Titans composition, but I really don't think the Baptiste is a great idea. Look at who's on the Vancouver Titans squad. We've got a Tracer, a Doomfist, and an Echo. And Scarippa as a Baptiste cannot, like, reliably heal any of those heroes. Aspire and Mira move too fast to be healed at range by the slow-moving projectiles of a Baptiste, and Shockwave is mostly going to be airbound anyway, and hitting those aerial globules is just not reasonable to expect from your Baptiste. I'd much prefer a Brigitte here.
Yeah, perhaps just having more heals, especially since the recent patch. He has burst heals now, especially even more if a target is low. And that's Vancouver waiting for Fuel to approach and then getting and sniping them back. But Sparkle has got 2 kills. He's killed the support single-handedly, even through the immortality. And Bap has such an important role in this meta, regardless of how he feels, because of that immortality and how it potentially can negate a single ultimate of the Tracer Pulse Bomb. But it's not going to be the case this time. Sparkle turns the fight for Fuel yet again.
Yeah, that was another 4 versus 5 with Gurio falling first. It really became a problem. Here's Sparkle on the replay, joining Fearless. And as we mentioned before, these guys have been playing together for so long. Sparkle and Fearless, whether it's on Element Mystic or Dallas Fuel last season, but they are in such amazing sync and can really tear through an unprepared backline.
Titans just haven't really taken an engage on their terms, and I think that's because Mirror has just limited angles. He's going to try and bully Fearless, and he won't back down. He's been nanoed by Fielder and just walks into the backline. It's going to kill Skyrim and Aztec for free. I'm surprised Fearless didn't even commit, but saw Mirror, and now the Transcendence. This is surely going to put fear into Fearless, but he backs away. He had the Primal Rage, but didn't want to chance it. He's going to wait for the Transcendence to go away and hope that Fuel can fight back now that resources are equal.
I'm not sure if a Transcendence filled him with fear or filled him with mirth, because honestly, that was a 3-man Transcendence of Vancouver Titans, so he couldn't really get any momentum off. It would have been moving into a 3 versus 5. Now Scrip has moved over onto Viana. It's not the Brigitte I wanted, but it's at least more reliable for these ranged heals and maybe a playmaking anti-nade to follow in Mirror.
There's the counter dive from Fearless, already on Skyripa, who's used a nade on himself, trying to keep himself alive for as long as possible.
What a sleep.
And it's working out because Titans, their counter engage is getting more value quicker. Look how Fuel, they took so much time to kill Skyripa. They've even committed a Primal to do anything at all. But Titans, that's why Doomface is a little bit better in the meta right now. Just more damage quicker, and also just smart decision making from Skyripa.
That was a big investment from Vancouver Titans, though. They're going to be lacking ults for this final fight. The same for Dallas Fuel. But at this point, it's all about trying to drain down those final few moments, Lemon.
Just a few more meters away, but Titans, it ain't looking pretty if it took your entire time bank to go through point A, which I would consider one of the strongest parts for Doomfist to dominate. But because Dallas Fuel limited his options on how many angles Mirror could take, you saw that Mirror just struggled to initiate any fight, and it came down to kind of DPS picks.
I don't currently have the numbers, Lemon, but I'd love for our stats team to be able to at some point tell me how many first deaths Gurio has in these fights. It feels like Gurio is has a bit of machismo, you know, when it comes to using the slide, and can often put himself into a less than ideal scenario that leads him to be easily picked and then put so much focus on Sparkle and Fearless having to overextend to make up for a lack of poking damage. The nano boost is good to go, and that's likely going to be onto Fearless to try and create some space.
Oh, Gurio almost died again as you were pointing out his deaths, and Fearless ain't looking too good. He was in a tiny building, no place to jump out at, and no matter how much nano fun you're gonna have, if 5 people are looking at you, Fearless is gonna die eventually. So Titans just position themselves very well against the upcoming dive, and if they continue to focus down Gurio too, who is not involved in that last fight, Shockwave's gonna have more freedom to focus down Fearless and nullify the big win condition and initiation factor of Fuel.
There's no pretty way to say it that Fearless just missed one of the easiest Winston Tesla snipes of his life. Shockwave, unnoted, actually goes in to try and take out Sparkle. That's a very interesting play, considering Sparkle can get out of that using the recall. But now, how does Sparkle contest this point? It has to be Fearless instead.
Oh, there's the fight, and Shockwave is above, laying down the damage. Mirror is desperate for help, and Aztec is there with the Transcendence. Just 50 meters to go, and Titans want to keep up this momentum. They're going to invest even more ultimates. The Meteor strike it more, and there's only 2 left of the Fuel, so this fight is more than done. Titans with a flawless fight win for point B.
Titans are starting to make up for a lack of time that they had coming into point B after they were bogged down in the weeds with that Baptiste comp for a while on A. But now, Shockwave moves over again, a proactive swap, Lemon. Not really a huge amount of stimulus for this, but instead wanting to try and bring the fight to Gurio and potentially Fearless as well, because remember, with Fearless having a shield here and Mirror not, that means there's much more charging opportunity for Shockwave on that railgun.
All of the poke from Aztec and Shockwave have been on the Gurio, and finally the Dallas Fuel can clap back and get their last laugh. Drop down from the high ground, the pulse, a great stake on the Mirror. Now Fuel, what do they do about the remnants of Titans? Aspire is sticking around, but he's got to deal with not only Sparkle, but Chio booping him around. As Sparkle heads for the backline and ignores Aspire, goes after Aztec. And Fuel gets to continue to snipe at range with Gurio. So Fuel are even going for more stagger kills, which is more time away from Titans.
Gurio just sort of treats himself as a dive hero, and I'm not sure if that's just like a Gurio choice or a Rush choice, but it certainly is a Dallas Fuel choice. That Gurio's kind of joining this two-man hit squad of Sparkle and Fearless to be the third wheel, almost like a Genji-style kind of sniper who just gets in there, charges up as much as possible with the left click, and then unleashes hell on the burst.
Dallas Fuel are taking such an early engagement. They forced the Nano out of Skyripper to save Aztec, and they're not even successful with that mission. Skyripper is alone by himself, and, well, Fuel are more focused on fighting Mirror, who is going for a counter dive. But without the healing of Skyripper, without Aspire being there, Mirror wasn't going to be able to do anything.
Just an excellent anti-nade there from Fielder, making sure that Aztec couldn't be pocketed through the damage that would have been survivable considering he had 50% damage reduction from the nano boost, but while antied, it's simply impossible. Vancouver Titans are coming up on a Meteor Strike, but it's not a huge playmaking ult, and in overtime where touching the car is imperative and mandatory, Fearless will be able to primal.
Always initiating! They're always doing it! They're getting nanoed and Fearless jumps in and is clapping these supports left and right, and Titans are trying to do the same thing, but they're just always sitting there and waiting for success to come to them. And Titans might have a breath of fresh air, but they're currently lacking because they're no longer breathing. Fuel have held them at sea.
It's an interesting little bit of irony, Lemon. The Shockwave swapped over to the Sojourn, anticipating that, hey, we'll get inside, and because of the lower ceilings and the lack of vertical cover that's available for someone like a Pharaoh or an Echo, I'm going to swap over to the Sojourn instead. Whereas the Sojourn, I think, actually would have been better for the fights that they were forced to take. Dallas Fuel decided to take the fights outside, where the Echo would have been at her best, able to just perch up on the high grounds and freely weave in and out of a fight at her leisure. And Dallas Fuel, I think, really took advantage of the fact that Shockwave did not have much cover nor much setup time by taking these early fights. It meant that Shockwave could never get an early catch out with a charged railgun shot. It was always Gurio able to strike first because Fearless and Sparkle demanded so much attention.
Now you're seeing kind of the value of also the Winston on the dive. Initially, Fuel had some struggles, like thinking back to the first fight that Fuel lost on the dive when Fearless wasted Primal. Skyripper antied himself, or just used the Biodegrade on himself to keep himself healed up, and then Mirror and Aspire and Shockwave had the better counter dive because they were killing things faster. But then, Fuel, instead of going after Skyripper so much, they just realized that Aztec and Skyripper are just playing so far from each other. They placed the bubble between Skyripper and Aztec, and Aztec can't get healed. If you have to nano your Zen to stay alive and he's still dying, you're just wasting ults, and it's just not favoring the Titans. And Fuel with this comp are going to look just as good, and they're going to try and probably zone Mirror off this high ground.
One of the things that's going to be most interesting here is Sparkle's pathing as a Tracer, because very hard to access the high ground initially as a Tracer. You've got to invest some time in the commute instead to be able to join Fearless in any of his high ground dives. A good amount of Vancouver Titans are actually just hopping up on top of Yellow Roof over there. The Yellow Roof gang is going to be very difficult to really deal a huge amount of damage to. So Dallas Fuel as a whole, just start making a rotation to try and clear Vancouver Titans away from these high ground positions.
Because Fuel just don't want to get surrounded. Titans were taking multiple angles to not come up against the Winston, and Fuel get around that. And they've already found the supports. The Ana and Skyripper and Aztec are just dead. I'm wondering, should there be more of a solution to the Winston than just an honestly? Because Skyripper's not a baboon. He's not going to just walk into the Winston bubble. He's more likely to preserve his own life and trust Mirror to do better. But Fuel are crushing these supports right now, and that's a problem.
Yeah, when you've got that Discord Orb, Fearless should be an easy kill, or at least an easy chase for Aspire, but the thing is, Aspire has to continuously go up against Sparkle. Now with Sparkle taken down early, I expect Fearless to be under a lot more pressure as Aspire can freely try and move through them.
Skyripper's just dead, and so is Aztec. Rinse and repeat. Deja vu for first fight. Dallas Fuel they even got to sleep. The Shockwave moves in the back line. That's a flawless fight for Fuel. And with 2.5 minutes to spare, this is 2.5 minutes faster than Titans, who did this in OT.
And that was another 4 versus 5. With Sparkle dead, Gurio is a dive Sojourn, just joining Fearless in the nano dive, able to cleave through because they're like, okay, Gurio, do you have a railgun shot? Yes, sir, I do. Well, then let's get in there, bud. Vancouver Titans now have to try and defend B. It was a much faster push through A for Dallas Fuel than we saw from Vancouver Titans. So now, how do you try and leverage the high ground advantage you have as defenders to try and slow down the Fuel?
Mira's going to be forced to engage. He got booped down from the high ground by Chio. Mira seems to be in a good spot. He's going to take shelter from under as Aztec takes that to the dome. Another Fuel 5 versus 4 engagement. And there, Aspire in the middle of the fight, very low. Sparkle coalescing on targets with the rest of his team. And Dallas Fuel are barely losing anyone. Mira got nanoed, and what did that accomplish? The Fuel are now going to get even more stagger kills because Titans were hesitating on whether that was winnable with only Skyripple and Mira alive. So they head for the end of the point, and Fuel are just rocking right now.
And the thing about the Mira Nano is that maybe that Nano could have gone over to Aztec to save him from the Pulse and have a fully fledged 5 versus 5 fight. Instead, Vancouver, they invested when down on ultimates, and Mira's had to disengage again.
At least you have something to save yourself from the dive of Transcendence, but Fearless has been not only nanoed, but sound barrier. Dallas Fuel are gonna be here a while. Skyripper, I'm surprised Fearless didn't commit, but he took so much damage from multiple angles. Fearless is not used to being challenged, and that was due to Aspire maybe getting nanoed at that point, and Titans finally were able to kill Fearless.
Aztec's been so impressive over the last 2 games, as was Zenyatta. We did not see him survive a critical dive at the end of Point C, admittedly, but I think that Aztec has definitely been adding a huge amount of firepower to the Vancouver Titans in tandem with Mira that has moved them from that really toothless kickoff Clash Vancouver Titans into a far more dangerous group of 5 that we've seen in the mid-season madness, even if they can no longer qualify. Fearless here has the Primal Rage, excellent chance to try and dislodge a Vancouver Titans who might be overly reliant on high ground positions here with their lesser ultimates to win the fight.
He doesn't know! He got him with a lot of stickies, but not enough for the focusing beam to come out, and then Gorilla uses the slides after grabbing the pack, I think, to leave. As Shockwave almost had a massive pick, even with the stealth. It's still working out for the Titans. You managed to outpoke Sparkle before he could blink into your back line. You trade that out with a pick on the Shockwave. A 4 versus 4 now ensues. Fearless is in the back with a Primal, and the supporters of Titans are just suffering. The mental health is just crumbling at this point. Dallas Fuel meters away from point B. Titans have a ton of ults, and it has to come out now. The Nano onto Aspire. He has to pop off, and so he does! The pop bomb onto the supports before Fielder could unleash the Nano! What a massive play from the DPS of Titans!
Aspire is the 11th plague that simply rips through the Dallas Fuel. Both the supports taken out at once with the double pulse spawn. Here's a quick replay to see how Aspire just pulled this one out of a hat. Mr. Houdini, what a magic trick you've got for us today. Shio comes in to try and defuse, but he didn't buy a kit, mate, so I'm afraid you don't have time for that. Vancouver Titans, they still have this duplicate, and Dallas Fuel, they have no Sparkle.
Yeah, two fights in a row now that Sparkle gets first by Poke, and yeah, you saw him. Sparkle will always have a smile on his face, and he'll shake it off. It's fine.
Just a little bit of mental recuperation here. Question for Shockwave. Who do you copy? Ideally, maybe Fearless. That Winston bubble would be able to do so much to shut down Fielder and the healing that they can throw on out, but you've got to find Fearless first. Look at him, surrounded on all sides by the Vancouver Titans, who are doing a lot more now to try and shut down Fearless, chase him down with Aspire. It's a long rotation all the way through Point C. It's a rarer one from the Dallas Fuel. A rare sirloin steak that Vancouver Titans are going to have to try to chew through on this long high ground.
I wouldn't mind even a Tracer duplicate. Shockwave can play that too, and it's a quick ultimate to get. Transcendence, though, forced out by Fielder's dive on the Aztec. There's the copy onto Ana. See if he get a sleeper, an anti on the Fearless, and Aspire delivers again a double pulse spawn. Titans are being kept alive by the skin of Aspire's teeth. And now you're just giving nanos to congratulate him? What was that?
Well, that was a duplicate Nano. Had to be used, otherwise it was going to go. And oh my goodness, Aspire sticking Chio midway through the cast of a sound barrier. Chio had such a poor decision there to try and out-time that barrier. Yes, it's going to be overtime, but for Dallas Fuel, they are low on resources. Scarippa almost has for Nano. This could be everything if Mira can make some light of it, or even Aspire as before.
There's the Nano. Oh, but he's anti. He didn't want to use it on Tamir. Wanted to wait to see if he would get out. And you have to use it on someone. And Shockwave is sleeping, so that didn't work out either. Titans are going to have to play from behind, and they need to go to almost the end of the map to get to the box of victory. And it's 5-on-3 for the Fuel. Defense ringing strong. There's the Primal, tossing up the backline. Titans don't have any healing. It's up to damage. Mirror has the Meteor Strike. He can buy time. You need Aspire to have presence on the cart too. And Dallas Fuel are just going to have point B and have a minute and a half for the box of victory.
Scarippa had it right there, the ability to keep Mirror alive. They were strong enough to have the win, Lemon, but too weak to take it. And now Fearless can start stuffing them into their spawn. Vancouver Titans swapping again away from the Echo, where she doesn't have the vertical cover, and on to the Sojourn. This isn't Shockwave's strongest hero, but it has to be the one that claims some ground back from the Dallas Fuel. Now a Nano in the pocket for Fielder could spell doom for the Titans.
But this is a great spot for Doom. It's very close range, a lot of walls. He can get the stun. Sparkle is low. Aspire gets the chase down, misses the pulse, but Fueler giving up space. Fearless is going to get it back. He's been nanoed. Fielder has to sacrifice himself for it. Limited heals for the Fuel, and they can't do any damage because of the transcendence of Aztec. Guriel can try and burst through it. Maybe he manages to get one pick, but Fuel have to head back. They can't afford to stagger anymore with 31 seconds left.
All in there for the Vancouver Titans, but it was entirely necessary. Now it's down to one fight. Dallas Fuel in an uncomfortable position. Chio, once again, has themselves close to a sound barrier. This one cannot be an Ajax. This one must be delivered, and it must be delivered to more than 3 people. Fielder swaps over to Moira. Close range healing for everybody. The orbs might be the difference maker and potentially a quick Cole as well. And now it has to be the touch. Scarippa lies in wait, building inexorably to a Nano.
And Sparkle is on the card, started the overtime. Dallas Fuel hit by an anti. Sparkle can't afford to die here. Shockwave on an off angle, charging up anywhere he can, providing support to Mirror. Mirror gets the Nano. He's in the back line. It forces out the sound barrier of Chio. Dallas Fuel trying to counter-rotate away from the Fuel. Guriel has been isolated. He swoops back into his team, but into death. And Fuel have to play this from behind. Sparkle can't make the plays yet. Actually, he does equalize with a pick on the Mirror. Titans don't have a front line. It's up to the damage. Aztec, though, is getting warded away. Fearless claims the lives of the backline yet again, and Sparkle can live through the fight for the first time at Dorado. And through the last seconds, Fuel get to the box of victory and go to series point.
It didn't look likely, but Aspire could have been there, could have kept it going for just a second longer. However, Dallas Fuel, like you said, Lemon, series point belongs to them. If Vancouver Titans want to go 1-9 instead of 0-10, it has to be a reverse sweep. And while we have seen flashes, supernovas of brilliance, especially from Aspire, 2 double sticky bombs, 2 double pulse bombs that were absolutely cataclysmically important in deciding fights, it is not enough. Dallas Fuel, this is a championship caliber team, second at the kickoff clash, and when the chips are down, their poker face remains stern and elated with the smell of victory. Vancouver Titans have a lot ahead of them, and are they strong enough to make it happen?
Hey, yo, y'all good at drawing? You got any art? Any manga? Any ayayas? Well, you could submit your art, and all art is accepted, okay? Even anime. Look at this shot. The Houston, I think this is the Houston Outlaws, it's green anyway. But you can submit no matter what art of no matter what team you like on the Overwatch, submit for your chance to be featured on the fan art gallery. You can even have your masterpiece on the OWL broadcast, just like this one. Just make it obvious for me because I have no brain. But when it comes to drawing, Vancouver Titans are only drawing L's. But the maps are pretty close, to be fair.
Yeah, Weeb's out and Vancouver Titans into the mix of teams that do present a threat, Lemon. There are no freebies here for Vidalis Fuel, as good as Vidalis Fuel are. And as 0-9 as Vancouver Titans have been, these have been incredibly close maps. And it feels like Aspire right now is a real superstar in terms of being able to generate the clutch moments that make it so close. Double pulse bombs, 2 of them on Dorado. And he's able to do that because Mira's so aggressive. And Aztec is so much of a threat that they draw attention from Vidalis Fuel. Sparkle getting consistently first picked from the secondary members of Vancouver Titans, like Scareppa with an anti-nade, or a body shot railgun coming through from Shockwave, meant that Aspire had so much more freedom to operate. And if Vancouver Titans can continue to shut down the Tracer versus Tracer and give Aspire a little bit more breathing room because he's not marked by Sparkle, they may be able to clinch out a map win here.
Just Titans have 2 options. It's very basic. You try to counter Fearless's Winston, which he's probably going to whip out, or the Hammond, whichever one, because the Ana Zen from Skyrim and Aztec was just getting clapped most of Dorado. They were dead every fight. The only times they really didn't die or get slapped was when Aztec had Transcendence, and that was pretty much it. You can't always depend on those. And option 2 is for Mirror's counter dive to get value quick. And sometimes we didn't always see that perspective of how that really broke down in terms of focus fire from Aspire and Mirror supposedly working together with the Tracer and the Doomfist. We saw the Titans dive get value, but only if Skyrim and Aztec lived long enough. But will only be the case of the Dive's defense here for Fuel on Eichenwald, potentially our last map, as we'll see what Titans are going to drum up. But Mira has really only played Doomfist when he appears.
Danos Fuel once again playing what I like to call the time capsule composition, because they're playing this tank and support line that's a lot more reminiscent of the kickoff clash than it is the mid-season Madness, with a lot of teams going in opposite directions towards the Doom, towards the Sigma, and in some cases the Wrecking Ball as well. But Fearless here is believing in the value of the Winston shield and a cleave onto multiple members, especially against Scareppa and Aztec. But remember, Aztec as a Zen is by no means an easy dive for a Winston anymore with that knockback.
Yeah, if you even get in range of the knockback, because Fearless is not trying to hug Aztec. He stays far away enough for his Tesla to get range. And look at that, just focus fire from Fuel. They all collapse, and then Guerrero gets charged up and finishes off targets. So great first fight for Fuel.
We've described Dallas Fuel before as a team of hive mind. Like, they can share a single neural link. They have the central processor, whether it's Hanbin or Fearless. And Guerrero and Chio's ability to just, like, kind of int in as divers themselves has been invaluable to making Dallas Fuel's dives incredibly deadly.
Oh, yeah, that's pretty deadly. Sojourn's pretty good at the game, huh? And Titans, I mean, they were trying to approach the left side. Rara is not going to be trying to fight Fearless head on if he can avoid it. He's going to try and get access to the back line if he can, or even just put any pressure on the Guerrillo and help Titans move forward. But Dallas Fuel, all that they have to do is cut off those rotations, which Guerrillo was very good at just now. So Titans have to be aware, and either Aspire or Shockwave have to give attention to Guerrillo, and it's Aztec throwing orbs Guerrillo's way, and Aztec has exposed themselves. He tried to kick Fearless away, but it's too little too late. The disruptor shot of the Sojourn gets the final kill for the defense, and Titans are left with having to play from behind. Skyripper has Nano and thinks it's winnable. Gives it to Mirror, who has a Meteor Strike. He can play aggressive, and working with Aspire, he's going to finish off Fearless. So a great turnaround for Titans, despite starting off the fight 4v5.
Yeah, sacrifices were made there, but Mirror and Aspire survived, as too did the Nano onto Mirror, allowing for a huge amount of damage to be put onto the large frame of the Winston using the hand cannon that Doomfist has. Very good at close range or against large targets. And Vancouver Titans have been able to claim the first point here. Dallas Fuel, they are going to be able to defend from a high ground, but given what we know about their playstyle, they're just going to move in as a unit.
Yeah, that's the Dallas Fuel unit in that house, and Mirror, does he want that smoke? He could. I mean, he's got Meteor Strike. Looks like Mirror's just not going to enter, or maybe he could be behind them. Dallas Fuel are going to take the other way around. Titans just trying to own their front line and actually get past it. The Sound Barrier's force from Chio. Fearless has been nanoed. He has a Primal Rage too. He's going to try and help his own back line and kills Mirror before he could even touch Fielder. So Dallas Fuel, the synergy's on fire today.
Dude, that was a perfect experimental barrier coming out. The bubble that contains the shockwave of the Meteor Strike to make sure that not only was Mirror denied the slows and the damage, but also a little bit of extra shielding as well was taken away. And that meant Fearless could contain the threat and execute it. And this is given time now for Fielder to get up onto high ground alongside Guerrillo and once again operate from a position of safety. But it's going to take a lot of time for Aspire to try and commute to. And all of that time is precious.
So Mirror's going to try and get access to Castle. I mean, we've seen his success on Iconfall before. I mean, he brought it close to, what, the Atlanta Reign yesterday? They only lost 3-2, and Mirror was just able to make so many plays once he entered Castle, and Sparkle hits him with the drive-by. Great pulse bomb onto Shockwave. Dallas Fuel to 5v4. Aspire with the answer, and a double kill. Aspire does it again. His back is just broken with how many plays he makes for Titans. But Fuel, they tried to extend and get access to the supports, and they fall, and Titans are able to break out a spot.
This is the kind of Aspire dominance that got the OWL community flaming Toronto to fight when they let him go from that 30-day contract. Aspire is on fire right now, and admittedly that one was Fielder's fault. You are supposed to stand still. That's a protocol when you get stuck. But walked into Guerrillo instead.
It's been an interesting Tracer match. That's what's really sparking up these fights. Guerrillo with Overclock, not connecting onto much. Body shot on the Aztec, not enough to kill him. And now he's trying to swoop away because Mirror has his number. And look at that Fearless peel again. Fearless isn't trying to counter dive. He's trying to protect his team and work together on targets instead of split. And I think that is the Dallas Fuel difference.
The target focus is just so good. Fearless even getting some great jump techs as well to bounce Mirror back into the midst of Dallas Fuel, so Guerrillo could continue getting unabated shots onto that Doomfist. Mirror still making sure that Dallas Fuel can't poke for free by taking this advanced position and making sure that Guerrillo's attention is split and that Field has to continually move away to top people up. But Fearless, with this position on the high ground, should be able to easily access Aztec and Skyripper and cause real problems for Vancouver's backline.
Oh, Aztec's in trouble yet again, and he's split away from Skyripper. Fearless placed a bubble right in between. Skyripper couldn't heal Aztec, and he's 94 on Transcendence, so couldn't save himself either. Fuel, though, they lost Guerrillo yet again at the start of these fights. He's always the target the Titans focus down on, at the very least 4v4, but it's the high ground advantage for Fuel, and they can choose when they want to engage next.
Relative safety here for Skyripper. Oh, that's a lovely little bit of Doom Tech there from Mirror. The cancel on the seismic slam means that Fearless goes low, but it's still within the zone of influence of the Lucio, so there's plenty of healing to be had as Aspire lies in wait for the bomb.
But the barrier from Chio, not enough to save Fielder.
No LOS.
Moment, great patience from Aspire. I guess Fielder never got the barrier. So kind of a disconnect for the Fuel. A rare moment, and Guerrillo even gets a snipe on the Skyripper. Surely this is a great fight for Fuel. 45 seconds left for Titans as they somehow stabilize. Even though Fuel had the better position on the high ground, Titans knew how to react and how to do better.
Alright, the exit frag saves it from being a zoning overclock, and now there are a couple of hostages from Dallas Fuel, but you can't underestimate them here. If you're Mirror, waiting and misses onto Gurio, there could be plenty of healing available, but no, this is going to be an undermanned fight for Dallas Fuel to try and defend the end of B, Lemon.
Oh, Fuel were just trying to survive, and look what happens when Titans get to engage on their terms. Well, I guess Mirror got slept, so never mind. But they did look good at the start of that fight, but with no tanks, Titans can only depend on the Spire. 2 supports and a Dream. Let's see if Aspire can get it done. He has the pulse bomb, but that's Sparkle with the pulse bomb onto his supports, and Fearless just squashed Skyripper like a bug. Overtime about to go away, and the Titans will not be capping B.
Oh, Vancouver Titans. They did 2 separate 1 versus 5s before that fight even happened. They decided that they'd give Shockwave a go at the 1 versus 5, didn't work out, and then Mirror joins in afterwards. Maybe it was sending good money after bad, hoping that maybe Shockwave could be rescued by a big Doomfist dive, a couple of people punched out by a super punch or something, but no. Mirror was just slept and then summarily executed after Shockwave had been dealt with previously, and then it was down to Scaripper and Aztac, who couldn't really have much presence on the point, being an Ana and a Zen, and Aspire, who had to juggle so much. Sure, he's got the nano, yes, but Aspire is also the designated card toucher as well, so he can't commit to a dive on Fielder. He simply has to play it from range after using that initial recall to keep overtime ticking along. And it means that Fielder can luxuriously heal after that, do whatever he wants, and Fearless and Sparkle can orchestrate a well-stuck dive onto Aztac and Scaripper to instantly evaporate them.
Yeah, this is really tough that we're just seeing Titans continue with the Ana Zen, and it's getting punished. You think that with the kick of Zen, you'd be able to go ward a Winston away, hence why a lot of teams went away from the Winston, but the difference is Fearless is not on top of Aztac. He's far enough away where the kick's not connecting, and Skyripper, his playstyle does not just enter bubbles and go for sleeps. I've barely seen Fearless slept this entire series. There's also a spatial disconnect between Skyripper and Aztac, which is getting Aztac killed time and time again. Not sure if intentional to preserve Skyripper or not, but the Dallas Fuel dive is deadly. You see that Aspire is trying to go into the backline. He's playing more conservative. That's a 3-man ante from Skyripper. Are Titans going to want to react to this? Mirror starts cornering the Fuel in mini path room, and Fuel are going to rotate away and try and play their lives.
Dallas Fuel simply hold their tongue for now. Look at Guria with a charge on the railgun. This could be everything, but instead it's used to try and knock down Mirror instead. Dallas Fuel move to try and claim some space here, but have to deal with Aspire in the backline, Lemon.
Oh, Mirror's been slept, so is he cool? Is he good? Fuel?
We Gucci?
Trying to get the trades? They were missing some members, so Fuel had to make the most out of that Mirror sleep situation, and the damage did not come quick enough. Mirror is woke, and so are the Titans' defense.
Vancouver Titans doing well off the collapses here. Scaripper finds the angle to weave in the 3-man ante, and that simply makes sure that Dallas Fuel are at a considerable deficit when it comes to the usage of their resources. They are delayed. When it comes to rotating, that means Vancouver Titans can set up these angles, and once again, Fearless is forced to use an early bubble here.
I like the Titans are trying to cut off these rotations. They've had a couple good antes from Skyripper, but nothing that Titans have been able to capitalize on. Spire has a pulse. Does he want to just like double blink in and just go for it? There's no immortality. He's gonna be smarter than that though. Just focus on the damage. Caught some strays though from Sparkle, 4-on-4, and making a man advantage for the Fuel, who advanced towards the point and took half their time to get there. As Sparkle almost deleting himself with that pulse bomb, but either way, this should be a good fight for Fuel. Forced having to invest more though than they expected. As Aztac thinks it's winnable. It's only him and Aspire on the point. Mirror's around the corner. That's a questionable stall from the Titans, who are shook, but maybe it's not all over. There's a pulse on the Fielder. Fuel don't have any heals, so Chio goes for a barrier, which only hits him and Gurio. The Spaghetti's just on the floor.
It's a spaghetti fest right now. It's like an earthquake in an Italian restaurant. Guess who's back? It's Mirror. Scaripper too. An ante onto Fearless. Slept within the air. Execution is probably off the cards. There's not enough burst to do so. And Sparkle's back as well. But all of that started with rather confusing transcendence from Aztac, and then Aspire managing to hit a stick onto Fielder. This made Fielder go over onto a Moira. This may be another changeover here. And yes, it will be. Fielder returns to Viana, playing the long game here, Lemon. But that wasn't the worst defense from Vancouver Titans. Only 4 minutes here for Dallas Fuel to try and make their way through B, which sounds like a lot, but this is such a difficult point to attack. The high grounds are Shia, and his Gurio around the back, almost with an overclock. A touch of poke or a disruptor field, and it could spell curses.
On the high ground, the disruptor shot. Aztec's already low. Look at the immediate follow-up from Fearless. Discord on him, and he doesn't care. But Fuel's backline cares just a little bit, because Fielder and Geo are dead, but then you trade that with Titans healers, so Fuel, they only have their Tracer alive. It's a 1-on-3. Sparkle, they ain't gonna make it happen. It was a cool trade onto the Tracer, but that's all you're gonna get.
Alright, Mira has to get out and get healed, but this is a good amount of charge, actually, for Scarippa towards that Nano, and that could be a good engagement tool in the forthcoming battle. For Gurio, save the overclock and try and make this same pinch work again.
Oh, got Gurio shot overclock on the low ground. Okay, well, I guess Fuel are forcing Titans to drop from the high ground. Titans just walked into their death. They're just gifting them a free fight. And Fuel have 3 minutes to win one more fight for the box of victory to sweep this series.
Did Cheer get around behind them or something? I don't understand why Aztec would leave the high ground there. It must have been a Cheer flank boop or something like that. Vancouver now, at least, they didn't invest much in that previous fight. Still have the Meteor Strike, which means Mira can go super aggressive, try and use everything to kill Fielder or Chio, and then get out for free. But someone has to rotate onto the cart at all times.
Mira's already bullied his way through the right doorway, and Aspire's right by his side. The Fearless bubble has been laid, and Fuel's supports are okay for now, as the Titans hope to capitalize, but their supports, the Titan supports are not okay. Skyripa is forced yet again to Nano Aztec to guarantee that they have a Transcendence. Fuel have been anti. Fearless and Chio should be dealt with. At least it's only Fearless, and Chio will conserve the sound barrier for the next fight. Still 2 minutes left for Fuel.
Less than a meter stood between Vancouver Titans and being 0 and 10 Lemon. And while the reverse sweep may be less than likely here, maybe a map would be Vancouver Titans, just piece de resistance. Slowly the cart begins to roll on back, but it's enough that it doesn't really matter at this point. It's all about taking these fights one at a time, and Dallas Fuel have got so much of this forthcoming one. A nanoed Winston to try and tear through the Titans, and Fearless on the cart.
Oh my god. I almost had organs fall out of me from just how I almost just had a heart attack. And I just wanted to keep this PG. Fearless almost C9'd it. He's gonna primal and just backhand the supports. The Titans and their supports dead. Name a better duo. Fuel are just gonna continue to dominate now that there's no healing left for Titans. And Dallas, who are just playing with their food, eventually are gonna push this one in. And that's a clean sweep from the Dallas Fuel, 3-0 against the Titans, who had a better bark in the first 2 maps, I gotta say.
For Dallas Fuel, it was a 10-map loss streak since the finals of the Kickoff Clash Lemon into a 6-map win streak now against the Vancouver Titans and Florida Mayhem. Finally, the identity for the Midseason Madness has been found for the Texas Lone Star hopefuls, and maybe they can take it all the way to the Midseason Madness. And sure, Vancouver Titans had these splashes of brilliance, but when it came to the overall strategy, Dallas Fuel simply had them beat. The move from Fearless to jump onto the cart from underneath and force Aspire to come his way was so smart, because it meant that Sparkle had so much more room then to operate, almost pulsed Scarippa, and also it meant that Aztec had to reveal himself on the bridge, and Fearless was like, I don't need to stay on the cart, we still got 2 minutes, bro. I'm gonna Primal Rage and get rid of that Zenyatta, who's proven to be incredibly dangerous over the course of this game.
Well, there was one smart monkey this match. Our player of the match is Fearless, who just proved that Winston can still rock. And, you know, you got some help. You got almost every single nano from Fielder. He made a smart swap to the Hammond on Coliseum to just have more survivability against the poke. Now, the mines were okay. Maybe I've seen some better ones. But the Primal Rages really generated nightmares for Skyripa and Aztec. And I'm just surprised how stubborn the Titans were of just not being able to either swap their support lineup, swap their comp. Even we've seen Shockwave Ash, that could have been an answer. I'm not sure if it's the answer, but just there wasn't an answer from the Titans to just this incredible tank player of Fearless.
Yeah, but Primal Blade does not only exist in the sheath of Gushway, Fearless also has access to the 1,000-folded Gorilla Steel. hero damage done per 10 minutes. Not a huge amount here, Lemon, because Fearless wasn't taking longer fights. These fights were never overly protracted. They were always characterized by quick bursts of action. If you think about that first fight where Dallas Fuel were defending Eichenwald, all 5 members essentially with Fielder coming up the rear just he's a little bit slower, piled into that room after Fearless, and the hive mind has well and truly once again been synchronized behind this Winston, which is when Dallas Fuel is at their most scary.
Dallas Fuel right now are at their most scary since the kickoff clash. They're on a 6-map win streak. They haven't lost yet. It got close, though, against the Titans. I mean, the Titans were winning Coliseum, and then look how Fuel turned things around. And it's about finding that identity in this meta, which a lot of teams have different ones. Hammond, Sigma, Doomfist. Mirror and friends of Vancouver Titans trying to hone in on the Doomfist, but not able to coalesce into an actual win. It did get close, though, but I'd love to hear about what Watchpoint thinks about not only this Winston, but how the Titans' chances are in the future. We're going to see you guys after this break.
The Overwatch League is brought to you by Upper Deck, the official trading card of the Overwatch League. And by TeamSpeak, the official voice supplier of the Overwatch League.
Welcome to the post show, everybody. I'm here joined now by Gurio from Dallas Fuel. Gurio, congratulations on the win. 3 Overwatch for Dallas Fuel. Really, really good. Great job. I just wanted to point this. I mean, it was against the Vancouver Titans. Was there anything specific you guys prepared for the Vancouver Titans today? 일단 오늘 승리 너무 축하드리고 오늘 밴쿠버 경기에서 굉장히 좋은 모습을 보여준 것 같아요. 오늘 경기 좀 어떻게 준비를 하셨나요?
어제 메이엠전 준비했던 거랑 크게 안 다른 것 같아요. 저희가 제냐타 바티스트 이용한 조합 쓰다가 이제 델러스는 루시우를 너무 빠른 템포의 조합이다라는 걸 깨닫고 그냥 메이엠 때 준비했던 거랑 똑같이 빠른 템포의 조합 준비했던 것 같아요.
All right. I mean, there's nothing really that changed from yesterday's match. I mean, we knew that there was going to be a lot of Zen and Bap today against the Vancouver Titans as well, just like yesterday, and it was going to be a fast tempo. So yeah, just like yesterday's match, we sort of did the same thing. We came in prepared, and I think that's what we did against the Vancouver Titans. And I also want to sort of talk a little bit about you, Gurio. I feel like you came in this season as a Widow player, and now you're on the starting roster as and you've been popping off on the Sojourn as well. What are some of the things that you've been working on? 자, 두 번째 질문 이제 구리오 선수에 대해서 좀 여쭤보고 싶어요. 일단 원래 좀 위도우 주점으로 이렇게 하는 선수였다가 요즘 들어서 스타팅 로스터에 들어오고 또 요즘 되게 소전으로 굉장히 좋은 모습을 많이 보여주고 계신데 좀 요즘 어떤 노력을 하시고 있나요?
위도 많이 기용할 때 조금 아쉬운 모습 많이 보여준 것 같아서 소전 새로운 캐릭터잖아요. 그래서 소전으로 할 수 있는 그런 한계를 최대한 찍으려고 많이 연습했던 것 같아요.
All right. As for when I was, mainly sticking to the Widow role, I wasn't really satisfied with my performance. But Sojourn being the new character, I really want to push it to the limits, see how far I could get with that Sojourn, and that's really the only thing that I've been focusing on for my plays. All right, Gurio, that is it for the interview. Thank you so much for your time, and again, congratulations on the win. 오늘 승리 너무 축하드리고 다시 나중에 또 좋은 모습으로 인터뷰했으면 좋겠습니다. 감사합니다.
감사합니다.
Bye.
I didn't get the wave. Yeah. Oh, you're hanging. Can't believe it. But yeah, Gurio, very, very much one of our most improved players, I would say. If there was a Watchy Award to hand out for that, he's definitely going to be a contestant for that. Now, let's talk about how the Dallas Fuel got the W. Reinforce. If we're looking at the other side here, I mean, quite frankly, the Vancouver Titans, they played this a lot closer.
It's closer.
It was a closer
so close.
3-0 than some people would have expected. And it always sounds weird to say that was a close 3-0, but it kind of was. They dragged it out at least.
Yeah, but it's so tough, right? Because the Vancouver Titans, they just have this immensely difficult strength of schedule. And they just keep getting into these close matches with like really good teams, whereas the Atlanta Reign, the Dallas Fuel, and they got San Francisco Shock coming up next week. And it's like, you give these guys a break. Like, they're actually putting up pretty good performances. Aspire on the Tracer again, like with another great performance. And you just want them to squeeze out the win, but the Dallas Fuel, they just kept overpowering them, especially in the clutch. When it came to overtime, the Dallas Fuel, they just show what they're about. Gurio with a pretty good performance here on Sojourn here today. But the Vancouver Titans, they're so close. Here's what I'll say. I got my calendar marked. In 2 weeks' time, Costa.
I'm writing down.
They're playing the Washington Justice.
Oh!
They're playing the Shock next week, and then they're playing the Washington Justice. And I really do think, with the performances, like the ones today, it says 3-0, it says 3-0 against the Gladiators, but they're actually playing pretty well, and they're playing meta compositions. I think they could beat the Washington Justice, and you will see me predict Vancouver.
I'm going to be so disappointed. Johnny says this, and 2 weeks later, he just predicts Washington.
No. Hex, mark it in. I'm predicting the Vancouver Titans in 2 weeks.
He already said today he'll never predict Washington Justice.
Ever again.
Yeah.
Ever.
It was
a promise
listed.
made.
I agree with Johnny. Like, the first 2 maps were literally overtime pushes. Vancouver were in the driver's seat on Colosseo. They just lost on Dorado. This is a great series. They're playing well. but Dallas Fuel looking to find some form of form. They seem to have an idea of how they want to play the game right now, which is good because last week they looked very lost.
Yeah.
They have Fearless in. Lemon Kiwi and Leg Day, they wanted to know what we thought of the Winston. I don't love it. These maps were conducive and they do seem to be playing well around Fearless, so I don't have a problem with it too much, but I think they might get punished as they play better teams. Yes, they went 6-0 this weekend, but they played the Vancouver Titans and the Florida Mayhem. I want to see more from them against better teams, but at least they're on the upswing right now.
Absolutely. Now, it is very frustrating, though, if you're a Vancouver Titans fan, because they are doing so well in this stage, in this meta, and that's the one stage where they have such a tough schedule. If they were to go up against any of our mid-table teams or the lower table teams, they would be raking up the W's as we speak, right? So, and then next stage, you don't know what the meta is going to be like, so maybe they get unlucky and then. Who knows? Who knows? But yeah, it's got to be frustrating, but there's definitely a lot of reasons to celebrate that roster as is right now, and we can't wait to see more. Calendars are marked. They're going to beat the Justice. We've already discussed that. Basically, we can skip that match preview when the games happen, right? But first things first, before that highlight is about to go down, we have plenty of highlights to talk about, which transpired today on the server and in this truck. I'm going to start things off with, I mean, it's not really a highlight for the person involved, but it kind of was for me, honestly. I love a good fail. What can I say? Ilios was a little.
Oh yes!
Yes!
So what happened there? Did he not look up enough?
Yeah, I think it was just the tilt of the camera. It was just not.
Yeah.
It wasn't there.
He just didn't really get that verticality on the jump.
That's just unluckers. I mean, they were still able to like set it up for the fight in time. He was back quick-ish enough, but that's not what you want to. That's not what
I'm here, guys. I'm here. Don't worry.
Don't worry,
I'm
nothing
just setting up
happened.
real quick.
I always hope that no one is following my camera at that point. I was like, no one's yeah, I was entertained, and I guess that's why it's my best of the day. Jonathan, who entertained you today?
I guess my best today is like the opposite of yours. Because it was a Doomfist actually like punching people off the map rather than falling in himself.
Both sides of the coin, yeah.
Yeah, so I think the Muse was a bit amusing. Gibraltar.
Dangerous amusement. Right,
That's smart.
Look at it go. I mean, he's just punching these people off. I love to see this.
Wow.
Yeah. Most of the time when like you get that feeling as well, you're just like, oh, I'm gonna boop someone off, I'm gonna hook someone off with Roadhog, or I'm gonna try to punch someone off. Like that's a bad feeling. Like that's a bad thing to do as a player. You're not supposed to like look for boops. But it feels like it worked out for Muse here. He's just like looking for boops on Doomfist and he got value from it. So you can't blame him.
Work like a charm. Not many people get booped on that side of the map. That very rarely happens.
I mean, they were lining up for it, you know. Like not to take anything away from our amusement park there, but they were kind of
Yeah, they kind of upsets me, honestly. It kind of upsets me that they weren't like, am I in danger here? It's like, no.
It's like, this looks fine. There's no railing or anything, you know.
I'm upset about the Justice again. I can't.
It all comes back. Danny, lift our spirits.
I don't know if it's gonna be a spirit lifting thing, but if yours Calio's fail, if you guys thought that was bad, someone else.
You got a better one.
I got a better one. I mean, better for us, not better for the person who made the mistake. It's Sam on Hanzo. I think he gets a kill on, was it Kai? And then he just goes up and dies.
No.
Yeah, a big fail. And then I remember after this, he does it again. And then he fails again. There you go. So he does
it's
it
probably a
twice
bug
on the
about the
same
game
map.
or something, you know.
But yeah, as a lower third reads, he got Kai though. So
Good trade.
Good trade.
Worth.
In Sam's defense, these walls are very awkward to climb. If you've ever tried climbing these walls, like there's like a lot of hidden walls and a lot of hidden things that you can hit. Like, why didn't he climb there? I don't know.
Yeah, he actually
I think his slipper, his little slippers got like stuck on the little valve of the. It's just very dangerous. Then just don't climb it, you know.
go around. Go
Just walk around, man.
You can't lose to the landscape, so he does it twice. Maybe the third time was a charm.
I'm sure.
Sam should have done it one more
was.
time, and then he would have climbed it.
Good thinking, Danny.
Environmental will make a lot of appearances in our.
Yeah, it does. It's been a running theme for us.
That's it.
Midseason madness.
Yeah.
That's what it's all about. Okay, Costa, you're left. What you got for us?
Mine is fortunately not about cliffs or falling off of things into death. This is more about Finn pushing someone into death.
Sort of on the same line.
So we got the Zenyatta changes, and we haven't really seen many environmentals here. So he kicks him once, doesn't get anything. Second time, into the mine.
Oh my god, that Ryan just flew.
Hawk goes for a fly, and Finn wanted to let him know about it. So it's a very big touch the spawn kind of challenge. Some disrespect, good, solid, tight, thick teabagging right here. I respect it. This is Shocker! And then he punches him into the mine.
He took flight though, like that one. Whew.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Nice kick.
So much. I mean, he's certainly not skipping leg day, is he?
No.
Like there's a lot of raw power.
And on the
in that
back
little
of
omnic leg.
on the back of Finn's kick, they ended up finishing the map.
It's alright. I'll give you.
I want to go home.
I want to go home. I don't like it here.
Right.
Our producer loved it, so, but he's a boomer, so.
You're about to get censored. Oh my god.
You can't say that.
Hex, we love you.
What are you gonna do? Cut my mic? Please don't cut my mic. Mistakes were made. Anyway.
Hex is the best, okay?
Schedule.
She's a national treasure, all right?
Love schedules. Anyone
Oh
else?
my.
Schedules? Schedule.
That's like attacking the
lovers
goaltender
in
in
chat.
hockey. It's like you don't touch the goaltender. You don't touch Hex.
That's off out of bounds.
Yeah, out of bounds.
This
Defenseless.
is coming from a boomer to another boomer, and I'm allowed to say it's fine.
It's too late, Zoe.
Yeah, look at that. Look at that. I love schedules. These are fun. Guangzhou going up against the Valiant.
The Valiant versus...
And then wait, is it the same schedule? That seems like a repeat of last
No, that was Guangzhou, Hangzhou last night.
Oh yeah, no, you're right.
Yeah.
I'm just confused.
Yeah.
Or
Valiant
that's it.
Delirious?
And then afterwards, absolutely delirious. All right, Guangzhou Valiant, and then afterwards the Shanghai Dragons will take on the Spark. And then in the West, we get treated to the San Francisco Shock going up against the Florida Mayhem, followed by the Outlaws, who will take on the Gladiators. And our last match of the day is the Paris Eternal and the Boston Uprising. Which of these matches you guys got your eyes on?
I kind of want to see Paris versus Boston. I think both of these teams are on the up and up, but neither of them have really broken past that. So this will be like the battle of the bottom.
You do that one, and I'll watch for Houston Gladiators.
You watch Houston. Okay, that sounds great. Can I watch that one too?
No.
Only one. Only one.
Just because of proper, you just want to watch proper. It's true. Can we interview him again? Ask him for a friend. Not me. Could be anyone. Well, the thing is, we're getting very, very close to the mid-season madness. So, of course, a lot of these matches have implications when it comes to their ranks, when it comes to their points. So, I'm just excited for the next week we have in store for us. And, of course, for the last matches of week number... Is it number 3 already?
Yeah.
Yeah, it is
Next
already.
week, yeah.
For this... Wow. Wow.
Wait,
Time flies when you're having fun. And we have lots of that. And we're going to have so much more tomorrow. So, it is time to bid you farewell. Thank you guys so much for joining. What is it?
Next week.
Week 2. The next week is week 3.
This week is week 2.
I made it complicated. That was me badly wording things. Don't worry. I'm sorry I confused you.
Yeah.
Reinforce. But thanks for sorting him out.
I got him.
Yeah, you got me. That's good. Well, sorry for the confusion. And we're going to say goodbye now. Thank you guys so much for joining me once again to break down all the action and entertain the masses. And I'm going to have you all back in the truck again. When you laughing? But have you all back again tomorrow. I can't wait for more action coming your way. Thank you so much for watching. And we're going to be back same time, same place. You don't want to miss it.
Why are you laughing?
I don't know.